Hello there, I'm Terry Duke. As part of my classic games series where I review the classic games from my childhood, I recently played Mount & Blade Warband, one of my favorite RPGs. However, as I've said in this episode, a huge part of Mount & Blade is the mods. Mod is short for modification, which is when gamers modify games to their liking. Sometimes it's pretty cool, sometimes it's just hilarious. And today, I'm ranking my favorite mods from Warband. All of the mods come from moddb.com, and along with this video, I also made a video for how to install mods in case you have the game and don't know how to add mods. And maybe after this video, you'll want to play the game even more. So here we go, my favorite mods from Mount & Blade Warband. First off, we have 1860s America. Already we're taking the game in a very different direction, going straight past the Middle Ages of the base game to the Wild West. Armors are virtually all replaced with cowboy hats and military uniforms. Swords are a backup weapon now, the main weapons are rifles and revolvers. Surprisingly, the reload animations and combat mechanics work pretty well. It gets pretty close to a regular shooter. And because this is Mount & Blade, you get to have your own warband, though I guess in this context it would be your own regiment. Being set in America, the main factions are the Union, the Confederacy, and the Frontier, along with some native tribes. So we have most of North America as a map, and a lot of effort went into the scenery. In battle, my favorite feature is the firing line, very well implemented. Your soldiers will form up into two lines, and you can give commands for when to fire. So it's a lot of fun. In sieges, most settlements are defended by forts, which look pretty historical. So if you're into the Wild West, this mod is for you. That said, besides the innovation of guns instead of swords, the rest of the game works pretty much the same way as native. It's still a lot of fun, but once the joy of using guns instead of swords runs out, there's not much left to this mod. Next up, in a similar genre, the Red Wars. The Red Wars takes us to CALRADIA, but in World War I era, with strong communist revolution vibes, so it's pretty funny. Much like 1860s America, the main weapons are guns, except we're past the gunpowder era, so most guns can fire multiple rounds and reload much faster. In terms of main changes, that's pretty much it. Unfortunately, it was never completed. While it has some scenery, most castles, even though they have been replaced by forts on the world map, are still the native scenery. In that context, sieges are completely unbalanced. As for battles, well, because we use guns, the range for troops is massively increased, so most battles end up being firing lines where the exchange can last a long time. If you can catch an army out of formation though, this can make battles pretty fun, but otherwise battles can be much harder and no amount of armor, what little there is, can save you from bullets. All in all, it's 1860s America, but more intense. At number 6 we have Gegokujo. Gegokujo takes us to feudal Japan around the 1600s, so the map is replaced with Japan. All towns are fairly historically accurate, as are the weapons and armor. So if you're into samurai stuff, Gegokujo is the mod to get you hyped up. Seriously, they did an amazing job. They replaced most of the soundtracks to be more immersive, they did solid work on the environments, and the weapons and armors are so cool. On top of that, almost all fighting animations have been redone to match the kendo fighting style, which is so awesome. As for recruiting, Gegokujo differentiates between two types of soldiers, peasant conscripts or ashigaru, and samurai. Ashigaru troops can be upgraded to be decent fighters, but essentially, all high-end troops are samurai. This is actually very historically accurate and well implemented. And the last big change for this mod are the sieges, which also fit the types of sieges more associated with Japan. Instead of scaling high walls, we usually need to go through a long path without cover to get all the way to the main castle. This made siege battles more dynamic in my opinion, as you're not constantly fighting over a single choke point. So anyway, Gegokujo is the samurai mod to get, if that's what you're into. At number 5, I picked Swords of Damocles. This is a bit of an obscure one, but nonetheless a lot of fun. This one changed the fictional world of CALRADIA to Ponavosa, which is over 3 times bigger than CALRADIA, with more factions. At this point, we're closer to the vanilla version of the game, but still, they added a whole bunch of features. They added lots of cool armors and weapons. What I like mainly about this mod is that they solved a lot of the grinding issues I have with vanilla. Do you need to make a lot of money quickly? Tournaments and Sword of Damocles allow you to bet outrageous amounts. Here I made 300,000 dinars from a single tournament. If you're tired of running around looking for recruits, mercenary groups in taverns are much larger, so you can build up your party much faster. Besides that, the main feature of Sword of Damocles is that there is a lot more kingdom management. Each settlement, whether a town, castle or village, has tons of new buildings to construct, which all come with benefits. Ultimately, Sword of Damocles doesn't seem like it changes much from the base game, but its additions make for a breath of fresh air. And number 4, Warsaw Conquest. I want to be clear, I initially ranked the mods by memory and I haven't played some of them in years. Warsaw Conquest was still in its early development when I last played it, and playing it again today, I'm simply in awe. Warsaw Conquest is meant to be based on Warhammer Fantasy, a series which I unfortunately don't know much about, but damn. Not only is this a massive map, there is so much diversity in it. Warsword is the fantasy mod for Warband. You have anything from orcs, dwarves, giants, skeletons, lizards and elves, and immersive scenery for all of them. Honestly, I can't cover it all, the mod is just that massive. A true work of art, just get it and see for yourself. Seriously. From here we're getting into my absolute favorites, starting with Brytenwalda. Brytenwalda is a mod that takes us to the UK during the Dark Ages. The countries are torn by war and people live miserably. That's the main tone of this mod, and judging from the gameplay options for this mod specifically, it was meant to be seriously hardcore. I mean, your weapons could break mid-battle. There was also a stamina system where you slow down if you fight too much. Taking injuries in battle can lead to bleeding, which means after a certain point your life bar will start going down by itself, and it's up to you to win the battle before you pass out from blood loss. You could even get permanent injuries that lower your stats. But the main feature from this mod that I absolutely loved was the siege mode. In the main game, as well as virtually every mod, sieges are always the same. You build ladders or a siege tower, then assault the walls. That's it. But the team behind Brytenwalda came up with something else entirely. Features to actually starve a garrison out rather than assault the walls. The way this works is that when besieging a castle, you can use the planning method. In here, you can blockade a castle by land and sea to stop reinforcements and starve the garrison out. You can also fortify your camp so that if outside forces come to lift the siege, you can defend yourself from an entrenched position. And seriously, the fact that this mod came out in 2011 and Tell Worlds did not implement this in Bannerlord yet is insulting. But essentially, instead of going through long, repetitive assaults to take down a castle, Brytenwalda allows you to actually starve the garrison out, at which point they will surrender. And throughout sieges, you will often come upon unique situations, such as the enemy making surprise attacks on your siege camp, and choosing what to do will give you randomized results, sometimes extending the siege for a long time, or even force you to abandon if you start losing too many men to things like disease. Going from this mod to any other, it makes all other sieges feel lacking. However, the one thing I'm not big on in Brytenwalda is the tone. Like I said, it's the Dark Ages, everything is dirty and sucks. As a result, most battles don't have epic soundtracks to get you hyped up, and the music itself is often depressing and repetitive. I know that's exactly what they were going for, so that's just me. At number 2, I'm putting two mods together because I consider them equals, A World of Ice and Fire and A Clash of Kings. Both mods are total conversions taking us to Westeros, the world from the Game of Thrones show or the novels. So both mods feature the entire world, all of the same locations, and the same characters. You can get the armors and weapons from the show as well. So being a massive fan of the books, these mods are simply awesome and immersive. In terms of which is better, again they're both good in their own way, both offer unique missions that have you interact with characters from the novels. Mainly, A World of Ice and Fire differs by having implemented a lot of features found in Brytenwalda, so sieges are definitely a lot more fun for me. A Clash of Kings has a lot more unique locations to visit, which gives you more information about the lore, and the mysterious explorations make for a uniquely immersive experience. But all in all, it's Warband, but in Westeros, and they're both awesome. And finally, my favorite Warband mod is Perisno. Perisno is an ambitious mod meant to bring the fantasy of Warsaw Conquest and Lord of the Rings while also coming up with something unique. Perisno is a massive continent which features humans, elves, giants, and dwarves. So, where to begin? amazing soundtrack, uniquely badass looking armors and weapons, riding wolves into battle, unique quests and items, so much variety of bandits. And the modders took the time to really build up a story here. I won't spoil it, but in the Concepts tab, they've written an entire lore to the game, to the factions and the bandit groups, and the biggest feature is an incoming invasion from a foreign empire, which will attack Perisno with thousands of troops. On top of that, kingdom management is pretty complex too, similar to Sword of Damocles, but it also adds the ability to hire a spy master to be cunning with your rivals, and a marshal to recruit armies and patrols. And troops become so ridiculously OP after a while that it makes for some of the most badass battles you can ever have. So that about wraps it up. It goes without saying, Warband has some amazing mods made by an amazing community. I left links for all the mods in the description, so have fun. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Over a month ago, I made a video showing my favorite mods for Mount & Blade Warband, and as of now, this is by far my most popular video, and many of you have been very supportive. Seeing how many people love Warband and its mods, I've decided to make another video, this time playing the mods recommended to me in the comments of my previous video. In total, I played 7 mods, and much like my previous video, I'll be ranking them. Thank you for watching, and onto the mods. For starters, we have Toloberia. This is a bit of an obscure mod, and to be honest, I was initially underwhelmed. Besides taking place in a totally different world, with new factions and weapons and armor, there just really doesn't seem like there's much to this mod. Not that I'm trying to disregard the changes though, the armors and weapons do look pretty awesome. And my OCD appreciates that in this mod, there is no culture tied to any villages, they all give you peasants with the same troop trees. But what really surprised me though are the amazing fighting animations with two-handed weapons. Holy hell, that looks so badass. It's actually pretty historical sword fighting, and I don't know what to say, it just looks so awesome. Only thing I'm not a big fan of though is fair game. It's a feature that can be disabled via the camp menu, but basically it makes it so you can't reduce damage for yourself or your soldiers. On top of that, the surgery skill is kept at 4, ensuring you'll always lose a lot of troops no matter what. And so while duel tournaments are a lot of fun with the animations, with fair game enabled, those fights are short. Apparently, there is a new story in this mod, but it didn't trigger anywhere I went. Last I checked, it's a work in progress, and the last update was 2 years ago. So to sum it up, not a whole lot, but the fighting animation is uniquely awesome, and by itself, it's worth a try. Next up, something light, Diplomacy for Litdom Reloaded. This mod aims to reinvigorate CALRADIA. On the surface, we have the same map, same characters and factions, but troop trees have been revamped significantly. There's new weapons and armors, as well as new fighting animations and sounds. Some castle sceneries and battle maps have also been redone as well. I would say if you're new to modding, this mod is a good place to start, as it doesn't take you far from vanilla, but nonetheless makes a lot of changes. In addition to everything I just mentioned, armies and garrisons are much larger now, and thanks to the mod options, it's possible to fight an entire battle in a single round, which is a must for me nowadays. In sieges, siege towers are so much cooler, and there's a platform at the top to shoot arrows from. But the coolest feature of all that I haven't really seen in any mods, at least not yet, is the body slide feature. Essentially, if you die, you will take control of one of your soldiers, so as long as you got soldiers on the field, you will respawn at random indefinitely, which is pretty cool, as you'll never know who you end up with and what gear you'll have either. Other than that, it's pretty much the same old CALRADIA. It's great if you're new at modding, but besides that, this mod is about to be quickly overshadowed, I think. Now, I'm gonna get some hate for this. Up next, Prophecy of Pandor. Of all the comments I received, this was by far the most mentioned mod. POP is a mod that takes us to the fantasy world of Pandor, torn by several factions. It's heavily praised on ModDB as one of the best Warband mods, but I had very little memory of it. And I'll be honest with you, maybe it got overhyped for me personally, but I wasn't all that impressed. Sure, it's got a huge world, well-developed lore, and new troops and items, but what total conversion doesn't supply those? In terms of gameplay though, my personal experience ranged from what you'd normally expect to frustrating. I spent the first 2 hours just building up my warband, finding bandits and such. It wasn't until I looked up online that I figured out what I'm supposed to do, as I didn't come upon any particular characters that would offer me any unique quests. So going through a post on Steam, I went to find a precious gem in some chest hidden in some town, like I ever was supposed to figure that out. Then I had to find a map in exchange for the gem, except no, apparently since the last update, the guy who gives you the map no longer takes the gem. Instead he wants a big bag of diamonds, which you can only get from guildmasters in town at the price of 100,000 dinars, and you can only make the deal if you have a relation higher than 15 with the town. So here I am, escorting caravans like a peasant to increase my relation with the town, just so I can move on with the walkthrough. After all of that, I finally get the map to a place where I can get unique weapons, so I get the bow. But the bow is still fairly inaccurate. Turns out I can upgrade it by finding more gems, but the ways to get gems is so complicated that at that point, I just said screw it. So, I'm sorry, I'm sure there's a lot more to this mod I just haven't experienced yet, but it was getting way too complicated for no reason. And although it's normal when it comes to mods to have to look up online to get things done, that was the only way I was ever going to fully play this mod, and it's not like I get a whole lot out of it. For example, tournaments are typically a good way to make quick money on the start of a game, but Pandora doesn't let you play in tournaments until you get sufficient renown, which kinda defeats the purpose. And the tournaments, at least the ones I played, are objectively the worst I've ever seen. Basically same as vanilla, except my weapons are stuck on lance and club, and the club doesn't do jack. Sieges have seen no changes either, so I'll stick to Brytenwalda on this one. That's not to say there's no good. I do generally appreciate the voice acting, for example.
Ah, my lady. Well met indeed.
The Arnold Schwarzenegger cameo was pretty neat.
I'll crush your people, see them driven before me, and hear the lamentation of your women.
I also like the voice commands in battle. That's cool.
Hold this position! Charge!
And I did find some unique quests with potential. Not to mention the mod seems to tailor itself based on your choices during character creation, so I'm sure there's a lot more to it. Let me know in the comments if I really need to keep going. Far as I can tell, the mod is well polished, but unlike the other mods I've played, I feel it takes way too long to fully show what it can do, and that's all I've got for Pandora. Going deeper into fantasy, Bones of Ragnvald. This mod is pretty damn amazing for a single reason. It's strongly story-driven. A nice change from Sandbox. In this mod, we land in the realm of Ainur as it's torn between several factions, including an evil force to the north and a haunted forest to the west. In terms of gameplay and atmosphere, this reminds me a lot of World of Ice and Fire. But there's a creepiness to it that I can't fully describe. The world is very immersive and well polished, with new units as well as very nice scenery, from medieval castles to Roman architecture. I'm not gonna spoil the story for you, but it's pretty damn good. However, beware the haunted forest. Okay, yeah, nope, screw this, I'm out. Moving on, going somewhere very different now, Between Empires. In my previous video, I showed one mod based on the Wild West and another based on World War I, but here's a mod that overshadows it all. In this mod, we are taken to Europe between 1860 and 1914. What I absolutely love about this mod is, simply put, the immersion of battles. We even get to use artillery, which is insane for Warband. Talk about bending the mechanics to your will, and it's so awesome. And the battles, my god. However, as much fun as it is, battles are also pretty hardcore. The mechanics are a little confusing and take some getting used to. I got a couple of times that soldiers just charged and I wasn't able to call them back. At one point, an enemy army just dug in trenches and would not attack me, which is a prime feature of this mod, and the only way to make the battle progress was to advance right in front of their line and dig some trenches too. However, my soldiers didn't align it properly, and then they stood in front of it, and then they broke and fled. Come on. By the way, yes, your troops are far more likely to round mid-battles as compared to vanilla. What's great though is the mod allows you to start as the leader of a country. So of course I picked France. This way I couldn't go straight to war, and I chose 1914 as my start of date, and the diplomatic situation is the same as World War I, and it makes for a great experience. Speaking of starting as a leader though, here's Out Caesar Out Nihil. If you want a mod featuring the Roman Empire, look no further. ACAN is the Roman mod. Much like Between Empires, you get to start off as the Emperor of Rome, and Rome is actually at the peak of its power, owning France, Spain, and all of North Africa. So as the leader of Rome, you're free to expand your empire as you see fit, but also protect it, and improve it. You also start off with massive funds, a huge pool of soldiers, and a party size of 800, making it the largest I've ever seen in any mod. And while it retains many of the features I loved from Brytenwalda, such as the siege planning method and battle formations, the main obvious feature of this mod is the intense micromanagement. Each town you have can build several key buildings simultaneously, you can enforce new laws at the cost of popularity, your towns could be exposed to plagues and fires. There's so much to do, it's right up there with Total War. In fact, the music is straight from Rome too. So if you're into Rome and want to do more kingdom management, this mod is the absolute best. And finally, my favorite mod of all the ones I tried so far is Nova Aedas. This one, much like Warsaw Conquest, was a huge surprise from playing years later after it got more time to develop. Nova Aedas takes us to CALRADIA, but during the Renaissance period. Guns are starting to appear, and armors are getting more sophisticated. Sceneries have also received massive upgrades, from town squares to cathedrals. There was also a serious attempt at making this mod canon to native, with the factions having evolved into several new ones, as well as ruins from battles that would have taken place around the time of the native game. But above all this, what I really like about Nova Aedas is that it gives us the ability to rise to power through very different means. Each town, for instance, has properties, which you can buy and rent out for a passive income, and with the Merchant Guild, you can learn a trade, such as blacksmithing, and open your own blacksmith, where, given the right materials, you can build your own weapons and armors, very similar to smithing in Bannerlord, and yet more complex. And finally, the coolest feature of this mod is colonization. Across the sea is a whole new continent, with lands that can be colonized. So sailing to the New World with ships and building materials, you can claim lands, build your settlements, and produce goods to sell back to CALRADIA. On top of that, there is an Aztec faction in the New World with their own scenery and weapons, as well as jungles to explore for treasure. Essentially, I feel Nova Aedas is like a spiritual sequel to Warband that manages to bring so many new things with updated visuals. I think I might put it right up there with my favorite mod, Perisno. They're very different from one another, but both succeeded in their aim spectacularly. Warband is unarguably the game I've played the most throughout my life, and that's mainly thanks to the huge community of modders that keep finding ways to push the boundaries of the game ever further. At this point I've made 2 videos showcasing my favorite mods, some I had played before, others recommended to me in the comments. And after getting several more suggestions, here we are again for part 3. Once again, I'm ranking them based on my personal preferences, so let's go. For starters, this one was a mixed bag. Meet Explorer. Rather recent, Explorer takes us back to CALRADIA, but with a very different approach. Instead of having a world map, Explorer has us play in a more traditional, open-world RPG style. We no longer have a world map to travel onto. Going from town to town now requires you to actually travel the land, where you'll come across villagers and bandits alike. We have a world map that tells us where we are, but the only way to find locations is to actually scout them or ask people passing by to give you info. Even in towns, there is no menu to access the market or the arena, you have to manually find them in the streets. While this may seem rather tedious to get around, the mod somewhat makes up for it with an interesting feature, that of the Raven. When pressing Y, we will take control of a Raven flying real fast that allows us to quickly survey the area. The Raven can also be used to quickly move across different regions. And that's pretty much it. The mod feels very experimental, so it's a very interesting mod if you wish to give Warband Native a makeover. That said, I do feel it needs to be polished more. As a simple traveler, it took me a full hour of gameplay just to get from the Sirenet Desert to the Swadian border. That said, it makes for an interesting adventure. Because there is no longer a world map to interact with bandits, they will also just spawn at random whenever you reach a new area and attack you with full surprise. and looting is quite ridiculous. Instead of getting a full menu after the battle, dead NPCs will have small chests in front of them, and destroying them gets you the loot. And it's also a lot harder than it should be. Come on. Come on. On a different note, the scenery is quite nice. CALRADIA never looked so good. According to the mod page, the explorer approach results in sieges and battles being more intense, but I didn't go that far. The mod is daring, but for me personally, it's just not my thing. Up next, going to one of my favorite time periods, the Napoleonic Wars, with l'Aigle. L'Aigle takes us to Europe in 1809, where my man Napoleon rules over France at the peak of its power. So, of course, amazing scenery, very good gun gameplay, and painfully realistic reloading animations. What I like about this mod is that by enlisting in the kingdom's army, you essentially become a general, free to command your own army, which, besides paying the hiring cost, you don't actually pay the soldiers, the kingdom does, so once hired, you don't have to worry too much about weekly payments. I really love the uniforms of the Grande Armée, the soldiers look so good, and so does Napoleon, they really nailed his appearance. However, the mod's biggest weakness is what should be its greatest asset, the battles. Forming up a line of infantry and seeing the line of smoke after the fire is pretty awesome. Having cannons is pretty good too, right up there with Between Empires. That said, there's a couple of problems. For starters, most standard muskets are wildly inaccurate, soldiers can't move and reload at the same time, and the enemy AI doesn't use formations, he just charges. Adding all this up, the battles are weird. You can never line up too far from the enemy because the inaccurate muskets won't do anything. If you order your men to charge, they'll stop moving as soon as they have to reload, so they'll barely move forward at all, unless you tell them to hold fire. This makes the battles take way too long. Even in sieges, the scenery is awesome, but NPCs struggle to find the proper path, and here I tried to line up my troops past the main enemy trench, that was just a big mess. Visually, l'Aigle is an awesome mod, but the gameplay feels a bit clunky to say the least. Still recommend, but manage your expectations. Up for a crusade? Meet In the Name of Jerusalem. Of course, with a game about knights and swords, you're gonna have tons of mods featuring the Crusades, but In the Name of Jerusalem strikes me as the most intense. In this mod, we're taken to 1187 and the Holy Land, right as Salah ad-Din is about to retake Jerusalem from the Crusaders, leading to the historical Third Crusade. There is a strong focus on historical accuracy, as every lord is a historical character, so of course I fanboyed on my man Salah ad-Din and joined the Saracens. In terms of actual changes to the gameplay though, there's a few, but it's subtle. What I like most is that troops are far more likely to rout. Even alone against bandits, killing half of them will make the rest of them run away. Definitely adds more to the realism. Sieges are also different, with not just new sceneries, but new animations, such as a battering ram and a ballista, though the controls are terrible at best. However, recruiting troops is confusing. I think you're supposed to be made a lord before you can actually recruit from villages, so I got stuck hiring very expensive mercenaries from towns, which wasn't ideal. All in all though, if you want the most immersive crusade experience, In the Name of Jerusalem is for you. And in a similar thematic, if you're looking for the most immersive Middle Ages mod, here's 1257 Anno Domini. As far as Middle Ages mods go, there isn't a lot to complain about here. In 1257 AD, the map stretches from North Africa to Scandinavia and the coast of France to Moscow and beyond. The mod also allows you to start off as a ruler, so I became a sultan. The immersion is excellent, from new sceneries to historical weapons and armors. But also, battles are hardcore, with hundreds of troops in each parties. They make for some of the largest battles I've ever fought. However, in terms of innovation, there isn't a whole lot. This becomes painfully evident in sieges. They're about the same as native, so if you enjoy both sides fighting over a single choke point till one side is all gone, expect a lot more of that and then some, because armies and garrisons are so large, this makes sieges painfully long. At least they also brought the body slide feature similar to diplomacy from my previous video. So, if you like the Crusades, but more broadly the Middle Ages, 1257 AD is basically In the Name of Jerusalem, only far bigger. Let's head more into fantasy now, with Fantasy CALRADIA. If you're looking for a mod that brings magic, but don't want to stray too far from native, this mod is for you. Fantasy's goal is just that, bring fantasy to CALRADIA, thanks to the new factions such as orcs, elves, and the undead. Besides those new factions and the new units and weapons that come with them, the main feature of the mod is the ability to use spells. Heading into magician guilds in key towns, we can buy magic spells and books, which can then be deployed in battle, such as a magical sword and fireballs. And of course, many troops are also spellcasters, so it makes for visually entertaining battles. And that's pretty much it, really. This is a fun mod to try out if you're new to fantasy mods. Up next, Paradigm Worlds. If I could sum up this mod in 2 words, it would be existential dread. If you thought Warsaw Conquest was doing fantasy hardcore, boy have you seen nothing yet. According to the text during character creation, Paradigm World is set in the year 5000. Or is it 6000? You can actually choose between different time periods, but anyway, the game is set on Earth, but in a post-apocalyptic future resulting from biowarfare started by Vladimir Putin. It's also, based on the mod page, meant to be an artistic experiment. So, going into the mod, the amount of diversity in the species and weapons and armors meant I was almost immediately completely overwhelmed. I mean it, just what the hell is going on? I have a plasma gun, a medieval helmet, and whatever that is for a horse. I'm getting attacked by a skeleton wearing a bulletproof vest. Is that a snowmobile? Yes, yes it is, and it totally behaves like a horse, like, what? Okay, this village is under attack by vampire-cursed maidens. Can't be that bad, right? Oh my god, why are they so fast? And what's with the music? Why is there a dial sound effect when I swing my weapon? Feeling overwhelmed yet? All of these glimpses were in the first hour of me playing this mod, and quite frankly, that was the most I could digest in that moment. To be honest, I really love the concepts in Paradigm Worlds, but I think this is a mod that needs to be approached slowly, in small increments, before we get the full picture. Given that it was an artistic experiment, one could argue the experiment went really far. If fantasy isn't enough for you, you need chaotic fantasy, Paradigm Worlds is a must-try. And finally, going back to more familiar ground in fantasy, the last days of the Third Age. Besides Prophecy of Pendor, this is also the most recommended mod in my comments. The Last Days takes us to Middle-earth from Lord of the Rings. Although I'm not a big fan of Lord of the Rings myself, I have to acknowledge a solid mod when I see one, and a solid mod this is. You can either join the forces of good or evil, which gives you access to different species and kingdoms. Although it retains a lot of the freedom Warband gives us, it's also very story-driven, as it literally takes the story from the books and movies, with cutscenes to boot. I think The Last Days covers about everything you'd expect from a mod about Lord of the Rings, from all the species, weapons and armors, some epic battles, as well as some amazing scenery. However, it strikes me as a very hard mod to play also. One of the most distinct features is the currency. Instead of making money, we gain reputation points based on where we are in the world. Each kingdom has its own reputation points, meaning you could do a whole lot for one kingdom and get to recruit their soldiers and buy their gear, but going to another kingdom where they don't know you, you'll have no currency. I think the point is to incentivize the player to stick to the kingdom they start with, which in itself isn't too bad, but it's also very restrictive. That said, if you like fantasy mods and especially love Lord of the Rings, look no further than The Last Days of the Third Age. Today I want to talk about a mod for Warband that was recommended to me several times in previous videos, Age of Sword and Sorcery. This is a mod that boasts a lot, from a Renaissance era to guns and magic. So right off the bat, the character creation format is a little different, with each option giving certain bonuses. Ironically, when creating my character, I decided to start from nothing, with my parents being a drunk and a harlot respectively, so I didn't have any bonuses. But by choosing different options in a second character, I ended up with a lot more skills initially, as well as some money and gear, so not too bad. And here we are. The mod takes place in the fictional world of Euros, which is obviously inspired by Europe. I like the map though, lots of islands, which isn't something we see often. Technology-wise, this is clearly the Renaissance, as the beautiful weapons and armors can tell. Going into simple arena sparring, I was so happy to see the fighting animations from Teleberia and Outcaesar on the Hill. Seriously, this fighting animation is so much better than native, I can't get enough of it. Typically when I play a new mod, I like to start as a solo adventurer to explore the mod features before starting a warband, and what I quickly realized is that in Age of Sword and Sorcery, there's quite a few interesting features. So let's start with the guilds. In each town we can go to the guild quarter. In this area we have several guilds: merchants, hunters, mercenaries, wizards, and assassins. Heading into the Huntsman Guild, we can join the guild, then complete quests for prestige. Each guild has its own prestige as a form of currency, which can be used to buy unique items as well as units for the warband. On 2 occasions, the Huntsman Guild has sent me to kill dangerous wild animals, first a bear and then some wolves. I think they need a little more work though. With the prestige earned, I bought a wolf for my party, but seeing how easy they were to dispatch in battle, I got rid of it immediately, as I doubt they're very effective. As a mount though, it would be pretty awesome. Wizards can be joined, but only if you reach a certain level of magic, which I don't have. I'll get to the magic in a minute though. In the Merchants Guild, mainly we can just buy a lot of goods, there's even a stock exchange to invest money and get more later, so it's good for passive income. The Assassins, or Thieves or whatever, there wasn't a lot going on, except that they have a brothel. And yes, I'm gonna have to blur that. And while the Mercenary Guild is there, it's still a work in progress, there's nothing to do. All of these guilds are in every town, so it's easy to grab a few quests on the side to complete when convenient. Outside of the guilds though, there are a lot of dungeons to explore, most of which are caves with enemies to kill and chests to open. Dungeons are fun and bring a lot of unique gear. In terms of main features, these are the main ones I found: dungeons and guilds. Both can offer very good gear, and it seems like an easy way to level up when starting the game. In terms of combat, besides the fighting animations, we also have guns. Early models, mostly arquebus, they're pretty deadly and fairly fast to reload. And then there's the magic, which is actually very simple to use. All you need is a staff and a spell. Equip them in the inventory, and you're good to go. In terms of actual spells, I haven't seen much. Mostly it's either a poisonous gas or some lightning bolts. The staff can't be used for melee though, so it's important to have a backup. You can also get spellbooks to increase your magical skills through the camp menu, though I haven't went that far myself, at least not yet. And finally, potions. It's actually pretty cool to see potions in a mod. Potions are cheap, somewhat easy to find, and can be equipped in combat for a one-time use. And in terms of playing as a solo adventurer, that's pretty much it. Guns, magic, dungeons, potions, and guilds. Already it brings quite a lot of variety. As you start building a warband, the process is pretty much the same as vanilla, though this is where the Renaissance vibe truly shines. I love the armors, as well as the new postures. The pikemen and musketeers look pretty awesome. In battle, there's also an option to have siege engines, though again I could not figure out how to do it. But in battle with another army, they had a trebuchet throwing rocks at my troops, and it looks pretty awesome. Just gonna figure out how to get those myself. And while all of the changes mentioned so far are pretty good, as part of this review, this is all the positive stuff I have to say. So now let's talk about the negatives. The biggest one I think is that the battles are still limited in size to native, which is painful. Here, 2 Kingdom armies clashed 1000 against 1000, and I was hyped to experience this mod in all its glory. But battles are limited to about 100 troops on each side, meaning lots of engagement to clear a battle. And by a lot, I mean over a dozen rounds. Eventually it was taking so long, I ended up just knocking the whole army out just to get it over with. Seriously, this needs to change. At least allow for unlimited waves like Perisno, it would make all the difference in the world. Sieges also didn't change from native at all, with the exception of a major bug. Some castles, the walls were not loaded properly and it led to some ridiculous moments. Look here, there's supposed to be a wall, my troops are going up the ladder and just staying there. Unable to defend the walls, the enemy garrisons is just walking in a big circle. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Wasn't like that in all of the sieges, but still. It's like at best we get native sieges, at worst some buggy messes. As far as Warband goes, troops are somewhat cheap and easy to upgrade, but I haven't seen many spellcasters, so it's like, cool, the mod has magic, but with so few troops even casting spells at all, what's the point? And as far as becoming a ruler goes, it's pretty much what you'd expect. You have the diplomacy mod giving you a treasurer, the constable, and the chancellor for kingdom management, but as far as kingdom management goes, there's nothing else. Even improvements in towns are limited to native improvements. The one thing that seems cool though, via the camp menu, is the ability to customize all of your troops from their names to their gear, and that looks promising. In conclusion, Age of Sword and Sorcery has invested a lot in the solo experience. The addition of magic and potions mixed with guns and other Renaissance weaponry truly makes for a unique Warband experience. However, in the current state, the mod is still limited by the native features, especially when it comes to battles, sieges, and kingdom management. Is this the final version though? No. According to ModDB, this is still early access. However, the last update was November of last year. I don't know if the modder is still working on it, or when another version is gonna come out, but assuming some improvements are brought to battles and sieges, Age of Sword and Sorcery could easily become one of the top mods for Mount & Blade Warband. What do you think of Age of Sword and Sorcery? And what other mods would you recommend I try out? Let me know in the comments, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, I'm Terry Duke, and welcome to my channel. Today I'm looking at a mod for Mount & Blade Warband that is so good, so unique, that I feel a little embarrassed about never having played it before. I'm of course talking about Light and Darkness, Heroes of CALRADIA. As the title suggests, it takes us to CALRADIA, but there's quite a big twist on it. So let's go. Starting the game, the character creation menu is quite different. Rather than choosing a background for yourself, the game will ask you about your personal values. I suspect this shapes somewhat how the game plays out, but it's too early to tell. So in this mod, as the cutscene shows it here, CALRADIA was once conquered by an evil force of darkness, until a hero united the land and liberated it. This hero became the first ruler of the Calradian Empire, which collapsed into rival kingdoms as soon as this hero died. Going to the present, we have more or less the native kingdoms from Warband, but the evil forces have been defeated centuries ago, but much like in Lord of the Rings, they will soon rise again to attack CALRADIA. Our character starts off in the new settlement of Zeldar, a neutral town on the northern Vaegir kingdoms, and we're immediately tasked with hunting down river pirates. From here, I don't want to spoil the story for you, but essentially, your hero will go from helping the locals against bandits to facing pilgrims of the darkness, leading us on a path to finding out just what dangers are coming to CALRADIA, while also making friends along the way. The story is what makes this mod so refreshing from native. While it doesn't take us to a new world, as most total conversions do, the storyline is central to the game. 3 hours into it, and I'm still just following the main quest. And what is really nice about it is that every companion from native makes an appearance with a key role in the story. Borcha, for instance, who was the horse thief in native, got himself arrested after stealing a lord's horse, and you have to bail him out of jail when you need a guide to travel across CALRADIA. Emira is rescued from a group of darkness pilgrims who killed her family, and she begs to tag along. Rolf, who in native is a bandit claiming to be a noble, is now a descendant of the hero that saved CALRADIA, and is looking to save CALRADIA again. We often have exchanges with all of the heroes as the story progresses. It's basically like creating your own Fellowship of the Ring, and the new spin on the characters was actually really well done. For the story-driven nature of the mod alone, this is a hard recommend. Outside of the story though, there's still several cool changes to the game. For starters, you're playing on the CALRADIA map from the original Mount & Blade game, which I don't mind at all, makes traveling a lot less tedious than it used to be. The only downside is the Serenade faction no longer exists. The mod also introduced many features for combat, such as the energy bar. While pressing left alt, we can now sprint at the cost of energy, which regenerates over time. We can also press Y to call our horse back to us in combat. That's pretty neat. On the world map, we can travel faster with the Forced March feature, which costs party morale. This could be pretty useful if your big warband can't catch up to a smaller group, for example. Pretty sure this isn't the only mod to do this, but there is a feature in battles that allows for enemies to surrender when they start losing. This is also very useful instead of running after the last few remaining enemies from across the map. There is some fantasy elements, of course. Throughout the game, we can collect magical orbs, which can be fused into weapons to give bonuses. So far, I've mostly fought humans, but I also fought giant trolls here and there. I've also met a few mysterious characters that use magic in combat. Like I said, this isn't a review of the story itself, so I'm trying to avoid spoilers. Mainly I wanted to talk about this mod because of how nice it is. That said, right now, I only have one main criticism, and it's the grinding nature of the missions themselves. For instance, it happens quite often that in order for the story to progress, we have to hunt bandit groups down. First we have to destroy 20 groups of river pirates, then 10 groups of darkness pilgrims, 10 groups of forest bandits, 10 groups of dark hunters. It's very repetitive. And it doesn't help that sometimes, thanks to native CALRADIA's battle map generator, I often found myself fighting bandit groups over very steep hills. It's annoying as hell. But still, if you're looking at a mod that doesn't take you far away from native, but brings in a rich narrative and some low fantasy elements, then Light and Darkness, Heroes of CALRADIA is for you. You know, I love Warband mods. Whether they take you to a different time period, a different world, or bring new gameplay mechanics, it's no wonder I've spent so much damn time playing Warband. But sometimes, it's nice to play mods that don't take you too far from home. So today we're looking at ambitious mods that still take place in the native world of CALRADIA. Usually when I make these videos, I like to rank the mods based on personal preference, but because many of these mods are very similar to one another, I instead decided to share with you my favorite CALRADIAN mods based on certain categories: best story driven, best improvements, best of different time periods, as well as a few honorable mentions at the end. So let's start with best improvements. In this category I share mods that aim to improve upon native CALRADIA by adding some mods, but don't really do anything to change core native. Generally the factions and the NPCs are more or less the same, and so is the map. Such mods that I personally enjoy include Native New Design, Banner Page, Diplomacy for Let Them Reloaded, and Flores Evolved. Which mod you end up playing will most likely depend on the slightest of changes brought to the mods that you prefer the most. Virtually all of them add diplomacy, the same mod settings for battles, including pre-planning. They pretty much all add new items to the game and revamp the troop trees for the factions to some extent. To really compare these mods and see which you might like the most, I suggest you look at each mod DB page for the full list of features. Each mod has its own article on it. I personally love Native New Design because it lets you be a ruler of an entire faction from the start. The option in Banner Page only gives you one settlement and one vassal. I did love Diplomacy Le Dum in its new sound effects though. It has epic siege towers too. Flores boasts the ability to have players join your battles in single player campaigns, which does sound pretty awesome. But again, when you have several mods attempting to reach the same end, they're all going to be pretty similar. I can't pick one over the other. Up next, let's talk about story-driven mods. Of mods taking place in CALRADIA, I found 3 and they're all pretty good: Asgad, Story of CALRADIA, Evlat, and Light and Darkness, Heroes of CALRADIA. Asgad has you start as the sole survivor of Asgad, a village near Praven. The first part of the story is focused on getting vengeance for the loss of your family at the hands of Krykon, a powerful raider with a large army. In order to track Krykon down, we have to meet a bunch of people and complete more quests, which in turn give us magical weapons. Overall, Asgad is pretty good and leads you to become a lord over time. I don't want to spoil it obviously, but there's a lot of cool segments. My only main criticism is the terrible spelling. Someone knew how to mod, but not how to write. Hey you, can you help me? Sorry, I'm busy. Jesus. A lot of dialogue feels very robotic to say the least, and sometimes it just reads weird. Hurry up, boy! Okay, sir. But honestly, it's the only issue I have. The mod makes a bunch of changes to the game, such as new sound effects, the same as Diplomacy Le Dum, and I love it. And the unique magical weapons that you unlock are pretty awesome too. Evlat has you start as a former adventurer coming out of retirement. You have 2 fully grown children as your companions, which is pretty cool, and all the native companions know you personally and can offer unique quests. The main story is not as engaging as Asgad and Light and Darkness, at least initially, but it will keep you busy for a long time, and the mod offers new weapons and armors, as well as new bandits, new music, and flying carpets. That's right, there are dream sections where you can fly on a carpet and fight enemies. It's surprisingly fun. This mod is pretty awesome, but to know more, you'll have to play it yourself. And finally, Light and Darkness, Heroes of CALRADIA isn't just the best story-driven mod in CALRADIA, it's one of my favorite story-driven mods, period, along with Bones of Ragnvald. Light of Darkness takes you to CALRADIA as it appeared in the first Mount and Blade game. You initially help the town of Zendar fight off bandits, but the story quickly develops into saving CALRADIA from an evil cult. If you want to learn more about the mod, I made a dedicated video not long ago, link in the description. Now, let's talk about time period mods. For these, I mean any mod that takes us to CALRADIA, but at different times than the Middle Ages. So we have Nova Aedas, CALRADIA 1417, and Red Wars. It's not the first video in which I mentioned Nova Aedas. If you're not familiar, this is a mod that takes us to CALRADIA, but during the Renaissance. New scenery, beautiful music, new weapons and armors, but I especially love Nova Aedas because it's one of the few mods that give you several options to rise to power that don't include going to war. Such options include buying up properties and renting them out, learning new trades in the merchant guild, to then open up businesses. And best of all, there's a whole new continent at the edge of the map with an Aztec faction, but also lots of empty lands where you can start colonies, produce goods, and sell them back to CALRADIA. Because of the sheer variety brought by this mod, Nova Aedas is one of my favorite mods, period. But if you like the Renaissance period but aren't interested in all that variety, then I recommend CALRADIA 1417. It's essentially the Renaissance, same time period as Nova Aedas, but without any of the complex management stuff. It's a pretty good mod that distinguishes itself in two main ways: bandit castles and Easter eggs. The bandit castles, or barren keeps, are essentially bandit lairs which can be attacked. Mind you though, the rogue knights guarding them are pretty nasty. I was given the impression that we can keep the castles after taking them, and while technically we can, they don't generate any revenue and can't be used to start a faction. However, if you keep them, you can recruit soldiers or grab goods produced weekly to sell them. So it's cool as a source of mercenaries and goods to sell for a profit, but I just wish we could do more with them. But if there's one thing I really like about the mod though, it's all the Easter eggs. Throughout CALRADIA, you can come upon characters from a wide range of different games, movies, and even history. So far, I've met Duncan the Tall from the Game of Thrones book, we got Priscilla from The Witcher playing in a tavern, I also met Joan of Arc, Boudica, and in one tavern, if you look through the slightly open door, you can catch Cersei and Jaime from Game of Thrones just having a good time. On the world map, we also have the destroyed town of Xandar. If you talk to someone inside, the story they tell about fighting off river pirates is a direct reference to Light and Darkness, though Xandar itself was also the starting point in the first Mount & Blade game. To recap, I prefer Nova Aedas personally, but if you don't like the extra layers of management, CALRADIA 1417 might just suit you better. And then we have Red Wars. This mod takes us to CALRADIA in the 1920s. The mod strongly emphasizes the radical political movements around the time of World War I with fascists and communist states. So the scenery is quite amazing, and because it's the 1920s, we don't really have armor anymore, it's mostly uniforms and suits. Swords are replaced with firearms, from handguns to machine guns. Overall, the mod is pretty good, the only problem is, it was never finished. Some scenery is still native CALRADIA, which makes sieges very unbalanced. And in battles, because the guns are very accurate, it makes more sense to line up your troops far away from the enemy and just exchange fire. This actually makes the battles painfully slow. But still, using guns is pretty good and the uniforms are pretty neat. And so are the giant statues of Lenin. I ain't complaining, this mod is pretty cool. And that leaves us with a few honorable mentions, mods that don't stand in any given category. For starters, we have Explorer. Explorer is Warband with one major difference: there is no world map to travel onto. This means as an adventurer, you're supposed to physically travel across CALRADIA to get anywhere. This effectively makes the game steer away from its usual gameplay mechanics to instead focus solely on the traveling. CALRADIA is split into many sections. Through each, you will come across peasants, caravans, and warbands, as well as bandits. And bandits give no warning, they just attack. To make traveling easier, the mod comes with the Raven feature, similar to Assassin's Creed's Valhalla. It allows you to travel much faster. So for what the mod intended to do, it's actually very well done. But it's not my own taste personally. I find the traveling to be very grindy, but it might just be an experimental mod worth trying, just for fun. Fantasy CALRADIA is just that, it's a mod that adds fantasy to CALRADIA. Bandits are largely replaced by non-human species like ghouls and orcs. Faction troop trees have been revamped to include spellcasters, and you yourself can also fight using spells. The mod certainly makes for quite the visual spectacle when you got magicians in open battles, but outside of that, the mod doesn't do much. As far as fantasy mod goes, there are plenty I find better, but I'd give credit to Fantasy CALRADIA as a good mod to start playing fantasy mods. It's a good introduction, basically. And for the perverts among you, you can always play Diplomacy. This mod is much smaller to previously mentioned mods in that it adds a bunch of sub-mods to native CALRADIA, but there are two distinct additions. The first one being a repolished map. CALRADIA never looked so good. But as the title suggests, this mod's main thing is not safe for work. You can hook up with lords, ransom people in taverns, you can even pimp your companions, and you'll be treated to some graphic scenes which, no, I will not show. Go see for yourself if you want to. Today we're taking a look at Age of Arthur. This is an ambitious Warband mod that was recommended to me several times in the comments of my videos. So, is it any good? If you enjoy the content, feel free to support the channel with a like and subscribe, I truly appreciate it. Now let's go! Starting a new game, it becomes very apparent what this mod aims to do. First thing we notice, this is like 90% of the map of Brytenwalda. In fact, the mod page states that this mod takes place 150 years before Brytenwalda. So, to talk about Age of Arthur, we first need to talk a bit about Brytenwalda, the mod Age of Arthur is based on. And if you're not familiar with this mod, oh man. To sum it up, this is arguably one of the best mods in Warband. Brytenwalda took us to the Dark Ages in the UK. It has tons of features designed to make the game hardcore, such as passive bleeding in battles, injuries that can permanently lower your stats, stamina, and breakable weapons. But most memorably for me, it redid the entire siege mechanics by making it possible to starve castles out rather than assault them. It was so good, in fact, that the modders teamed up with the Warband developers to release a paid DLC, Viking Conquest. So it becomes evident that any mod that uses Brytenwalda as a canvas, like Age of Arthur right here, should be pretty awesome, right? Well, yeah, and no. It really depends on what features you add, what features you keep, and which one you remove. First, the map. Like I said, it's virtually the same, with the exception of northern France. Though to be honest, the British Isles made for quite a huge map as it is, so I don't think adding France was necessary. In the mod settings, we can find most of the settings from Brytenwalda, like bleeding and stamina. So far so good, but broadly speaking, here's how Age of Arthur changes from Brytenwalda. First, there's magic. There is an option to enable magic in the game, but I'm not big on magic, so it won't impact me. But even without enabling it, you will come upon witches in certain missions that use fire spells. Speaking of missions, there's a unique storyline. As the name of the mod suggests, King Arthur as well as Merlin and the Knights of the Round Table are all in the mod. In fact, King Arthur and the Kingdom of Camelot are in the thick of it, in southern England. You can interact with all of the characters and occasionally get unique quests and items from them. There's also new quests as a whole. Lords, ladies, villages, there's a whole bunch of unique quests to do. It definitely gives Brytenwalda a breath of fresh air. What I do like though, is the mod puts a lot of emphasis on culture and religion. Much like in Brytenwalda, you can either be a Christian or a pagan, but the mod improved upon this by tying the religions to certain cultures. If you're a Christian, going into pagan areas, you won't be welcomed, and vice versa. There's also more religious spots on each side, both churches and pagan sites. If you were to pillage a pagan site using pagan troops, they will lose morale and disapprove of your actions. If you do it with Christian troops, they will approve of your actions and gain morale. And Christian lords will praise you for building churches on top of pagan sites. Some lords will also lose relations with you from the start if you come from a different culture. Selecting foreigner as a culture in character creation puts you as a Roman, and people will comment on it upon meeting you. This is a nice addition to the game, showing that wars can be fought not just between factions, but between religions. There's also a lot of work put into the sea gameplay. While Brytenwalda introduced seafaring and ship battles, Age of Arthur allows you to build ships of different sizes using different materials. You can also own several ships, making it a fleet. The game also brought in a feature from 1257 AD, that of building your own villages, which can then turn into towns. This can be a way of starting a faction without even going to war with anybody. It also added the possibility of having children, dying yourself, and then playing as one of your children. Battle-wise, this is pretty much the same as Brytenwalda, with a strong emphasis on shield wall warfare. However, decapitations are on a whole new level. Whoa! But the mod isn't perfect. My first criticism is the generally unclear way in which you have to complete quests. For instance, one of the biggest quests involves a fight with Queen Mob. After the first fight, you're prompted to seek out Merlin, but Merlin does not appear in the list of characters. It's only when I looked up online that I found out I have to first find the Kingdom of Camelot, King Arthur, then wait for him to go inside a town or castle, and Merlin will be chilling in the hall. To defeat Mob, we have to find a whole bunch of relics, but again, the directions are pretty damn vague sometimes. Thankfully there's a complete guide on how to find the relics online, but the fact that I have to follow it all should be a sign that it's not super clear. And honestly, given how ambitious this mod is, hearing the native music is really lame. Like, come on, even Brytenwalda just removed it. But my biggest criticism is the siege mod. They did do a few cool tweaks. For some events like ambushing the garrison, you have to lead the ambush yourself. The siege camp scenery has also been redone. Neat. There's just two big problems. First off, the mod reset castle and town's food stores to their native capacity. In Brytenwalda, it was possible to starve garrisons out because they only had like 2 weeks worth of food at most, but in Age of Arthur, it's well over 3 months of food, so even after encircling a town, burning the farms and destroying parts of their food, they still had like 50 days worth of food and refused to surrender. This simple change essentially rendered the whole siege planning mechanic useless. And it wasn't just one castle, I besieged several and they all had 100 days worth of supplies. Why on earth would you set it this way? And depending on which castle you attack, prepping for an assault has also been improved by using a battering ram to attack the castle through the main gate. To be honest, I'm happy not to be stuck on ladders for half an hour, but again there's a few problems. The pathfinding is a mess for the troops. On one occasion, some archers spawned on the walls, but there was no actual means to get on the wall, so my troops got stuck in front of the wall trying to get to the archers instead of charging through the gate. On another occasion, enemy troops were chilling on the side of some stairs instead of going up. My troops were staying on the stairs, staring at the enemy, until they were all killed by archers. So, Age of Arthur is a bit of a mixed bag. I'm glad they attempted to bring a storyline to Brytenwalda by adding the legend of King Arthur. It's a very good match. The new layer of culture and religion is also very cool, but at the same time, don't fix it if it ain't broken. They completely screwed up the siege mechanic, which was the main thing I loved so much about Brytenwalda in the first place. But assuming you never really cared about that, I'd say Age of Arthur is actually really good. Basically Brytenwalda with a story, some magic, and a whole bunch of new features like having children. If you're looking for a refreshed Brytenwalda, Age of Arthur is for you. Hello everyone, I'm Terry Duke, and welcome to my channel. Ever since I first released my first Warband mod video, I've been swarmed with requests to try others. As a result, I made 2 more mod videos and then another one where I basically ranked all of the mods I had played so far based on certain categories. But even then, the suggestions did not stop. I ended up doing 3 individual reviews of certain mods, as well as a CALRADIA edition. But even so, there are still recommendations that I missed. So basically, I went through all of my videos' comment sections, and I looked for all of the suggestions I might have missed, and finally, I have enough recommendations to do a favorite mod videos part 4. Now let's do this. For the first one, I'll be honest, this one will probably need its own review. I can't say yet if it's good or bad because I got overwhelmed just trying to play it. This is Tainted Paths. For starters, it's undeniable that this mod is very ambitious. The map not only covers Europe, Asia, and North Africa, but also offers to play in different time periods, either the Middle Ages or the Renaissance, or mixed, apparently. But starting the mod, it immediately got confusing, as you have little choice to customize your character before you're thrown into a battle I'm guessing you're supposed to lose. And already the mod shows one of its biggest features, the new strategy menu. With this menu, it's possible to give very specific orders to very specific sets of troops. You could tell the heavy cavalry, for example, to target the enemy archers specifically, while telling your archers to attack the light infantry specifically. It seems interesting, but it's also very confusing. There's a steep learning curve ahead, for sure. Besides that, the game has a central quest in which I'm supposed to look for my sister after her village was burned down, but by now it's almost impossible to progress in the mod without immediately coming upon a change that's confusing. This is a town menu whenever you enter a town. Each part of the town can be visited separately, and there's way more to explore, but for what purpose? I'm not sure yet. There's a fighting ring somewhere where you can bet on NPCs, but going into the arena not only throws you straight into a tournament, but people are bringing in lethal weapons. Jesus! I'm also very confused with the party size. 40,000 in party size? It clearly doesn't work like that, but I'm also confused as to why my 10 soldiers are named armies, and NPC parties have thousands of troops. What is going on? I would love to learn more about this mod, but unfortunately the time it demands for me to learn it is just not in my time budget for this video. From what I can see so far, there's new battle mechanics and a lot more management stuff. If that sounds like something you'd like, the links to all the mods are in the description. The next mod is pretty good, but its biggest appeal is unfortunately lost on me. This is Skyrim Civil War. As the title suggests, this mod is a total conversion for Skyrim. Turns out it was taken down for copyright, but a Google Drive link for the mod still exists. So, we have the map of Skyrim as well as the factions and the weapons. While it strikes me as a pretty solid mod, at least visually, this is where I confess that I've had Skyrim in my library for over 2 years now and still haven't played it. So yeah, most of the appeal is lost on me. Are these characters from the game? How should I know? I do know that Skyrim lets you play as different races than human, and while the mod doesn't give you that option, you can buy certain armors that essentially give you the look of certain species, so there's that. and a lot of work went into the scenery, at least for the main towns. Does this look close to the original? No clue. But besides all that, there's really nothing much to say about this mod. It did a pretty good job of bringing the world of Skyrim to life, but there's virtually no change to the gameplay, no new quests that I found, tournaments are the same. But hey, if you like Skyrim, you might just like this mod. Let's move on to Hispania 1200. As the name suggests, this mod takes us to Spain and Portugal in the Middle Ages. The countries are torn between several Christian kingdoms in the north and a Muslim caliphate in the south. I was suspecting the mod to be fairly small, but props to the modders. Much like Brytenwalda, once you enlarge a country, you can definitely include a lot of settlements. The map is actually huge. Much like 1257 AD, this mod allows you to start as a king of any of those factions, so I chose the Kingdom of Castile, which is dead center, and I went straight to war against the Muslims, cause that's just what I do. Some cool things about the mod that I noticed was the over-the-top death sound effects. And the ability via the camp menu to basically talk to any lord even if you're not close to them. This is actually very useful, and I wish other mods would implement this. The mod brought new castle sceneries, and it certainly gives the game a feeling of wonder. Seriously, these castle designs are pretty impressive, and much like Gekokujo and In the Name of Jerusalem, siege mechanics are designed so that you don't spend the whole assault on a single choke point. Many castles actually have several layers of walls and defenses to get through, which is pretty cool. But broadly speaking, that's all there is to it. In terms of kingdom management, this is pretty much native. Diplomacy isn't implemented, so you can't hire extra staff members. There's a few new items, but I don't find them all that impressive, at least compared to native. So to recap, Hispania 1200 is pretty cool if you love this part of Spanish history. It's definitely immersive, and the ability to start as a ruler is always welcomed. But it doesn't really change anything to core native mechanics. Most of the changes are surface level. It's a good mod, but a light one. Next up, 180 euros. This mod is based on the old Chinese novel Water Margin, of which I confess I know nothing about. So the mod takes us to feudal China, torn by several factions. It's got almost everything you would hope for in such a mod, cool Chinese armors and weapons, as well as scenery. For the most part, most towns still have native scenery however. In the mod, there is a strong emphasis on the 180 heroes, which are new companions. These companions will bring some new benefits, like the ability to build a better camp for instance. Bandits groups are also much larger and have been revamped with new weapons and armors. The Sea Raiders, for example, are way tougher in this mod. But besides all that, the main focus of the mod is in the battle mechanics. There is an option to challenge an opponent to a duel at the beginning. These are pretty cool, but also get repetitive. Bandit parties have leaders though, and they're pretty tough, so some duels can be challenging. There's also a strong emphasis on morale, as the mod tells you constantly the current morale of your army, which is affected by casualties, though I don't know that it's that much different from native. This mod also comes with the rage feature, which works as follows. When you fight, the rage bar fills up, at which point you can toggle rage. You'll start shining, and I'm guessing the stats are temporarily increased. Enemies and companions will do it as well. And like in the Light and Darkness mod, enemies will surrender when they are losing, which is just so convenient instead of running all over the map to catch up to them. There is a unique quest to the mod, which mostly comprises of fighting some bandits, challenging some lords to a duel, as well as mind reading apparently. Wasn't the most engaging storyline though, the bad spelling certainly doesn't help. But anyway, if you're looking for a cool Chinese mod with a central quest and a few cool additions to combat, 180 euros will do the trick. Next up, a very pleasant surprise, 16th century. This mod takes us to planet Earth, and I have to say planet Earth because the map virtually covers all of it, from the American coast to Europe, Africa, and Asia. It's actually quite impressive how they managed to make the map so ambitious, and the effort went into the scenery and accessories as well, whether you're in Japan, France, or hanging out with the Aztecs. Virtually all factions bring in their own weapons, so you can just as easily be a samurai as you can be a conquistador. I was so impressed with the variety, I essentially spent the first hour of gameplay just exploring the world. Gameplay-wise though, it's about what you'd expect. Being set in the 16th century, we have guns. They're all fairly accurate, making them worthwhile, from muskets to double-barrel handguns. Neat. We even have some moderately powerful grenades. And with this, each faction come with their own gunner troops, and firing volleys are about as satisfying as you could hope for. Broadly speaking though, that's pretty much it. Sieges are still native, and battles are limited to native battle size unless you change it yourself with the battle sizer tool. One thing I like though, and I wish mods would add this more often, it's the ability to give money to villages to improve relations. Every time you improve relations, you get the option to recruit again. So you could technically get an entire warband from a single village, provided you have a lot of money. The downsides for the mod are minor, but nonetheless annoying. The main one is, markets are not optimized to sell culture-specific items. Going to Japan, you're just as likely to find a samurai suit of armor as some modern European knight armor. You might not even find katanas, you could get bastard swords instead. Same goes in Europe, items are very randomized, and typically, some of the top items are just way too expensive. Look at this one. Jesus! But in the end, 16th Century is basically a late Renaissance mod that covers all popular cultures of the time, and is one of the few mods that essentially makes it possible to conquer the entire world. Will you build a new world order? This one was also a nice surprise, Adventure in the East. This mod takes us to the early 600s, as the Roman Empire is about to be torn apart and powers in the Middle East are rising to challenge it. So the mod is very much set in the Middle East, with the Mediterranean Sea and the Black Sea on either side of the main land area. What I like about this mod though is that it offers a main story campaign instead of just the usual sandbox. In the story, your character essentially starts from nothing, but will soon start serving the local rulers and their plots to domination. These quests can be ignored as you wish though. For instance, I was asked on 2 occasions to attack Jewish caravans and refused both times, but following the story will ensure you get companions, level up, and eventually rise to power. And because it's the Middle East in the 600s, a lot of new gear for all the factions, as would be expected. In terms of mechanics though, there aren't many changes. One noticeable change is the possibility of rebellion starting in certain factions, which is interesting. But if you like this time period, or broadly the Middle East, and will enjoy a mod with a story to guide you, Adventure in the East is definitely worth a try. Similarly to Adventure in the East, here's Crusades and Jihads. Now, there's no shortage of mods centered on the Crusades, notably In the Name of Jerusalem as well as 1257 AD, which does cover the Holy Land as part of the broader content. Crusades and Jihads feels like Crusades made simpler, but nonetheless fun. The map is very similar to that of Adventure in the East. Also points for the music, it's real catchy. Also, like Adventure in the East, you have the option to do a story campaign rather than just sandbox. I would not say the story itself is particularly engaging, but it does have some pretty cool missions, which include infiltrating a town to sabotage the armory, then making your escape. In terms of battles, this is pretty much same old. There's some slight change in fighting animations that take getting used to, and some settings were imported from Brytenwalda, such as bleeding and decapitation. Besides that, just make sure to configure Warband as shown in the loading menu, cause otherwise this mod is really laggy. But overall, Crusades and Jihad is a pretty solid mod, definite recommend. And finally, my favorite mod for this new batch is also the hardest to pronounce, Suvarnabhumi Mahayuth. This mod takes us to Southeast Asia in the 16th century. The map covers Malaysia, as well as Thailand, Cambodia, and Vietnam. Malaysia at the time is currently split between the Spanish colony and the Caliphate in the south. So in addition to featuring Southeast Asian cultures, the mod also brings European and Muslim-style weapons and armors. As far as mod goes, this one is about as good as you would expect. Very immersive for the place and time period in every way. Guns are, as usual, a lot of fun. Bandits have a lot of variety, from rogue conquistadors to Japanese wacko pirates. I think the most impressive part about the mod though is the addition of war elephants. I've seen elephants in other mods, but this one managed it pretty good. For starters, they are way bigger, and they run over enemies with ease. It also makes seeing elephants charging at your line very unnerving. But between all of that, this mod effectively took a fascinating time period and place that really doesn't get enough attention, and succeeded in making it immersive and awesome to play. Of all the mods I've played, it was the most straightforward, but also the best made, and not too buggy either. My only issue is that I struggle to pronounce its name. For several months now, I've been getting requests to review all kinds of mods from Warband, but one mod that has been recommended to me several times and that I never tried until now is Viking Conquest. And the reason is that Viking Conquest is not technically a mod, it's a paid DLC. So for this video, I decided to actually buy Viking Conquest and play it for some time so I can tell you whether this is worth it or not. Now, let's head into the review. So going to Warband's store page on Steam, we can see the Viking Conquest DLC. It costs about 17 Canadian dollars compared to Warband's $22. So at full price, that's almost buying Warband all over again. But what do you get out of it? Well, Viking Conquest isn't just some random DLC, it was actually made in collaboration between Tellworlds and the modders behind Brytenwalda. Now, if you've seen my previous videos, you know Brytenwalda is one of my favorite Warband mods of all time. It's set in the UK during the Dark Ages, it adds tons of features meant to make the game more realistic and significantly more challenging. It's also one of the most known mods from Warband, and a few other mods proudly used Brytenwalda as a canvas to do their own thing. So Viking Conquest isn't something we see often in any game. This is basically what happens when a game's developer offers full technical support to a modding team to take their mod to the next level. So naturally, as I review Viking Conquest, I will be comparing it to its spiritual predecessor, Brytenwalda. On the surface, we get a few noticeable changes. Viking Conquest takes us not just to the UK, but also the coast of the Netherlands, Denmark, and Norway. So while it retains most of the map from Brytenwalda, as the title suggests, we also get some Norse factions with the proper gear that goes with it. The DLC also comes with slightly more polished graphics. The map is better detailed, as is the water texture. We get new skins for characters as well as dynamic hair, and a new weather system as well, which is pretty neat. Viking Conquest tends to be better looking than your average mod. Other than that, most features from Brytenwalda can also be found in Viking Conquest. We have similar shield wall tactics, troop trees have been revamped but are largely the same, and many mechanics are also available, such as stamina, bleeding, and wounds. Broadly speaking though, Viking Conquest has two main selling points, sea gameplay and an ambitious story mode. Let's first talk about sea battles. Brytenwalda had them, but it wasn't great. Viking Conquest improved upon the mechanics by making them far more stable. It's now possible to sail your ship in battle, changing directions, dropping down the sail, and boarding enemies. But for all of its appeal, I didn't find it all that great. For starters, it's not inherently better to fight at sea than fighting on land. It's more chaotic in nature as you struggle to coordinate your ships, but at least on land, you can take advantage of the terrain, and generally speaking, you can field a lot more troops and have far more decisive battles. But also, buying ships and repairing them is so expensive that the whole feature is barely accessible at all. Not only are ships expensive, but their capacity is limited, meaning you need several of them to travel with your whole warband. Thankfully, the game also adds the quarter feature, which can be used to leave troops on land without disbanding them when you need to travel by sea, but that also means that you travel with a limited amount of troops and sea battles can be far more dangerous. So ultimately, sea battles aren't that cool and most of the time they're too expensive to even experience at their fullest. The other main selling point is the story. I don't want to spoil it, but I'll say for me it was okay. What's really cool about the story mode is that you make a lot of choices throughout quests that will take the story in slightly different directions. And as in other story-driven mods, the story involves your companions a lot, and your relationship with them will impact how the story unfolds as well. So, in terms of story-driven mod, it's definitely one of the strongest, better written stories you can experience in Warband. And having multiple endings to many quests mean there's a lot of replay value as well. That said, the story in of itself wasn't like super awesome or anything. The premise is decent, it involves a lot of historical events which you get to witness, but the ending for the character was a big meh. It was predictable, and ultimately unsatisfying for me personally. So, we have a DLC that slightly improves upon an already great mod, but seafaring is okay at best, too expensive at worst, and a unique story that will keep you engaged for a solid 15 hours, but may not be satisfying. So the ultimate question is Viking Conquest worth it? To me, it depends on what you compare it to. If you compare it to native Warband, Viking Conquest is a massive upgrade. Virtually everything is improved, from battle tactics, battle size, kingdom management, introduction of sea battles, a story mode campaign, improved visuals, new items, new factions. So yeah, it adds a lot. But if you compare it to the countless mods we can get for free, that $18 price tag becomes very hard to justify. In fact, comparing it side to side with Brytenwalda, what more do we get from Viking Conquest? Besides the story mode, better sea battles, and Norse factions, the changes brought to Viking Conquest are subtle. How about being able to bang your shield with your army? That's cool, I guess. The siege gameplay, which is one of my favorite things from Brytenwalda, is still there and largely the same. The main difference I noticed is that defending the siege camp is much better. In Brytenwalda, there was an issue with reinforcements, and these battles could take forever. In Viking Conquest, the siege camp is located on top of a hill with a single entry point which can be defended effectively against larger forces. These battles are much bigger and are done much faster, so that's great. On a different note, Viking Conquest has a completely new soundtrack, which is definitely better than Brytenwalda's Dark Ages vibe. The soundtrack though is very short and gets repetitive. Another point for Viking Conquest, it's far more stable. Must be one of the perks of having full technical support from the developer. Viking Conquest did not have any bugs, the only crashes I had was from setting battle size past what the game can handle. What I really hate though is how difficult Viking Conquest has made it to recruit and upgrade troops. It's stupidly hard. Firstly, you can't just get the recruiting option from the village menu. For every single village you go to, you have to directly ask the village leader permission to recruit volunteers. And virtually every time, the only way to guarantee their approval is to bribe them with 500 dinars. So every village has a fee of 500 before you even start recruiting. Great. Also, if you have Scenic View turned on in the settings, you need to physically go to the village to find the leader to start talking to him, for every village. There's also an option to recruit troops from castles and towns, but you need at least 150 renowned, and you need a relationship of 5 with the ruling lord, which you can accomplish by either doing tasks for them, or bribing them with jewelry, which is very expensive. Compare that to Brytenwalda, and you can just go to any village and start recruiting. That's it. There was an option to give money to the village, but that was optional, and giving money actually improved your relation with the village, which meant you could do it several times to recruit more, and as the relation keeps improving, you get more better recruits. To me, this is a perfect example of fixing something that wasn't even broken, and it became painfully clear during my story mode when I had to recruit more soldiers because they kept dying in a siege. The whole process was painfully slow, I would barely get any recruits from villages at all, and the cost was ridiculous. Now granted, I started a sandbox campaign and reduced the difficulty for recruiting and upgrading, and I noticed a difference. But even then, the way to recruit in Brytenwalda was perfectly fine. Why make it more difficult for no reason, and then put a price tag behind it? And those are the main differences between Brytenwalda and Viking Conquest. So once again I ask, is Viking Conquest worth it? And my answer is, not really. From native to Viking Conquest, it's a massive upgrade for sure, but from free Brytenwalda and countless other mods to a glorified mod that costs nearly as much as the base game, it's a very stable total conversion that brings a story mod and sea battles, but neither are big enough deals for me personally to pay $18 for it when there's so many other options for free. I spent hundreds of hours playing free mods that gave me unique experiences, and going back to them after playing Viking Conquest, I don't think I'm gonna find these free mods to lack in anything that Viking Conquest provided exclusively. Does that mean you should not buy the DLC at all? Well, there is a reason for me personally that I think if you can afford it, you should still consider it. And simply put, it's to support the modders. If there's one thing working on my YouTube channel made me realize, is that there's a huge community of passionate gamers who take the time to make mods for games with no other intention than to bring a new experience to players. Developers have an incentive to make games, they sell them, but 99% of modders never get paid for all the work they put into creating amazing mods. Brytenwalda without a doubt took a lot of time to make, and I spent at least 300 hours playing it. I'm glad they were able to team up with Tailworlds to turn Brytenwalda into something even bigger. So to me, buying Viking Conquest is my way to show support. I may not find its changes are worth the price, but it's nonetheless an improvement upon Brytenwalda, so I doubt I'll be going back to it when I now have Viking Conquest. And ideally, I think we should all make an effort to show more appreciation to modders. That's why some of them have Patreon pages, or why Nexus Mods has an option to send tips. The only thing that bothers me is I want my money spent on Viking Conquest to go predominantly to the modders. But a few years ago, they had an AMA on Reddit and someone asked them if they were making money from the sale of the DLC, to which they replied that they could not share that information. So whether or not I'm supporting them as much as I want by buying the DLC, I'll never know for sure. So to recap, if you're hoping for a mod that's way up there compared to other mods, I don't think Viking Conquest really offers that, and I don't think the price is worth it. When on sale though, it's definitely more reasonable. If, however, you loved Brytenwalda and want to experience it on a higher level, while simultaneously supporting the modders for all their hard work, then I can't think of a better way than to buy Viking Conquest. Today we're looking at a mysterious mod from Warband which can be found neither on the ModDB page nor on the Steam Workshop. The mod is called Sparta, and from what I've been told, the fans of the mod have complained so much about how difficult it was to play this mod that it led to a big clash with the modder who decided to remove it altogether. So while the official links for the mods no longer exist, you can still find a version of it online if you're persistent enough. And I wasn't just about to ignore this mod. I want to know, is it really that hard? Sparta, as the title suggests, takes us to ancient Greece, with all of the historical city-states of the time, including the well-known Athens and Sparta. Right off the bat, the mod is very impressive visually. The scenery is simply beautiful, the music is spot on, and the armors are really badass. The mod is specifically set during the historical Peloponnesian War, which was a war fought between Sparta, Athens, and their respective allies. In fact, the mod relies heavily on history, not just for the factions, but also the fighting style and tactics of the time. So, if you ever wanted to try out the phalanx formation in Warband, look no further. This looks amazing. I also love how the blocking animation was changed to fit the formation. This also means melee fighting is largely focused around fighting with a spear. It is the primary weapon for most units. The fighting mechanics are one of the first hints on the mod's difficulty. All you can really do with a spear is thrust. Instinctively I wanted to switch to the sword, but swords are also historically short, which makes it difficult against other troops with spears, as they have a reach advantage. This also means cavalry as a unit is really not the main focus in this mod. Most fights are fought on foot. Archers are also largely replaced by slingers and peltasts, which are devastating at close range. So broadly speaking, if you love the time period, I'd say this mod is as immersive as it can be. In addition to the visuals, the mod also adds Freelancer, some extra layers of kingdom management, as well as sea battles, although I'll come back to those. But let's actually talk about the difficulty. Is this mod really as hard as people pointed out? Well, yes. The first thing people pointed out is that the game starts with a lot of large bandit groups, which, yes, as you can see here, you really have to be careful in early game. But also, the bandits are stupidly powerful in this mod. First thing I noticed, the AI is much smarter. They are advancing in phalanx instead of randomly charging like looters. This is a recurrent theme. Not only are bandit groups large, they are actually very disciplined. And they are also very overpowered. Even as I chose to cheat and get myself a lot of soldiers, I would outnumber bandits by over 100 men and still have massive casualties. Now, you might be thinking just go in the options and reduce damage taken, but the mod doesn't let you do that. If you change it, it resets itself automatically. That's both for you and your troops. So a lot of times, having a lot of troops doesn't matter. This also means you can get insta-killed, as happened to me several times. Even with the heaviest set of armor, the damage taken is huge. So early game in Sparta is very difficult. You could be killed with a single blow, and bandit groups are large and numerous. But there's also a lot of smaller ways in which the mod is made difficult. Recruits are fairly available and cheap, but they also come with very low skills and gear. There is no trainer perk, so there's no way for troops to passively gain XP outside of battles. The size of parties and garrisons have also been increased drastically, meaning you'll need a lot of troops to get anything done. Even the engineer perk has been reduced. At 7 points in engineering, it still takes me more than a day to set up ladders in a siege. Can't imagine how long it would take if I had no skills at all. So basically, you take a mod that removes the ability to reduce damage in the menu, makes bandits far more numerous and smart, make armors crazy expensive, new recruits very weak and increase party size to the extreme, and you basically get Sparta. Yes, it's a very difficult mod, and not, I think, in a good way. The mod does warn that it's for veteran Warband players, but here's the thing. Why hide an amazing mod set in a fascinating time period behind a layer of extreme difficulty? You could say mods like Brytenwalda do the same by adding permanent wounds and such, but at least these options can be disabled for anybody that doesn't want a punishing experience. So I understand why people criticize Sparta for not making these changes optional as well. That's not to say that the mod would be perfect otherwise, because there are still some issues. Mostly stability. The modder provided a guide on how to set the graphics to avoid crashes, but I still had several of them. No one is safe from the occasional crash, I suspect. But also, because armies are huge, so are battles, and while the phalanx looks amazing, the battles themselves are fairly slow as a result. Troops stay in formation and just advance on one another. You could set the battle size higher to make battles go faster, but even in a battle that involves thousands of troops, it will still be very grindy. It doesn't help that battle maps are often too big, and the terrain very uneven. We're talking about a mod focused on the phalanx, right? Greeks fought on flat terrain, so I feel annoyed at the frequent steep hills. The same goes for sea battles. I think it's really cool that the mod has a scenery for sea battles with all the ships stuck into one another. However, the maximum spawn amount is 40 troops on each side. So 400 against 400? That's 10 rounds of fighting the same fight. It's grindy as hell. Props to sieges though that feel more like Gekokujo and Hispania 1200. Several layers of defense, sometimes without a wall defense at all, just charging into the streets. I'll take sieges like that any day. So to conclude, Sparta is a fairly cool mod with its pros and cons, and yes, it probably is one of the most difficult mods to be found on Warband. If that's your thing, definitely recommend. If you like ancient Greece, this is also very immersive, but like any mods, there's flaws to be expected. You read the title, you know what it's about. The Reckoning is a post-apocalyptic mod for Warband released back in 2015. It also happens to be a mod that people in the comments have recommended to me several times, so here we are at last to see just how well zombies and Warband merge together. Right off the bat, I love the vibe, very Last of Us-ish. The game has you start as a survivor on the open road, which is where we meet our first zombie. They're kinda scary in a limited capacity sort of way, but following a brief encounter with some other survivor, we finally take a look at a map which, wow, this is based off CALRADIA, but everything changed. We got highways, skyscrapers, shipwrecks. It's pretty interesting. So the Reckoning takes a very different approach from your typical Warband mod. While you can still create your own Warband and do lots of things, a big emphasis of the game is scavenging. As said in the description on ModDB, there are no longer villages, only points of interest. These range from abandoned settlements to isolated areas and shipwrecks. In these areas, you fight off zombies and find supplies. The supplies can then be traded in towns for food, gear, and weapons. Speaking of weapons, this is obviously a gun mod and works about as well as you'd expect, which is to say, it's alright. The big difference I've noticed though is that unlike basically any mod, where ammo is something that replenishes after every fight, bullets in the Reckoning are permanent consumption. If you fire your bullets, they're gone, and you need to buy new ones. That's not to say zombies need bullets to be killed. In fact, zombies are probably the lamest part of this mod. While animations, textures, and sounds are pretty good, it's still zombies. There's generally not many of them, and they only attack when you get really close, which makes it easy to pick them apart. What is definitely more scary though is humans. They do have guns, and they're pretty dangerous, ranging from maniacs to cannibals to Nazis. Yeah, Nazis, because of course. However, as also stated by the ModDB page, battles are very different. Maps are selected from certain presets instead of being generated randomly, and NPCs will actively seek cover. Which, honestly, that's awesome and really well done. The mod also boasts vehicles, where limitations become a bit more obvious, and even on dead elephants, though my experience was limited. And of course, lots of impressive scenery. Shanty towns, hanged corpses, some of them serving as garrison apparently, and overall just post-apocalyptic vibe everywhere. And the mod legit has some pretty immersive moments, like this area near a cruiser, with the sunset and the music. It truly made for an immersive experience. However, while the mod is pretty bold, there's not much else to it. The scavenging gets repetitive, it's also difficult to tell which fief is an actual castle or town, and which one is a point of interest. And once you get past the zombies, there's just not much else to it. However, that's not the end for the Reckoning. While the mod hasn't been updated since 2015, another modder took it upon himself to make a new version called The Reckoning, the Third Stage, which is set 15 years after the Reckoning. On the surface, we have the same vibe, though the music is way more hardcore, with heavy metal and stuff. And generally, the map saw a lot of improvements. There's even more factions, as well as tons of Walking Dead Easter eggs, like many characters from the show appearing as companions, and even the town of Woodbury as a faction ruled by none other than the Governor. But of course, as hinted on ModDB, the main addition of this game is all the new weapons and vehicles. This mod isn't messing around. First, I started by getting a Harley. While it doesn't make any sound, riding around the battlefield while swinging an axe is pretty fun. The chopper though, well, it's bold, but yeah. What really appealed to me though was the addition of tanks. I haven't really seen tanks much in Warband, so I was curious. And the mod makes it real easy. You just need 5,000 dinars, you go to any town and you have the option to recruit. That's it. And whoa, it's actually pretty realistic. Damn, those are nasty hits. Yeah, okay, not so realistic after all. But that's just one tank though. Huh. I mean, honestly, it really improved a lot on top of the original Reckoning. I even went as far as assaulting a fortress, but that's not really balanced to say the least. And that leaves us with the Reckoning, the New Beginning, which is set 100 years after the original. The modder for this one though chose to start from scratch to add his own features, so a lot of the messy feel from the two previous mods are largely gone. The world map is much prettier in fact, and brought back native fief names, though now they are large urban centers. And I mean large. Look at this scenery. However, literally the first thing to happen when I get on the map is get attacked by a swarm of zombies, and damn, they are not the same. These ones can run, they're mutants, and they hit hard. This happened a couple of times. There are massive swarms everywhere. I found a zombie lair and thought to myself, hey, I'm alone, I'm level 1, proportionally there won't be many zombies. I can do this. Well, hot damn, I can't even kill this top half of a corpse. Jesus, they're tough. Eventually I chose to cheat, get myself some troops and better gear, and things got a little better. But damn, these swarms are still dangerous as hell. That's also where I noticed some giant mutants, and they don't mess around either. Some of them have miniguns though, damn! I managed to grab one of them and holy sh**. If only they didn't fire so fast, that'd be awesome! You might think I'm just going through this mod too fast, but you're almost experiencing in real time right now. It's just that insane. In fact, a lot of people complain about it. Zombies are too powerful, too numerous, things are too expensive, and guns are virtually non-existent from stores. Only way I could progress is by cheating, and even then, it gets ridiculous. But in conclusion, these are the zombie mods for Warband. The Reckoning was very creative, and I praise it for trying to take Warband in a very different direction. It even had the Resident Evil camera angle, which really changes the whole vibe of the game. Unfortunately, it wasn't completed because as soon as you aim your gun, it takes you to regular camera, but that would have been very memorable. Overall, it's a testament to how far mods can go. However, you're better off playing the third stage, as it adds a lot more things and fixes plenty of the bugs from the previous mod. The New Beginning though, that's a thing of its own. Clearly not completed, but also not meant to be taken as seriously. Cheat your way to a higher level, and you can have some fun waging war on zombies and mutants. Today, I'm back with yet another Warband mod for you to try out, and it's called 457 AD, Last Years of the Western Empire. 457 AD is a historical mod centering around Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. In 457 AD, the Roman Empire is on the verge of collapse. From this decaying empire, many factions have risen to challenge it. 457 AD is actually built on top of two massive mods, Brytenwalda and Out Caesar Out Nihil, which I'm totally mispronouncing, so I will simply refer to it as ACAN from now on. If you've seen my videos on those, you know I love them. If you haven't, well, to sum it up, Brytenwalda is one of the oldest yet most influential mods of Mount & Blade Warband. Set in the UK during the Dark Ages, the mod has a reputation for being very hard, but also very innovative. ACAN, on the other hand, essentially took Brytenwalda, set it during the peak of the Roman Empire, and brought micro-kingdom management to the absolute extreme. So to put 457 AD in context, if you have Brytenwalda on one side, bringing tons of new features to Warband, and ACAN on the other, taking those new features much further, 457 AD is somewhere in the middle, both historically and in terms of scope. As far as ambitious mod goes, 457 AD is right up there with the best of them. You have a huge map covering all historical factions of the time, and it's all reinforced with beautiful scenery and tons of historically accurate weapons and armors. As the player, you get the choice to start as either a solo adventurer, which is the usual, or a lord, or a king. Starting as an adventurer, you will quickly notice the mod's difficulty. NPCs fight much harder, some of them are also very fast. Because of that, you will quickly want to get a warband. And that's where recruiting gets interesting. Unlike most mods, 457 AD allows you to recruit troops from castles and towns once you get sufficient renown. But in towns and castles, you typically have a fairly large pool of recruits, often over 20. And you can actually choose the troop type as you hire them. So if you're short on cash, you could, say, hire 20 recruits. But if you have enough money to hire elite troops, you could hire 20 veteran spearmen instead. This feature is so simple, yet so efficient that I'm baffled no other mod has introduced this before. The large pool of recruits saves on a ton of grind from going village to village, and the option to recruit at higher tiers can save you the trouble of risking your weaker troops in battle for the XP. In terms of battles, given the time period, tactics are focused primarily on skirmishing and fighting on foot. As such, cavalry is very expensive and javelin throwers are more common than archers. A lot of the battle tactics, such as the use of ranks, can be traced back to Brytenwalda, but I feel 457 AD does it better. For instance, javelins are just much more prevalent, and throwing them against rows of enemies is just so brutal, but also satisfying as hell. Come on, come on. Oh shit, no, come on. Oh shit. In terms of the map itself, like I said, there are many factions, so you could spend a lot of time fighting for a kingdom over a small portion of the map before moving on somewhere else. But the mod also offers many unique quests, which can be found talking to people in taverns, or discovering secret locations while traveling. These range from finding items, to killing a few targets, to joining factions for war. Not to spoil it, but there is a quest called the Battle of Finnsburg, which is very ambitious, and the Viking Conquest vibe is real with this one. Some quests also have you interacting with smaller, isolated factions. These are spread out throughout the map, and you have the option of trading with them, or attacking the settlements to seize control and turn them into tributaries. So while you can't use them to start a faction, once you've taken them, they give you a significant passive income, as well as recruits for your warband. Between the variety of quests and the high demand for mercenaries across the entire map, 457 AD ensures that you will never be bored. Starting a King sandbox actually feels a lot like starting a Total War campaign, as your character and faction options are limited to which historical ruler you want to be. And the initial difficulty will be based on the historical setting as well, so I chose the Roman Emperor and immediately found myself at war with many of my neighbors. And with so few lords to help out over so much land area, losing castles and getting your villages raided is inevitable, as was the collapse of the Western Empire. In terms of kingdom management, it's about everything I would hope for. We got the diplomacy submod, but also some layers from ACAN, such as when building town projects. However, 457 AD took the micromanagement down quite a lot, and I welcome that. The intense management of ACAN is really not for everybody, and that makes 457 AD much more accessible. My only issues right now with the mod are the sieges and small party size. Sieges currently are pretty much like native, except garrisons are fairly larger, so sieges are often just a long grind on a single choke point. And starting as a ruler, the party size is about 300, which isn't nearly high enough. Given the logistical difficulty of starting a military campaign with so few lords, you need to be able to field a large warband by yourself. ACAN let us start with a party size of 800, and that's so much better. As it stands, having a party of 300 only lets you respond to attacks within your own homeland. Depending on the faction you choose, going on the offensive is almost impossible. In conclusion, 457 AD is actually a pretty solid mod that covers a historical period that I feel doesn't get enough coverage today. It feels like culturally we always jump from the might of the Roman Empire straight to the Middle Ages, but a campaign map during one of the most chaotic times in Europe history makes for a really cool mod. It's also noteworthy to point out the sheer dedication to historical accuracy. It would be easy for modders to grab items made from other mods, like Roman and medieval armors, to use in their own mods, but by covering such a specific time period like no one else did, the modders went to great length to recreate the armors and weapons from the time period. The research is often shared on my Discord server, and it's seriously impressive. This is where I also say that unlike many other mods I've reviewed so far, I was in direct contact with one of the modders throughout making this video, and was able to share my thoughts and get some answers on the future of the mod, which only makes it all the more promising. For instance, I was informed that the Brytenwalda siege mechanic would most likely get introduced in the next update, and they're also working on making the small locations possible starting point for a character faction. These two things alone would already improve significantly an already solid mod, so I'm looking forward to what the 450 AD modders do next. Speaking of which, since they've created so many new assets to make this mod, they've also decided to port the mod to the remaster of Rome Total War. That's right, the modding team is also currently working on their own mod for a Total War game, also called 457 AD, where many of the same items created for Warband are now worn by Total War units. The mod isn't out yet, but not gonna lie, it's pretty awesome that they're doing that. But anyway, if you enjoy historical mods, ambitious mods, mods with unique quests, and are curious about this time period that doesn't get enough credit, then 457 AD is absolutely for you. Hello everyone, I'm Duke, and welcome back for yet another Warband mods video. I love Warband, and it's undeniable that the modding community has done some fantastic work with it, but today I felt like doing something different. Instead of looking for the most ambitious, immersive mods out there, why not try some of the weirdest? Mods, after all, don't all seek to achieve the same things, and sometimes the difference between a good mod and a bad mod is just the amount of time and effort that's put into it. Other mods are also meant to be experimental in nature, to see just how far you can push the boundaries of the game. And so today, we're trying some of these mods, and I can tell you already, these mods are by far the weirdest, dumbest, wackiest mods I've ever played on Warband. And purely by coincidence, all 5 mods I'm about to play were all made by the same modder. This modder goes by the name of CALRADIA, and I gotta say, this person has a lot of talent, but also a lot of free time and imagination, and probably don't belong in this dimension. Starting off, CSGO but Warband. Yeah, how'd you like to play CSGO but in Warband? That's what this mod is. Okay, new game. Oh, boom, just straight into it. Jesus Christ. Hardly any character creation, and forget about a world map or warbands for that matter, it's just a big free-for-all. You're stuck in first person, and much like CSGO, you got a whole bunch of weapons. The hand animations are actually surprisingly good, but what you see here is all you get. Soon as you run out of ammo, you move on to the knife until you either die or get bored, which for me took about 5 minutes. We have tons of grenades, but they don't really work well, and guns don't even reload. And you can have as many new games as you want, but it's always the same setting. It would be nice to have different battle maps, but choosing a custom battle option just caused the mod to crash. But hey, it's an interesting experiment. Only overshadowed by the fact that A, CSGO the game already exists, and B, it's free, as in free to play. So why would you ever port CSGO to Warband, and who would bother with it? Up next, Warcraft 3 but Warband. Yeah, the title is a theme, so get used to it. But jokes aside, with ambitious mods out there like Warsword Conquest that already brings Warhammer to life, doing the same thing with Warcraft would be very interesting. But I also assume it would take a lot of work, and I would not expect a single modder to make it happen. And so, even though the mod literally just got an update, like just as I was running the script, the mod is a massive contrast between the great work that went into it and just how incomplete it feels. Starting the mod, you're immediately given a warband of 1,000 orcs. There's no direction, and you're just on the map. Which is nothing like Azeroth, by the way. It's just a completely flat, green surface, with 4 factions representing the 4 main factions of Warcraft 3. There is some scenery, which is nice, but the inventory makes no sense. What are these items? And why can't I see my appearance? Apparently, this is what I look like from the party window. But in battle, I'm actually an Orc Blade Master. And to be fair, the scenery and characters look pretty decent. If it wasn't for that huge HUD, nearly taking half of the whole screen. I get they were trying to recreate the HUD from Warcraft 3, but damn! Also, see the map in the corner? It's the exact same no matter where you are in the game, and your character is represented by that nerd's face. What is this? Also, the background music isn't mine, by the way, this is the soundtrack from the mod. This really sets the Warcraft atmosphere, doesn't it? In terms of combat, there's not much to say. The potential is definitely there. Catapults are deployed and appear functional, but I can't even inflict damage on them. Gotta love though that the fighting animation, when visible, is the exact same as the original game, at least for the player. You can also use spells such as invisibility, which I tried while in the castle, and it seems to work. But both times I tried it in battle, it caused the mod to crash. I actually think a Warcraft total conversion would be pretty awesome, but this modder may not have the resources or proper sense of priorities to get it done. It's still a good effort though. But if you thought those visuals caused you a headache, wait till you see this next mod, KOF but Warband. KOF is an acronym for King of Fighters, which is a series of fighting games, but the whole point of this mod is to implement the 2D characters of KOF into Warband, and as you can see, this is weird. So not only is the first-person camera completely scrapped, but because your character is always technically sideways, you can only ever hit enemies if they are to your side. This is actually pretty funny. The music certainly helps. And it might just be that I don't know the game or the reference, but who even is this guy? He's not a badass, he's just really lame looking, at least compared to what I'm actually supposed to look like. Other NPCs are fully 3D, except for their faces. Yeah. But then there's other random 2D characters, including animals. I guess the goal was to make every character 2D, but I'm assuming the modder just never got that far. Next up, Air Combat, but Warband, which is actually a very vague way of saying that it's a Dragon Ball Z mod. Now there's something you would never expect. The very idea of porting Goku to Warband is just ridiculous. But here we are. And honestly, it's pretty impressive. Is this even Warband? The HUD is completely changed, Goku looks pretty good, and the controls? It's actually very confusing. Thankfully there's a guide on ModDB, though I wish it was structured a little better. Essentially Goku can either fly or fight on the ground, you can choose between different power attacks, which drain your energy so you have to refill frequently. Even so, the mod is very different from your usual Warband mechanics, so it's gonna take some time to learn. Not for me though, because I'm way too much of a noob. Nevertheless, it's a pretty wacky mod by Warband standards. And finally, this one was actually a blast. Violence basketball, but Warband. This one is unironically fun, at least for a good 30 minutes. Essentially, every single battle in Warband is replaced with either a match of soccer or basketball. And much like with Goku, the mod doesn't mess around. Soon as you click on a group on the world map, be it Bandit, Lord, or Caravan, you go straight into the game. And the games are stupidly awesome. Essentially, it's regular sports, you know, get the ball into the goal, but also you have weapons, so you can fight off the other players that just keep respawning. Both parties also get troops in the seats above that are shooting down below, so try playing soccer while everyone is swinging swords around and people in the balconies are shooting at you. And goalkeepers aren't messing around. Soon as you shoot the ball, they just jump and spin like it's Shaolin soccer. In basketball, it's pretty much the same, except you can dunk too apparently, not that I ever managed to pull it off. But even shooting the ball up into the air, there's a legit risk it'll get stuck in limbo, at which point the game resets it in glorious fashion. Just what the hell was that? Currently, those are the only two sports I could play on the world map. Doesn't seem to matter where you go, it'll be either one of those. But entering the camp menu, you can also play tennis. Though currently, it's almost impossible to hit the ball back before it hits the ground. And you can also play pool, where essentially you just push the balls into the corners and the team that gets the most wins. This would actually be a pretty cool battle map in Mean Greens. And if that wasn't enough, while I'm currently fighting off World War II themed soldiers, the factions in this mod are ridiculous, ranging from Transformers to Naruto characters. Jesus Christ. And then add the music on top of that, and my goodness, this mod is the funniest I've ever played. In conclusion, these mods are not the best, but they do leave an impression, and I hope they give you a chuckle. But all jokes aside, one redeeming quality found in all of these mods is that CALRADIA wastes no time at all in showcasing his features. So for instance, if you want to play Goku, like it's right there, all on the table. But basically, all other mods had me start with maxed out stats, already a huge warband, and a lot of money to pay all of your soldiers. Essentially, all the mods are telling you like, you ain't got no time to go through the usual grind of warband, trying to level up, building up your army, and getting money. It's like, here's all of that, enjoy the mod. Honestly, a lot of modders could learn a thing or two from that. I mean, why would you hide all of your best features behind hours upon hours of grind when you could just, you know, give it to people? That said, it's the end of this video. So thanks again for watching, and have a good one. About a year ago, I made my first Warband mods video. At the time, the mods I showed were just my personal favorites from back when I played the game casually over a decade ago. But since then, you guys have been suggesting more mods. And more mods. And I've been keeping a spreadsheet of all the mods, and look at this, we still have a whole bunch. Normally, I'd probably name this video my favorite mods from Warband Part 5, but screw it. This is just more mods you guys keep recommending to me. It's been a damn long journey so far, so here's an attempt at reviewing all the mods that never made it in my previous videos into a single video. Before we do start, I should clarify something. While all of these mods are pretty solid, when you've played as many mods as I have, some become very redundant, and this will show. So here's how I ranked the mods. The first 4 I consider redundant. Number 8 to 4 are pretty solid mods for people who like those types of mods specifically. And the last 3 are my top 3, the mods I really enjoyed and definitely recommend. Starting with something very simple, A New Dawn. A New Dawn is a mod that takes place in CALRADIA, but adds a lot of new items, lots of new troops, and a bunch of sub-mods such as Diplomacy. If this sounds familiar, it's because there's already a whole bunch of other mods like that, such as Banner Page, Native New Design, Florist, and Diplomacy for Ledum. The idea of improving native warband is a good idea, but why do so many people gotta do the same thing? These mods are so similar from one another, at this point they just blend together for me. So when it comes to New Dawn, does it at least bring something unique? Well, I did notice a few interesting things about this particular mod. Turns out there's a chance of winning random, high-quality loot during battles. For example, I literally got a high-end helmet after my very first fight. So that's cool, I guess, random surprises like that. But the most pleasant change, seriously, is just how devastating cavalry charges have been made. A lot of enemies, you don't even have to hit them with your sword, you can simply run them down with an average horse, which is pretty awesome. In fact, why aren't there more mods like this? Even mods like Suvarnabhumi only allows for this to happen with war elephants. But in real life, horses would definitely knock the wind out of people, so that should definitely be more recurrent. So take notes, modders, a New Dawn got this part right, and it is awesome. But besides that, like I said, there's not much to it. It's another native revamped mod. It does the trick, but I really have my fill of CALRADIA, I'm not gonna lie. But speaking of having my fill with CALRADIA, here's CALRADIA Borderlands. I can't stay on this one for too long either, to be honest. Imagine CALRADIA, but much bigger. That's CALRADIA Borderlands. This map is ridiculously huge, and also brings many more factors and cultures. Notably, there's some samurai factions, and the scenery is borrowed directly from Gekokujo. But again, this mod is basically like, hey, if you didn't think CALRADIA could be any more grindy, here's twice the size. Have fun. In all seriousness, there's definitely a lot of work that went into it, but I'm too worn down to fully appreciate it. That said, there's few extra features. Mainly this mod has a lot of bandits, even very large groups, which is fun and challenging. However, these large groups don't offer any rewards to my knowledge, which is disappointing. There is also a feature for the Dark Knight invasion, a huge army that invades CALRADIA, which I've seen in other mods. And while it is impressive, it's no Zen invasion from Perisno. And again, that's pretty much it. It might be a good mod for you if you don't like to go too far away from native, but me, I gotta get out of here. Next up, Sands of Faith, another Crusade mod. There must be dozens of them. But first off, this is the first one I see with an animated menu. How did no one else do that? But anyway, it's a Crusade mod with everything you would expect from it. Battles are immersive, so is the music, so is the scenery, the armors are gorgeous, it's got it all. However, this mod also lets you start as an historical ruler. I was leaning towards Saladin, but I always play the Muslims. Time to go Crusader with the Leper King. And they really did the mask pretty good. Also props for the extra layer of dust from the horses in battle. Nice touch. But overall, there's just not much else that sets this mod apart from In the Name of Jerusalem or Crusades and Jihads. It's a Crusade mod, another Crusade mod. Well done, but much like improved native mods, picking Sands of Faith over any other will depend on the slightest change you prefer the most. And oh my god, we're back in CALRADIA already. This is... I don't even know how to say that. Iskl mod? Whatever. This mod puts a stronger emphasis on kingdom management. Namely, if you start as a ruler, you get to create your own troop trees from scratch. And I gotta say, it's both intuitive and fun to do. I must have spent at least half an hour exploring the options. Each troop tier is given a budget and skill points to focus on whatever build you want, and it's up to you to make the most out of them. The mod even lets you choose the gender of your troops, which is awesome, until you realize women voices in Warband are very limited. That said, like any good mod that lets you start as a ruler should do, the mod instantly gives you a party size of over 600. Now that's what I'm talking about. The factions in this mod have also been split into several smaller ones, so going to war is somewhat easier because it's on a smaller scale. Couple of glitches though, the option to declare war does not appear in the diplomacy options, so the only way to attack a kingdom is to attack a lord without warning, which I'm not fond of. Also, all of the men have squished faces. All of them. It's distracting to say the least. But this is all far from being what all the mod can do. According to ModDB, you can marry rulers, there's tons of unique quests, rebellions, the ability to kill lords, and plenty of other features, which I can't cover now because we gotta move on. However, of all native revamped mods out there, this one is actually kind of refreshing. But standing at number 8, let's go into historical mods with Renaissance. This mod was made by Zed Paolo, the same modder behind Sparta, for which I made a review a few months ago. And much like Sparta, the immersion here is real. Come to think of it, it's actually funny that so many mods have a Renaissance aesthetic, but this is the first mod I ever played that actually takes place solely in Italy. This mod also gives you the choice to start as a historical ruler, so of course I went with Cesare Borgia, because it's the only name I remember from Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Overall, I don't really have anything bad to say about the mod. The armors are simply stunning, the music is captivating, and the fights are just brutal. Only issue, it's a little buggy. I had a crash during a siege. But I could probably have made a dedicated video for this mod as there's a lot to it. But anyway, if you're looking for the definitive Italian Renaissance mod, this should be an instant favorite for you. However, here's a different time period that captivates me just a tiny more. At number 7, this is 1429, the 100 Years' War. This mod takes us to the late medieval period in France, as the French struggled to kick the English out of the country for good, and that's about all there is to it. Like any good total conversion out there, we got new armors, scenery, music and sound effects. It's also got the fighting animation I like. The mod also boasts many unique quests, one including Joan of Arc. Problem is, I can't even complete it. The first quest is giving some food, including ham, to a group of rebels. But I spent a whole hour going into villages, markets and taverns looking for the damn ham, and I could not find it, so I can't progress. But still, the mod is pretty intense and is gorgeous. Anyone fascinated with the 100 Years' War will have a blast. I should also point out that this mod was made in French, and it is refreshing to see a mod in French. But don't worry, as there's also an English version. And oh my god, back to CALRADIA. Though this time it's more positive. This one is called CALRADIA, I think that's how you say it. This mod was made by the same person behind the Evlat mod. I suggest you watch my video on it for more context. CALRADIA takes place in CALRADIA, but with a central quest. Essentially, the CALRADIA is the Emperor of CALRADIA. The Emperor is whoever wears the crown, which has 7 gemstones. So in this mod, the goal is to find all gemstones to make yourself the CALRADIA. But once you do crown yourself, all kingdoms will declare war on you, while you will get the support of villages for plenty of recruits. So that's actually a very interesting concept. And if you've played Evlat, this very much feels like a prequel. Once again, companions are essential for completing new quests. In fact, the inn from which you start in Evlat can be restored in CALRADIA. But overall, this mod is pretty solid, if not a bit grindy. To get the gems, you must first beat 4 groups of each bandit type. Each yield a map to a bandit army, which yields a gem. So it takes many fights, and the bandit armies are ridiculously huge. That said, story-based mods are definitely refreshing, and I consider this one a new personal favorite for its originality. So far, we've mostly had historical mods or native revamped. Time for some fantasy with Legacy of the Dragon. This mod has a high fantasy setting with the elements you would expect from it, different species, such as elves, orcs, and the undead, and magic, like spellcasting or summoning troops. But the mod lets you pick a race, then you set off. I went with an elf with the idea of exploring magic, and the mechanics are pretty similar to Fantasy CALRADIA. All over the world, there are key places where you can buy different types of magic from smaller factions, such as necromancers and wizards. From all of them, you can learn a bit about the lore, hire spellcasters, and buy gear. Once you have a spellbook, you can access your spells in the camp menu, and some of them are pretty cool. For example, you can summon the dead. They have a bit of upgrade potential, but the main caveat is that they can't get wounded, they can only die. Though what's really cool about them is that you can basically summon them indefinitely for free. The spell costs health, but you can just wait and heal, then do it again, essentially giving you an endless supply of soldiers for free. Other spells include summoning golems, which are pretty strong. So overall, this mod is pretty cool. My only criticism is that everything is expensive as hell. Not an issue if you cheat like me, but for anyone else, fully experiencing this mod will take some grind. Each spellcaster is like 1,000 dinars. Faction gear can go up to 20,000 dinars. And the funniest part is that there is a warlock hideout at the south of the map. After defeating a few demons, you can talk to a warlock and get really high-end gear from him. However, like I said, it's crazy expensive. And at the same time, some of those items need a lot of skill. This 100,000 dinar sword requires 30 strength to wield. What's the point of getting it? You can also buy a giant spider, which I've seen in other mods, but the riding skill needs to be 5, which takes some time to level up to. And other than the looks of it, it's nothing special. These items can be expensive, sure, but you should be able to use these items without the grind of leveling up, is all I'm saying. Also, dragons. As in the name of the mod, they do have dragons in this mod, but, well, at some point you reach the limitations of the game. They do make me want to run away though. They are intimidating, just not in a full dragon sort of way. Overall, if you enjoy high fantasy mods, this is pretty good, but I do recommend cheating to get to the good stuff right away. Back to historical mods, here's a surprisingly good one, the American Civil War Revived. Another solid mod on this list. This one takes you to the, well, American Civil War. You can choose between the Union or the Confederacy, with the goal being of destroying the other. Like previous mods, you can start as a ruler, or more specifically in this mod, as a general. So of course I chose Grant, and the outfit looks pretty good. And with a large starting party size, the game sets you off on a quest to take a Confederate fort. In terms of battle, this mod centers on the firing line, and does it really well. It's similar to Leg, except the AI in Civil War doesn't just charge like an idiot. The battles are actually very immersive, with artillery, and the new death screams really bring out the horrors of war. And the increased battle size also makes for amazing battles and sieges. As said on the ModDB page, however, this is a mod meant to be played as a commander. As a soldier, all it takes is one bullet. So your power as a soldier is pretty much meaningless. To win the battle, you need to line up your troops just right and pour fire into enemy ranks. Only issue I have is that while you can hire artillery, for some reason I can't buy any. I'm probably just missing something. The only other mod I had played in this time period was 1860s America, which put more emphasis on the adventurer part and less so on battles. But American Civil War blows it out of the water, to be honest. And it just got an update like 2 weeks ago, so make sure to try it out. At this point, we're getting into my top 3. So here we go. At number 3, Revenge of the Berserk. This mod is based on a manga called Berserk, about a mercenary called Guts, who wields a massive sword. I don't know the manga sadly, so this connection is lost on me, but essentially Revenge of the Berserk takes you to another low fantasy world, and puts you in the role of Guts. This is a story-driven mod, with an ever-updating quest telling you what to do next. And comparing the quest in the game to the manga summary on Wikipedia, this mod seems like a clear adaptation. So far into the mod, this is word for word the story. But okay, so this is a story-driven mod. What else? Well, the character of Guts is made fairly well, and as a berserker, you're given a massive sword. Your fighting skills are practically maxed out, and you can wreak havoc on enemy troops. Like seriously, there's a mission where you have to kill 100 troops by yourself, and it's brutal. In fact, the giant sword can swing at many enemies by charging, which means holding the sword for an extra second until you hear a sound effect. It's awesome, as each swing can take out like 3 enemies at a time. It kinda reminds me of Nightmare in Soul Calibur 3 actually. If only it was that epic. Well, maybe we're gonna have that in Bannerlord. But that's basically it. In terms of the world itself, it feels similar to CALRADIA. The kingdoms have changed, but there's few different units with different sizes, and overall it's pretty similar to Native. The main appeal is combat and the story, and I actually like that it always tells us what to do next and what to expect. Lots of story-based mods sometimes don't do anything and you're just wondering what to do next. Not with this one. All in all, Revenge of the Berserk is pretty good, especially if you love slashing enemies around. Number 2, Rising Sun. You cannot talk about Rising Sun without talking about the mod it's based on, Gekokujo. Gekokujo is one of my classics. If you love samurai in feudal Japan, Gekokujo is the mod to play, and I've often ranked it high in my videos. So Rising Sun is based on Gekokujo. You can pretty much find the same map, scenery, and items. The main difference is that Rising Sun is over 200 years later, during the fall of the samurai. The emphasis is much more placed on guns, although there's a clash of technologies if you will. Guns will be devastating at range, but if a fully armored samurai makes it to your line, it gets messy quickly. But in a sense, I would say Rising Sun is like the Fall of the Samurai DLC to Shogun 2. If you love the samurai but also love the gunpowder era, this mod does a fantastic job of combining both worlds, and it nails the time period. It absolutely is a worthy companion to Gokujo, and you should definitely get it. And finally, the best mod I've discovered for this video took me to a galaxy far, far away. You guessed it, at number 1, Star Wars Conquest. This is by far the biggest surprise today. Originally, the mod was meant for the original Mount & Blade, but a few years ago it was added to Warband via the Steam Workshop. And I mean, you can only expect so much here, right? Star Wars and Warband? This would take too much work. But look at this! This has to be the most gorgeous world map I've ever seen, and it honestly works great! So in Star Wars Conquest, you get to choose one of 3 starting factions: the Empire, the Rebels, or the Hutt Cartel. I initially started as a Wookiee for the Cartel, but as with many fantasy mods, non-human species have very limited compatibility. So I started again with the Empire, but not before meeting Jabba the Hutt, and well, he looks creepy in that chair. But anyway, regardless of which faction you choose, you immediately get to become a lord of that faction by just speaking to the ruler. So I swore homage to Palpatine. And after that, it was a big free-for-all as I went from planet to planet to get recruits. But right off the bat, the scenery is drop-dead gorgeous. Whether you're on Endor, or Coruscant, or the Death Star, or Tatooine, it's everything you would expect. Items-wise, we of course get the classic armors found in Star Wars, but also a wide variety of lightsabers. The lightsabers are quick and absolutely deadly, with the sounds to boot, so it's all good and fun. There are force powers too, of course, though it's mainly throwable items, similar to magic spells in other mods. And while you can't block with a lightsaber, there is a shield in the form of a force shield, which works pretty well. But because of the clear addition of blasters, this is by and large a gun mod. Horses have been replaced with speed bikes, but they're largely inefficient, and most armor will only protect you from a laser shot or 2. This means battle in Star Wars Conquest tend to switch from brutal close quarters or distant firing lines that last for a while. But between all of that and the music, Star Wars Conquest is everything I could ask for in a Warband mod. If you're looking for a serious mod with lots of options, in one of the most beloved universes, then Star Wars Conquest is definitely for you. Props to the modders for rising up to the challenge. Mount & Blade Warband is probably the game I've modded the most in my life, as my channel can attest, but you can only mod a game so much without retaining some of the core features of the game. And one thing mods tend to retain a lot from Warband is the lack of a storyline. Warband was designed as a sandbox, so you start from anywhere and the story is what you make it out to be. Do you join a kingdom against the others? Do you build your own empire? It's all up to you. But sometimes, this lack of clear direction can make it difficult to get into the game, which is why there are many mods out there that aim to actually create a story for the game, a plot, an intrigue, and unique quests to experience it. So join me today as I rank my favorite mods from Warband with a storyline. Before we begin, I need to make something clear. This video is about my favorite mods with a story, not unique quests, but an actual story from the beginning of a new game, which, when completed, feels like you finished the mod. There are many mods with unique quests, however these mods typically fulfill their purposes whether you find those unique quests or not, and there would be too many to cover in this video, so right here on the screen, here are my favorite mods that feature unique quests without a clear central story. But to name a few, both A Clash of Kings and A World of Ice and Fire offers many unique quests within the world of Game of Thrones by interacting with existing characters. These quests involve assassinations, diplomacy, and even incursions beyond the wall in search of White Walkers. Great mods overall, and the unique quests are definitely memorable. But more memorable for me, of course, will be the unique quests of Perisno. Perisno has been my favorite mod for a long time and offers many unique quests that are both fun and challenging, but ultimately very rewarding with some really cool gear. But that's about it. Every mod mentioned here is one I mentioned at some point in one of my many mod videos, so to learn more about any of them, well, feel free to check out my channel. Yes, this is all one big tease, but now, story time. At number 6, Adventure in the East. This mod is set in late antiquity in the Middle East. At this period in time, the main superpower is the Byzantine Empire, but new powers are rising in the east to challenge it. The mod offers to play a story campaign, which is why I've included it in the ranking. In the campaign, you start off with nothing, but quickly find yourself working for the local rulers. One of them puts you on a mission to strike an alliance with another kingdom to attack the Byzantine Empire, at which point you can build your own army and take your own slice of the land. In the previous ranking, I ranked it fairly high, but in retrospect, I feel I gave it too much praise, at least compared to the other story mods in this ranking. As a mod, it's a pretty solid total conversion. The scenery, the items, the music, it's all pretty immersive. Honestly, the weakest part is the story itself, which feels more like a couple of unique quests awkwardly put together, and there are several times where it's not really clear what to do. And some quests, like assembling an army of 120 men, feels like the mod telling you to grind for some time just before moving on. To be clear, it's not a bad mod at all, but there's some stiff competition coming up. At number 5, Evlat. This mod takes us to CALRADIA with a few tweaks to the setting. For instance, your character is not a new adventurer, but an old one coming out of retirement. You also have 2 children with you as companions, and the other companions are all old friends of yours that are at different places. For instance, Marnid and Emira are running an inn, while Borcha trades in horses. Rolf and Baestor are back to being criminals, while Lizelit and Artmenor are running a training ground. All companions can be approached to get unique quests, and as you improve your relations with them, you can ask them to join you. Another interesting tweak is that all the rulers have been replaced by the claimants, and the original rulers are now claimants, which you can help get their thrones back. They also have a bit of unique circumstances. For example, King Harlos is now hiding inside a crypt, surrounded by loyal knights. But of course, beyond all that, Evlat has a very simple story. Emira, back at the inn, asks you to buy some tea. That's it. But on the way to get tea, there is a lot of obstacles, which, to not reveal many, will involve getting enslaved, surviving on the desert island, fighting to the death as a gladiator, and some epic battles with the Dark Knights. How this all happens? Well, you'll have to play it to find out. Overall, it's a pretty solid mod that is also very refreshing, but doesn't take itself too seriously. One word of advice though, when you see this message on the screen, stash all of the unique items you have. All of them, because as part of the story, it means you're about to lose everything and you'll never get it back. Wish I knew. Number 4, Asgad, Story of CALRADIA. Asgad is very story driven. In this mod, you're a villager whose village is destroyed by raiders. So in the first part of the story, you're tracking down the raider responsible, completing quests along the way, and earning unique items that are pretty deadly. But what I like about this mod is that even though you get revenge fairly early on, the story keeps going, and you find yourself becoming a lord in the Kingdom of Swadia, which brings more unique missions involving assassinations and infiltration. Overall, my only criticism, of which I've become more tolerable, is the awful spelling. Seriously, the spelling in this mod is so bad it gives me an aneurysm. But while the story itself isn't all that great, it is still a unique experience worth playing. It's a fairly unique mod for Warband, and as far as story mod goes, it's a well-made one. Number 3, Light and Darkness, Heroes of CALRADIA. This mod was so good I did a review exclusively for it. Light and Darkness takes us to the original CALRADIA from the first Mount and Blade, as a secret cult is trying to bring back some dark deity. As the player, you start in the neutral town of Xandar, and find yourself entangled in this secret conspiracy. Throughout the story, the mod requires you meet companions who offer unique insight and help you progress. Honestly, it really is a good mod, one of the few to even feature cutscenes, which is fairly ambitious. And of course, there's also fantasy elements. My only criticism, and why this mod isn't higher on the list, is because of just how insanely grindy the questline can be. Often you need to destroy like 10 groups of certain bandits before moving on. Then it's another 10, and then another 10. It's always like this. Honestly, the mod would benefit greatly from taking the grind down, because otherwise it's a really great mod, still a personal favorite. If you want more details, you can always watch the exclusive review I made right here. Number 2, Revenge of the Berserk. This one is discovered just recently. This mod is based on the Berserk manga, in which the character, Guts, is a mercenary with a massive sword that starts off fighting in wars, but then fights demons. As mentioned in my previous video, the main feature is the giant sword which can cut through several enemies, making the fights truly epic. However, I've played the mod a bit more since then, and you also get a semi-auto crossbow after a while, which is pretty cool, and the weapons and armors keep upgrading. This is as anime can get, but obviously this is based on the manga, and the story is very straightforward and easy to follow. Most of the time, the quest will just take you straight where you need to go, with the entire context needed to know what's going on and what you need to do, which makes it pretty engaging too. Overall, this is a really solid mod. Just one word of advice, don't surrender to anyone. I did so by accident, and it practically broke my game. Luckily, the modder told me each companion lost will respawn over time, but still, it's a pain in the butt. But anyway, amazing mod, try it out. And finally, at number 1, Bones of Ragnvald. Bones of Ragnvald takes place in the world of Einar, a fantasy world filled with many factions at war with each other. As the player, you'll end off the coast of Einar and quickly fall into the events that affect the world. Namely, there are two main threats to Einar. In the southeast is a forest filled with creepy spider demons, and they are creepy. And to the north, the Urnar are a faction of barbarians and sorcerers using dark magic to bring back the dead. And of course they are led by none other than Ragnvald, who mysteriously came back after being defeated a long time ago. But that's the lore basically, and in the mod the story centers mainly around fighting off Ragnvald, first by convincing all the rulers to make peace, then finding Ragnvald's brothers, who defeated him in the past. Honestly, in terms of story mods, this one takes the cake. The story, along with the creepy atmosphere, makes for a unique experience. In fact, the infighting from all the factions and the looming threat of monsters and the undead is very reminiscent of Game of Thrones, so if that's your thing, Bones will definitely be too. Not only that, but the mod, like any good total conversion, offers plenty of new scenery, music and items. Only drawback? It's really hardcore. Bandits are numerous and really dangerous. Expect the first few hours of gameplay to be tough. But other than that, if you're looking for a story mod with some good intrigues and fantasy elements, Bones of Ragnvald is for you. And that's about it, although I do have two honorable mentions, which are The Last Days of the Third Age and Viking Conquest. The Last Days is a really solid mod based on The Lord of the Rings, so if you enjoy the movies or the novels, this mod will basically let you re-experience them. However, there's no clear storyline here. It really depends on which faction you choose and whether you find the quests at all, as some of them can be tricky. Viking Conquest is a DLC to Warband based on the Brytenwalda mod. I would not say it's the best story I found in Warband, but it's certainly the most well-crafted, with plenty of intrigues. However, it's a paid DLC, not a mod, which is why I did not include it. But yes, if you get the DLC, there's a story, which can take up to 15 hours to complete if you focus on it exclusively. Hello everyone, I'm Terry Duke, and welcome back to my channel. On this channel I've covered the Mount & Blade games extensively, especially the mods, but until now there was one game in the franchise that I avoided, Mount & Blade with Fire and Sword. I never really knew what it was, I figured it was a paid Warband DLC and not much else. But when you look at the store page on Steam, it's not a DLC, it's being sold as its own game. So what is with Fire and Sword, and is it actually worth a try in 2023? Well, that's the question I aim to answer in this review, so if this helps you out, you can also help me out by subscribing to the channel. I'm still far from making this a full-time job, so every bit helps. Thank you, and let's do this. So right off the bat, the presentation is a bit misleading. With Fire and Sword presents itself as its own game, but it's not. What it is a standalone expansion. It's a DLC for Warband that does not require you to own Warband to run it. Because of this, With Fire and Sword very much feels like a total conversion mod in all but name, rather than a proper Mount & Blade sequel. That said, what's it about? With Fire and Sword takes its title and story from a novel of the same name, which depicts Poland's struggle to remain independent in the 1600s. So in Fire and Sword, the map centers around Eastern Europe, with Ukraine in the south, Russia in the east, Sweden in the north, and Poland at the center. The time period as well as the culture is reflected accordingly with new scenery and items. And that's about it broadly, but at 11 Canadian dollars at full price. What unique features, if any, does Fire and Sword bring to the table? Well, the big one is guns, muskets, pistols, and grenades. If you played any gun mod on Warband, you can basically give credit to Fire and Sword for actually introducing the mechanics and animations. And here, it works about as well as you'd expect. Guns are slow to reload, and they're not fully accurate, but they are deadly. Along with guns came the firing line formation, which is as satisfying as it can get. Besides adding guns, battles are essentially the same, but sieges have seen some improvements. You now have several options for attacking. You can poison the water supply to thin out the garrison before your assault, but you can also choose between swarming the walls with ladders or creating a breach with explosives. Explosives make it easier to attack, but in my experience, explosives don't always work and you have to keep trying. You can also bribe the castle commander to open the gates for you, allowing the castle to be captured more easily. Overall, sieges are way more dangerous because of firearms, but they add a bit of variety that makes them slightly less tedious than Warband sieges. But one of the most noticeable gameplay changes I like the most is the addition of mercenary camps scattered across the map. In these camps, you can hire many mercenaries at a time for relatively cheap. And the mercenaries' culture is tied to the country it's settled in, so for example, going to a mercenary camp in Poland will give you Polish mercenaries. The only weird thing is that mercenaries only get very basic equipment that they retain even as they level up. This is actually part of a core feature which allows you to customize your troops. To do so, you can buy upgrades in the mercenary camp by choosing all the armor and weapons of each mercenary type. It's a bit confusing and definitely makes everything more expensive, but the cool thing about it is that mercenaries will always have that equipment, even the ones hired after making the changes, and they will have that gear whether they are rookies or elite. So in Fire and Sword, there's definitely more incentive to hire mercenaries rather than peasant recruits. The last big thing that Fire and Sword adds is a story campaign. The game offers 3 main quests based on which of the 3 main factions you choose to support: the Poles, the Russians, or the Cossacks. Regardless of which faction you choose, the main final reward involves becoming the ruler of that faction through a long series of quests. And that's about it. So is Fire and Sword worth it? Well, if you can't tell by the content in my voice, no it's not. Don't get me wrong, I acknowledge the contribution of Fire and Sword to the Mount & Blade franchise. If we go back to 2011, long before all the coolest mods from Warband even existed, with Fire and Sword definitely had an appeal. The problem is that most of that appeal is long gone. It may have sold itself as a standalone expansion, but it is so structurally similar to Warband that its biggest appeal, Firearms, was quickly ported back to Warband by the modders. And nowadays, if you want a solid gun mod on Warband, there are plenty of them, many of which I would consider better than with Fire and Sword. I can think of maybe 2 reasons for why you'd still want to buy Fire and Sword today. The first being the setting. If you like the time and place, or want to play as a winged hussar, then yeah, the mod will do that for you. Though I should warn you, playing with wings in your back can be very distractive. And if you want to lead like an epic hussar charge, you could, but in Fire with Sword, you can't simply get hussars like you would train Swadian recruits into Swadian knights. To get your own hussars, according to the game Wikia, you need to be a Polish lord, you need to own a town, you need to fully upgrade the town projects, and you need to hire all the garrison commanders. After all that, you need to wait for the winged hussars to spawn in your garrison every few days. It's a pain in the butt in my opinion, but it might be worth it for you. The other reason to play the game is to play the campaign itself. And it is pretty cool that they have 3 campaigns. That means they add a bit of replayability, you know, you choose one faction in one game and then try out with the other. But I'd argue there are many free mods with better stories. In fact, I made a video about it just recently. The camping options in Fire and Sword are interesting, but I would not say it's memorable. There's no huge twists, the companions aren't really involved, and there is even an active risk that the campaign breaks if certain things happen on the world map at the wrong time. Not to mention, there's no direct way of getting started with any of the main quests right away. Each quest requires that you have +10 relation with the main faction, but also you can't be aligned with them prior to starting. So good luck getting that +10 if you can't be a mercenary or a lord. Enjoy escorting caravans for a bit, I guess. If you're willing to pay to experience a story in Mount & Blade, I would suggest you get the Viking Conquest DLC instead. The story has more intrigue and drama to it, it involves the companions more, and the DLC is overall way better, adding more stuff. I guess one thing that could have made this game more appealing is the fact that having it as a standalone expansion allows it to be independently modded. That is, mods could be made exclusively for with Fire and Sword. Sounds great in theory, but if you go on ModDB, there's only a single page worth of mods, going down to 2013. Not saying some of these mods aren't interesting, but again, as soon as modders grabbed the gun mechanic, there was no reason to mod with Fire and Sword anymore. But anyway, to sum it up, with Fire and Sword would have probably been awesome in 2011, but much like the Winged Hussars themselves, it's pretty much become obsolete. Greetings fellow nerds. Welcome back. Today we have yet another ranking of Warband mods. About a year ago, I tried ranking the Warband mods based on certain traits, you know, like best fantasy, best story, best campaign, and one of those rankings was for the best historical mod, the mods that depict a historical setting the best. I ended up going with Gekokujo, which is a mod set in feudal Japan, and the reason I picked up this mod is because I always found the samurai to be fascinating, but in retrospect, that's not really fair to other historical mods, right? Because each mod aims to do a very different thing. And in the case of historical mods, choosing a samurai mod over a Roman mod can have very little to do with the quality of the mods themselves, and everything to do with a personal preference for a time period or a culture. So I thought today I would make another ranking video specifically for historical mods. So the way I'm going to be ranking these mods is by dividing them by time period. Now obviously I'm not a historian, so bear with me and those very oversimplified time periods, okay? But first we're going to start with antiquity. So ancient Rome, ancient Greece, ancient Persia, you know, around that area in that time period. Then we'll have the Dark Ages, and the Middle Ages. And I'll actually be putting Late Middle Ages and Renaissance together because the two time periods tend to intertwine historically. And finally, again this is simplified, we'll put all the other mods in the gunpowder era. Essentially, from the moment guns became the primary weapon on the battlefield, all of these mods will be in the same category. But alright, now, let's rank these bad boys. Starting with... If you love the Roman Empire, look no further, as we have several of them, starting with Bellum Imperi. Bellum Imperi centers around the Roman Empire while at the peak of its power in 161 AD. Historically speaking, the mod is very immersive with all the right items and some beautiful scenery. It also adds all the some mods that make Warband just a little better, such as battle formations and diplomacy, for better kingdom management. But if you're serious about the Roman Empire, and you want to not only see it at the peak of its power, but want to be in charge of it all, then look no further than Out Caesar Out in the Hill. Possibly one of the most ambitious mods ever made, and it's exactly as I described it. You can start as the Emperor, and micromanage the crap out of your empire, thanks to several layers of kingdom management. But if that's a bit too intense for you, here's 457 AD, last years of the Western Empire. In this mod, you still have the Roman Empire, but it's on the verge of collapsing, so you have the same map, but the technology is a few centuries in the future, and there's just way more options to either serve the Empire or destroy it. Made a whole video on it, make sure to check it out. But what if you prefer the Greeks over the Romans? Well, look no further than Sparta. Sparta is a mod set in ancient Greece, and is about as immersive as it can get, from the armors to the phalanx. Only issue, it's a bit buggy and fairly difficult. Armors are expensive, bandits are disciplined, warbands are numerous. Truly a mod for experienced players. If you're looking for a more Middle Eastern experience though, then I'd recommend Adventure in the East, which is set in late antiquity. In this mod, powers in the Middle East are rising to challenge the newly renamed Byzantine Empire. The mod, like all others, is very immersive. However, Adventure in the East also features a story campaign for those that like mods with a bit of story. And that's about it for antiquity mods. The best for me personally would be ACAN, as it's simply amazingly well done and more ambitious than any other mods set in this time period. However, just because it's huge doesn't mean it's intuitive. So at a close second, I would go with 457 AD. The mod is still in active development with more features to come, so it's likely that it'll become another one of the greatest mods. Honestly, I only have one mod for this specific time period, and it's Brytenwalda. The Dark Ages refer to this period where the Roman Empire fell, and with it came war and strife. Brytenwalda, set in the modern day UK, really has the atmosphere down to show this period of decline. Brytenwalda has been one of my favorite mods for a long time for the high level of accuracy and immersion, but also the many changes brought to the gameplay, and a map crammed with so many small factions that it makes for the best campaign to be had in Warband. However, I don't really have any other mods that depict the Dark Ages. Maybe an exception would be Age of Arthur, but it's basically Brytenwalda with the legend of King Arthur on top of it. So it's not perfectly historical, and it doesn't change much from Brytenwalda. So let's move on. Now, given that Warband is technically set in the Middle Ages, it's safe to assume that most historical mods will be set in the Middle Ages. And a specific event within the Middle Ages that modders seem to really love is, you guessed it, the Crusades. There are so many mods based on the Crusades, it's ridiculous. But for the sake of time, I got 3 of them. In the Name of Jerusalem, Crusades and Jihads, and Sands of Faith. They all take place in the Holy Land, with the Christians and Muslims being the 2 main factions in all of them. As to which is best, depends on the slightest of changes you prefer. In the Name of Jerusalem, for example, revamped the sieges, but recruiting peasants is virtually impossible until you're a lord. Crusades and Jihads has a story campaign, but it's a little buggy in my experience. And Sands of Faith mostly brings small quality of life improvements, but not much else. Personally, I prefer In the Name of Jerusalem. But if the Crusades aren't your thing, you can also give Hispania 1200 a shot. As the title suggests, it's set in modern-day Spain and Portugal. Overall, the atmosphere is well done, as well as the items and the scenery. The sieges are also pretty cool in that they have several layers of defenses, which are refreshing, but the actual changes to the gameplay are limited. 180 euros is a mod that takes you to feudal China, so if Chinese history is more your thing, this one might do the trick. It even has a story campaign, and there's a cool duel feature in battles. But for the best Middle Ages mod out there, the title goes to 1257 AD. This is probably one of the most ambitious mods ever made. It covers all of Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. It introduces tons of features like the ability to start as a ruler and creating new settlements. And it doesn't get more immersive or historical than this. Back when I first tried it, the only criticism I had of the mod was that garrisons were so huge, but sieges were still native, so it was insanely grindy just to take a single castle. But the criticism made its way to the modder, and now he added an option when starting the game to lower garrisons back to native. So that's cool. We're now heading into a fascinating time period that combines the most beautiful and advanced medieval armors ever made with the introduction of the weapons that would eventually make them obsolete. So let's start with 1429, the 100 Years' War. This mod is based on just that. In this mod, you will experience France in the late medieval period, as the kingdom struggles to kick England out of their lands. You can choose either side, follow unique quests, and of course, immerse yourself in the scenery and items. Overall, pretty solid mod, and any fans of this historical event will appreciate it. Moving away from Europe though, I will also add in this category one of my favorite mods ever, Gekkokujo. Gekkokujo takes us to feudal Japan just as firearms are becoming mainstream, so if you enjoy the samurai, seriously look no further, this mod is simply amazing. Now, it's one thing to pick a time period, it's another to pick a culture. But what if there was a mod that had all of the cultures? Meet 16th century. In 16th century, the mod covers the entire world, all continents, and prominent cultures of the time. Colonization and exploration by Europe has barely started at all, so depending on which culture you choose, you could turn the whole thing around. How about joining the Aztecs and invading Europe? Or join Japan and invade China? Or explore the Middle East as a Polish Hussar? 16th century is an amazing mod limited only by the lack of new gameplay elements. In a lot of ways, it's basically native Warband, but on a global scale. As for the Italian Renaissance specifically, well, here's Renaissance. You will not find a better mod for this specific historical setting. The music, the items, the scenery, it's all there, I have no complaints. It's even the same modder as the one who made Sparta, and it really is on the same level of quality. Personally, I would say Renaissance and Gekkokujo are both the greatest for this time period. They are both high quality mods, and it all comes down to the setting you prefer the most. And finally, we make it to the gunpowder era. Guns now dominate the battlefield, their firepower making armors obsolete. All it takes is getting shot once or twice. Charging doesn't work. We're now dealing with the firing line. This is where we are. Let's start in America with 1860s America. It's a fun little mod for the lone gunslinger in the Wild West, and was one of the first gun mods I played. If you like this time and place, it's a fun mod to try, however, it was never finished. More recently though, I've discovered American Civil War Revived. This mod was designed not for the gunslinger, but for the battle commander. Lead your troops forward and inflict as many casualties as you sustain. Truly a brutal mod, and overall really well made. For anyone who likes the American Civil War, this will be the mod to try out. If you're more into the Napoleonic Wars though, L'Aigle will do the trick. In terms of scope, think 1257 AD, but in the early 1800s. The mod is one of the most gorgeous mods, especially when looking at the flamboyant military uniforms of the time. This is the firing line at its peak in history. Only drawback of the mod is that the AI is not really good. They never use any formations, and because muskets are deadly but inaccurate, battles tend to drag on. But moving on to Southeast Asia, we also have, and I'm definitely butchering this, Suvarnabhumi Mahayut. This is another truly amazing mod that takes us to Indonesia, Vietnam, and Thailand as the Spanish come in with their conquistadors. The mod is a clash of cultures and technologies, varying from guns to large poleaxes, arrows, and war elephants. It's colorful, it's varied, and above all, it shines a light on a very interesting historical setting that doesn't get enough attention in my opinion. But if you enjoyed Gekkokujo, you will also love Rising Sun. This mod was built on top of Gekkokujo with the idea of being set during the fall of the samurai and the industrialization of Japan. So samurais are still present, but the focus has shifted towards guns. So the scenery is similar, as are the items and the mechanics, but the transition to a more modern Japan actually works really well. So to pick between Rising Sun and Gekkokujo is once again a matter of preference. But if you're serious about guns overall, and you crave the carnage, then let me introduce you to my favorite gun mod, Between Empires. Between Empires is set in Europe, although it lets you choose the time setting from the 1860s to the First World War. So now, guns aren't muskets, most of them are way more accurate and even semi-auto. And artillery is accurate and deadly. Everything actually is just deadly. This mod is as amazing as it is insane, but it is without a doubt one of the most well-made mods on Warband. Make sure to check my review of it for more details if you haven't done so already. And that's about it really. Those are all my historical mods. Now there are mods that I did not bring up that I know people will bring up in the comments if I don't say anything about them at all. So let's call these mods honorable mentions. For the Dark Age era, there's also Viking Conquest. Basically Brytenwalda, but it adds Vikings as well as the story campaign. Not a mod, but a paid DLC, which is why I didn't mention it earlier. And the same goes for With Fire and Sword, which would land in the Gunpowder subgroup. This one takes us to Eastern Europe in the 1600s as the Poles, surrounded on all sides by the Russians, the Swedes, and the Cossacks, struggle for independence. Cool setting, but it's a standalone expansion for Warband, not a mod. And I'd also like to mention the Reckoning 3rd Stage. The mod is not historical given it's on CALRADIA, and it's even less realistic considering it's a zombie mod, but if you don't just want a gun mod that involves muskets, but actual modern day firearms, the Reckoning 3rd Stage is the closest we have to a mod that depicts such things. Not just sniper rifles and machine guns and shotguns, but also tanks and helicopters. When it doesn't crash, that is. So for any modern warfare type, that's the closest I could find. Hello everyone, I'm Terry Duke, and welcome back to yet another special ranking of Warband mods. Previously, we did a best ranking for the best story-driven mods, then we had the best historical mods. So today, it's all about fantasy. It's about magic worlds, spells, and playing as or fighting anything that's not human. Now, just to be clear, while these mods all feature fantasy, the best mod among them is still up to you based on what you like. Fantasy mods can mean spells, it can mean non-human species, as well as adaptations of fantasy worlds or completely new ones. I ranked all of these mods previously in different contexts, but this time I'm ranking them purely based on personal preference, whether they are high fantasy or low fantasy, based on previous works of fiction or not. So let's do this. At number 15, we have Skyrim Civil War. As the title suggests, this mod is set in Skyrim. You will find the same species, the same units and factions, the same music as Skyrim, everything. Now, if you saw my latest video, you know Skyrim is not a game I played much, so this mod has little value to me. However, if you love Skyrim, this is basically Warband in Skyrim, and there's not much else to say beyond that. A broader complaint for me though, is that besides recreating the world itself and doing so very well, the mod itself doesn't seem to bring any changes to the gameplay, so it's actually a fairly light mod compared to others on this list. You won't find this mod on ModDB because it got a copyright claim or something, but thanks to a subscriber of the channel, I now have a copy of the mod in my Google Drive, and I left a link down below, so if Skyrim is your thing, have fun. At 14 we have Age of Arthur. This mod is basically Brytenwalda, one of my favorite mods of all time set in the UK during the Dark Ages, but with the legend of King Arthur added on top of it. So in terms of fantasy, it offers a bit, with witches and wizards and the occasional spells. These all come into a central quest that the mod also offers that center around King Arthur. However, I've never been big on this story, so I'm not all that invested, and the mod screwed up the siege mechanic from the mod that it's based on. For more details, make sure to check my complete review of the mod. However, it is a pretty intense mod with lots of gameplay additions, but the fantasy elements themselves are somewhat rare and not at all centered to the mod. At 13, we have Paradigm Worlds. I hesitate to call this mod fantasy because it's just a big cluster of an art experiment on the part of the modders. Paradigm Worlds is set in a post-apocalyptic future ravaged by biological warfare, so the mod doesn't really feature fantasy elements like magic, but we do have all kinds of non-human species like mutants and the undead. There's also giant spiders and super vampires. It's anything but realistic. The mod had only one goal, and it was to cram as many wacky elements into it as possible, with no concern for consistency or balance. If I could sum up Paradigm Worlds in one word, it's chaos. It's a really funny mod, but it's also extremely bloated, and the more you try and make sense of it, the more illogical it gets. So if you're just looking for something ridiculous but fun, give Paradigm Worlds a shot. But okay, at number 12, we're taking a big step back where simplicity is bliss. With a more conventional mod, if you will, it's Fantasy CALRADIA. Of all the mods in this video, this one is a great place to start for anyone getting into fantasy mods. The title is self-explanatory. Fantasy CALRADIA adds fantasy elements to native CALRADIA. We have new troop trees for spellcasters. You yourself can now cast spells, which you buy from different guilds. There's a few fantasy races like orcs, elves, and the undead that replace the native bandits. And that's pretty much it. It's a good mod to learn about spells that doesn't also overwhelm you with a massive new world and lore. However, this appeal is also the main drawback, and it's that if you're not new to fantasy mods, this one will feel pretty simple in contrast. But if you want to take it a small step further, you can give number 11 a shot, and this is Legacy of the Dragon. This one I discovered recently, and in a lot of ways it feels a lot like Fantasy CALRADIA, but with the extra layer of being set in a different world. And that's pretty much it. Because of the new world, there's also tons of new items and units, new factions, and overall it's a pretty decent total conversion. The spells work almost identical to Fantasy CALRADIA, as they are accessed by meeting sorcerers of different sects to learn different spells and buy new gear. A personal favorite spell tree of mine though is the Necromancy, which allows you to take time while in camp to summon the undead into your party. An efficient way of getting troops without paying for them, and they look pretty cool too. Overall, Legacy of the Dragon is pretty good as a fantasy mod, but it lacks in other areas, hence why it's still pretty low in the list. The dragons especially are an impressive attempt, but they also show the limitations of Warband. At number 10, Age of Sword and Sorcery. This mod takes us to a fictional world set in the Renaissance/late medieval period, with a strong emphasis on spellcasting. Overall, this mod is simply gorgeous with the items and units. The world itself is fairly fleshed out, with different guilds that offer different quests, as well as many caves and dungeons to explore for loot. This is another mod for which I did a full review, however, I will say that since then I've come to think less highly of the mod. Sure, there's lots of cool stuff, but the biggest problem with the mod is the late game. Sieges can be buggy as hell, and there's no improvements to kingdom management whatsoever. So it's a really fun mod as a solo adventurer, not so much as a lord or a king. But from Fantasy CALRADIA to Legacy of the Dragon, we now have another mod that takes it even further. At number 9, this is World of Vaznar. World of Vaznar is a fantasy mod with a much darker undertone that focuses more heavily on necromancy and black magic. In terms of quality, although the mod is not yet finished, it still feels very well polished. The world is a mix of late medieval and Renaissance period, so the items are simply gorgeous. Most spells are simplified as throwable items, but I especially love summoning skeletons in battle, as unlike Legacy of the Dragon, this is something that can be done in battle, and the skeletons never take place in your party limit. You can also play as a vampire, although it's meant to be challenging since in this world, nobody likes vampires. The mod was also built on top of Hispania 1200, and features much of its scenery, including the many layers of defenses for sieges. So overall, of the simpler, more straightforward fantasy mods we have, Vaznar is a top pick for me personally. At number 8, this is Prophecy of Pandora. Prophecy of Pandora is one of the best known mods on Warband. This is another huge total conversion with tons of new faction and items, tons of quests, and tons of massive bandit groups with unique loot. For many, this mod is the best Warband mod there is. And while I agree it is huge and ambitious, my criticisms have always been the same, which is that most of what Pandora offers is in the late game and takes a lot of time to reach. In terms of fantasy, it's a fairly light mod with magical stones and some elves, as well as a few magical items, but I don't recall seeing much fantasy to begin with. It's a good mod, but only if you're willing to put in the time, and fantasy-wise it's there, but it's fairly light. Speaking of light, number 7 is Light and Darkness, Heroes of CALRADIA. This mod takes us back to the original CALRADIA from the first Mount and Blade. The main changes to the mod is a big story campaign where you investigate some evil cult to stop them from taking over the world. In terms of fantasy, it's also fairly light, with a few magical items and the occasional fantasy creature, though the story is the main selling point. Overall, it's a really good mod for a one-time experience, but the quests can get very grindy, and you really have to play the story as the rest of the mod itself is still largely native, with very few changes. But another story-driven mod with a bit more fantasy elements comes at number 6, with Revenge of the Berserk. Much like Light and Darkness, the story in Revenge of the Berserk takes center stage, as the world itself isn't particularly impressive. The scenery and the items found in stores are still largely native. But the fantasy part comes with the story itself, which is based on the Berserk manga. So in the story you take control of Guts, a huge swordsman, and you go around first as a mercenary, then on a quest to fight some demons. The fantasy elements are present throughout, with fairies, zombies, and demons. Not really any spells, but the giant sword is just awesome, so it makes for an amazing one-time experience, so long as you stick to the story. At number 5, this is Bones of Ragnvald. Much like Revenge of the Berserk and Like in Darkness before that, Bones of Ragnvald is a very story-driven mod, but unlike the two, the world in Bones is a lot more fleshed out. So fantasy-wise, we have the undead to the north, and we have a forest full of demonic spider humanoids in the south. So the world is fairly rich in lore and with new factions and music, and overall just very immersive, a very solid total conversion. The fantasy elements aren't the main selling point, but they sure add a lot to it. Bones of Ragnvald has been one of my favorite mods since I've discovered it, although the darker, creepier atmosphere isn't for everyone. But if you really want to go hardcore on fantasy, then you gotta try number 4, which is Warsword Conquest. This mod is based on the Warhammer universe, which, to put it simply, puts all the fantasy cliches into the same world and then blows the scope up to 15. So in terms of fantasy, it doesn't get more intense than Warhammer, and the mod, Warsword Conquest, surprisingly, is more than up to the challenge. It doesn't matter where you go in this mod, everything is lore accurate, from the orcs to the vampires to the lizards and the demons. The mod has every fantasy element you could think of, as well as some spellcasting, and it is as gorgeous as it is awesome. The main problem though is that choosing any other race than human quickly limits you to faction-based equipment and makes most loot you find worthless. And the races aren't exactly balanced either, like Chaos, the orcs, the demons, they just kick ass. So think of Warsword Conquest as Paradigm Worlds, but a little more structured and definitely more fantasy-oriented. And that's pretty much it. Great mod all around, one of the best you can find on Warband, but it really is for hardcore fantasy lovers, as everyone else will just get overwhelmed with the sheer size of it all. At number 3, this is The Last Days of the Third Age. Now, TLD for short is undeniably one of the best mods ever for Warband, or at the very least, one of the most ambitious. And it's all based on Middle-earth and Lord of the Rings. Now, I don't personally like Lord of the Rings very much, but I can't deny the quality of this mod. They recreated Middle-earth perfectly, from the scenery, to the items, to the races, to the story itself, with cutscenes, and a central quest based on which side of the conflict you choose, bunch of unique quests, and of course, the battles are simply epic. The biggest criticism I have of the mod though is the decision to make each kingdom use its own currency, which you can only earn from completing quests for said kingdom, meaning it's almost impossible to amass wealth in the game, let alone buy anything of value anywhere else in the world. But besides that, TLD is simply amazing. This is the go-to for any fan of the Lord of the Rings, no question about it. But at number 2, we have a world which I'm actually a big fan of, spread across 2 different mods. These are Clash of Kings and World of Ice and Fire. These 2 mods are based on the Game of Thrones novels and shows, and in that regard did about as great a job as TLD did. The world is immersive, as are the items, the characters, the music. It all works really well. I tend to always put the mods together because they really are on the same level of quality, but whichever you end up choosing really depends on you, mostly based on the currently listed reasons. But overall, in terms of fantasy, Game of Thrones is fairly low fantasy to begin with, so there isn't much to it. There's no spells, mostly you can go beyond the wall to fight ice zombies, but the mods are nonetheless some of the best I've ever played. Although I'll admit, both in terms of fantasy and overall quality, because I really am a big fan of the books, this is a very biased position. They're cool mods, but whether they deserve a top spot is very subjective. And finally, at number 1, no surprise there, this is Perisno. Of all the fantasy mods out there that came up with an entirely new world and lore, Perisno is probably the most fleshed out of them all, with new factions, detailed lore explaining them all, and a gameplay designed to be on the hardcore level of Warsword Conquest with massive, diverse bandit groups and minor factions, as well as the iconic Zan invasion, which is when a 10,000 strong army invades Perisno and just wrecks everything in its path. In terms of fantasy, we don't really get spells, but the game has different races, such as elves called the Nephili, the giants, and the dwarves, and they're all fairly fleshed out by now. The game also offers to ride giant wolves and bears into battle. There's the occasional abomination found with demon worshippers, and the mod offers tons of new quests, lots of reward, complex kingdom management, and has overall been my favorite Warband mod for the sheer intensity of battles, the beautiful music, and essentially checking all the marks on what makes a great mod for me personally. Now, I've done a lot of Warband mod videos, a lot, but so far, all of my attempts to clear the spreadsheet of all the Warband mods you've been recommending have failed. Mostly because every time I drop a new Warband mod video, you people just keep bringing up more mods for me to try. Every damn time! So, you wanted more Warband content? Here it is. Starting very light at number 15 with the Eagle and the Radiant Cross. This mod takes us to the original map for CALRADIA from the first Mount and Blade game, but in the late medieval to Renaissance period. Based on the time period, it's got about everything you would expect, from the armors to the weapons, so you can enjoy the firing line or do some pike and shot, whatever you like. However, given that it's number 15, I don't have much else to say about this mod. What this mod is basically is native Warband, but with more recent weapons and a few sub-mods like Diplomacy. But personally, I'm also having a bug where towns don't spawn at all, but that could just be me, or the game version, or anything else really. I actually wanted to try a siege to see what happens, and well, it went about as absurdly as you can expect. To be fair, I wish mods had a feature to make this possible, if only to make battles and sieges less grindy when we're not in the mood. So yeah, I'm sure it was a pretty cool mod when it was released, but now it's just incomplete. If you want a better version of this, I'd recommend either CALRADIA 1417 or Nova Aedas. Next up, at number 14, this is Independence of Chile. This mod takes us to South America in the 1800s. As the title suggests, it mostly revolves around the Chilean War of Independence, which, I'll admit, I don't know much about, so it's not an historical event that I'm particularly invested in. Being the 1800s, the mod revolves mostly around the musket and the firing line, and overall, did a pretty good job. But other than that, once again, there's really not that much to say. Like other gun mods, it suffers from the same limitations. Because muskets are deadly but inaccurate, battles can drag on for a while at range, and in sieges, they can be unbalanced. But overall, I'd say the mod achieved what it aimed to do with the setting, I just wish it did more. It's basically native with guns, set in South America. You'll definitely appreciate it if you're passionate about the history and culture, but otherwise, as far as gun mods go, it's not bad, but there's better options out there. Similarly at number 13, here's Winds of the War. This mod takes us to Europe in the late medieval and Renaissance period. Given that there aren't that many mods for this time period, let alone in the entirety of Europe, it's nice to get a mod like that. However, Wind of the War is far from finished. As you can see on the map, some settlements don't even have proper names yet, and most of the lords retain the native names, rather than historical ones. Although to be fair, King Harlos would definitely make a pretty good French king. The mod does cover items from the time period pretty well, so the Gothic armors and such are pretty awesome, and they surprisingly offer a lot of protection. So in the mod, I basically got myself a French army and I attacked the English. And I noticed the battle started to drag on for a long time, with people beating the crap out of each other but nobody actually dying. I mean, look at this. I had to shoot this enemy at point blank multiple times, and he still wouldn't go down. So perhaps the armors are a little too overpowered? Overall, Winds of the War looks pretty good, and it does bring a bunch of sub-mods like pre-battle planning, diplomacy, and freelancer. But it also made armors so overpowered that fighting anything less than bandits becomes a real slug. So it's not a bad mod per se, it just needs a lot of polishing. And considering only one version was released in 2012, I don't think we'll get more than that. As far as Renaissance mods go, it was a good effort, but there's just better options. This mod did take us to a niche, interesting historical setting. At number 12, this is Golden Earth. It's rare for mods to feature North America, but North America when the Vikings first landed? That's pretty cool. As you can see, Native American tribes make up most of the map, with the Vikings having a few settlements off the coast. So essentially you can pick any side to fight the others, making it one of the few, if not the only mod I know of, where you can actively play as Native Americans. Not that I did, I wanted to check out the Vikings first, then I just ended up sticking with them. That said, Viking settlements are so few, I quickly found myself hiring native warriors to make up the numbers, and they look pretty awesome. And after joining the Vikings as a mercenary, I got in several battles, including an epic siege defense against endless waves of the Warband. Overall, it's a pretty good mod for people interested in this time period, which doesn't really get enough attention, I think. However, while the map is huge, there isn't much to do. It still feels a lot like playing native. Or playing Viking Conquest, I should say. They added some of the soundtrack, which is pretty neat. The mod is also fairly recent, with the last update just last year, so it's possible we'll see more features in the future. As it stands, it's not the best, but it's pretty straightforward, it works, and I love the setting. Moving on to number 11, we have 12th Century. This mod is mostly set in Asia during the Middle Ages. Although the mod mainly centers around China, it also covers Mongolia to the north, India to the south, and stretches all the way to the Middle East and bits of Hungary. The mod basically covers the entire landmass that Genghis Khan conquered, and one of the key sells of this mod is that you can basically create your own Mongolian horde, in theory. But let's take a step back. 12th Century is the only mod primarily set in China that I've played besides 108 Heroes. So is it any good? Well, yeah, overall the scenery is much better. I haven't seen anything from the native map. The items are also pretty cool, but the mod itself isn't real balanced or polished. For instance, bandits. They're the primary source of leveling up and loot in the early game, but in this mod they are very sparse and are often such big groups that they don't even count as early game targets. Markets are also very limited, with many stores not selling boots or gloves, and shields are practically non-existent in the mod. As for getting Mongolian troops, you actually have to be a Mongolian lord to recruit them, otherwise you get a different, weaker troop type, which does feel limiting. So overall, this mod is visually immersive, but I'd say it suffers from a lack of priorities. A good example of that is the Middle East and Hungary portion. I get that they wanted to cover the entire landmass that was reached by the Mongols, but if you have a mod set in China, no one is gonna bother playing in the Middle East. There are so many mods focused on the Middle East and the Crusades, that I feel 12th century should not have bothered with that region at all, and should have instead focused on polishing Asia even more. That's not to say the mod is bad, it's just not as good as it could be. If you're into medieval China, this should hit the mark, otherwise, it's still a diamond in the rough. This next mod though, I really liked, if only it was more stable. At number 10, this is the New World 1521. Upon playing this mod, I wanted to recommend it so bad. New World 1521 takes us to South America, just as the Spanish are landing. Much like Golden Earth, the mod centers around the native population as it comes into contact with Europe. And I gotta say, the Mayans and Aztecs and all these other civilizations look gorgeous in the mod. The flamboyant armors and obsidian weapons simply look amazing. It really feels like on the level of something like Gekokujo. Along with the music, the scenery, and the battlefields, the immersion of the mod is truly unique. Unfortunately, the mod is highly unstable and prone to crashes. The modder is well aware of this, but whether he's still working on a second version, as said on the mod page, is anyone's guess. As it stands, I would love to have my own army of Jaguar warriors and just clash with some conquistadors, but the moment the battles gets too big, it's almost guaranteed to crash. Seriously, this mod has a lot of potential to be amazing. If only it was stable, I would have put it among the top mods in this video, purely based on immersion alone. But moving on, back to modern day this time, we have at number 9, Snow in the East. Snow in the East is a World War II mod centering around the Eastern Front between Nazi Germany and Soviet Russia. The mod offers you to start as a mercenary with a warband of your own for a few select factions, and I ended up going with Finland to kick some Soviet butts. In terms of historical gun mods, this is the most modern I've ever played. In terms of immersion, the mod is as solid as I'd hoped for it to be. We got new scenery, new items, new music, we have it all. However, the more modern the weaponry gets, the more obvious the limitations of the game become. It's very difficult for mods like these to be balanced. Since we're past muskets, guns are more accurate and much faster to reload, which leads battles to either end very quickly up close, or drag on for a bit at long range. It also makes sieges basically suicidal unless you have a lot of troops to send into the meat grinder. The main fix for this would be what the Reckoning mod did. This mod had modern firearms, but implemented a mechanic that made NPCs seek cover. Pretty ambitious, I should say, and it would have to be the next addition to Snow in the East to make it work better. But besides that, the mod feels fairly complete. You can join either superpowers, or join smaller factions like the Polish Resistance, and it's basically a well-done World War II mod all around. And if you're looking for some gun mod that isn't incomplete like Red Wars, or as hardcore as Between Empires, Snow in the East should be the perfect balance in between. And number 8, this is Medieval Conquests. Medieval Conquest is based on 1257 AD, arguably one of the most ambitious mods ever made for Warband, which takes place in Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa in the Middle Ages. So right off the bat, Medieval Conquest is just as massive and should be an instant winner for anyone who loved 1257 AD. Not that Medieval Conquest is all that different, it mostly just adds more features on top of 1257 AD. One of the main differences centers around kingdom stability. You can choose to start the game as a monarch, but you're not the monarch, you're a usurper. And a big part of the mod in this context is to stay in control of your kingdom, at least according to the instructions at the beginning. This mod also takes a feature similar to one found in a New Dawn mod, that of smaller factions forming through rebellions and civil war, which does make the map potentially a lot more chaotic. It's also a lot more hardcore overall in terms of combat. I'd say more about it, but there's not that much more to say. If you loved 1257 AD, or overall love medieval Europe, and you want even more complexity, Medieval Conquest may just offer that extra layer you're looking for, but it's entirely subjective. If you want something a little more niche though, and a lot more hardcore, then number 7 is for you. This is Rust's 13th century Way of the Warrior. I have a bit more to say about this one. Unlike 1257 AD, this mod focuses entirely on Eastern Europe in 1237, just as the Mongolian horde is about to show up. Rust's 13th century immediately distinguished itself by being ridiculously difficult. So where to even begin? Starting out as an adventurer is basically impossible. For starters, good luck getting XP through fighting because looters give out 1 XP per kill, so leveling up through fighting would take forever. Want to get some decent loot? Well, in 13th century, looting requires extra time, during which you're completely exposed to attack from other groups. And imagine hitting enemies without them even flinching. The moment you encounter enemies with armor, landing a strike may not even stop them from landing their attacks, which makes fighting significantly harder. The mod also added the bleeding out feature, as seen in Brytenwalda, but it's way worse. A good hit could cause you to bleed out in mere seconds. Also, tournaments use the gear you have, meaning fighting lords in the game is virtually unwinnable. And recruiting from villages now require at least 5 relations with said village, so getting a warband up and running is also phenomenally difficult. So yeah, Rust 13th Century is probably one of the most hardcore, difficult mods I've ever played. There is a section that explains all in the game concepts, and it's definitely designed to be a punishing experience. Now, you can actually start as a vassal or king, which will give you good gear, money, and men from the start, so you can avoid the worst of it, but even then, it's bound to be just as brutal, only on a bigger scale when you go to war. Overall, the mod is actually pretty solid and immersive. If you don't mind the difficulty or actually enjoy it, then Rust 13th Century is definitely a good mod for this place and time. Another mod that represents its time period well stands at number 6 and is called Rome at War. At this point, I've played many Roman mods, and they do have a tendency to all look similar after a while, because they're all about the Roman Empire. However, this mod was a pleasant surprise, and does distinguish itself in a few areas. For starters, it's the only mod I've played in which Rome isn't at the peak of its power, but in its beginning. As such, the mod centers only around Italy and Greece, but there's still plenty of factions to go to war with, and the iconic legionaries just aren't a thing yet historically, so the Roman army is a bit more primitive. That said, the scenery, the items, and music all check the marks. Formation mechanics are present, and valleys of javelins are as satisfying as they get. What I did like the most though about this mod is that it not only lets you start at different stages like Lord or King, but it gives even more options. So you want to be a Lord? You can, but you can also choose your starting renown and also your starting wealth, which really makes it easy to just jump into the game and go straight to war. Overall, Rome at War is just one of many Roman mods, and although it's not technically complete, it still feels surprisingly solid. If you wanted to conquer the entire Italian peninsula, or unite all of the Greek city-states, this mod will definitely do the trick. But here we go, we're getting in the top 5 now, so here's Deeds of Arms and Chivalry. This mod takes us to the 100 Years' War between France and England in the late medieval period. If this sounds familiar, it's because I also reviewed a mod called 1429 The 100 Years' Wars a few months ago, and on the surface, these two mods are almost identical. They are both set in France at the same time, so the map, the scenery, and items are all pretty similar as well. 1429 has been taken down by its author though, so Deeds of Arms and Chivalry is more accessible, and which mod you prefer can depend on the slightest thing. When I played Deeds of Arms and Chivalry, I did notice a couple of things I really liked. Besides being equally immersive, it's also much more hardcore. The mod brings back the battle formations from Brytenwalda, as well as the sheer brutality of the combat. Battles in this mod are just deadly, it's ridiculous. They also amped up the range of archers and crossbowmen. They'll fire at each other with surprisingly good accuracy from across the map. And it does make sense when you think of the famous English longbows. But as with other mods, I also like that this mod allows you to start as a historical ruler of any faction, so for anyone less interested in the leveling up and warband building aspect of the game, and more interested in just fighting the 100 Years' War, this basically allows you to do just that right away. So overall, Deeds of Arms and Chivalry is a pretty solid mod. You can still play 1429 using my Google Drive link, but you can really pick either mod and still have a great time. At number 4, Honor and Glory. Honor and Glory is set in Eastern Europe in the late medieval period, and covers mostly Russia, Poland, Ukraine, and Sweden. If that sounds familiar, it's because it's the exact same setting as the standalone expansion for Warband called With Fire and Sword, for which I already did a review. So in this mod, you've got the immersive scenery, items, and music, with most of the fighting centered around pikes and muskets. Pretty straightforward overall, but basically, if you don't want to spend money on With Fire and Sword, you can get a pretty close experience with Honor and Glory. There are some main differences, including the lack of a story campaign in the mod, but alternatively, in Honor and Glory you can start as a ruler of any given faction and just go to war, which I do love the option. Honor and Glory is pretty solid and makes for a great mod for anyone who is a fan of this place and time period. My only complaint comes with the battle themselves. The mod emphasized a lot on morale, and troops are very prone to rout if the battle doesn't go well. This isn't much of an issue on its own, except the firing line tends to rotate based on the nearest enemies, so routing enemies could literally cause your firing line to face the wrong way, which is frustrating. But besides that, great mod overall. And finally, in the top 3, it's time we get into some fantasy mods, starting with, at number 3, with Chronicles of Might and Magic. This mod is based on a fairly old series of video games called Heroes of Might and Magic, which I haven't played, so it's likely some of its charm is lost on me. Basically, this is another fairly ambitious fantasy mod that covers both spellcasting and a wide range of non-human species. The mod also had one of the best intros I've ever seen. Basically, as soon as you start the game, you're in a town, and it just gets destroyed as a demon portal opens and overwhelms the city. It was a pretty awesome way to start the game, but then you get through a portal, and after that it's just regular sandbox, I guess. Unless there's a unique storyline somewhere. If there is, I found no indication of it. But anyway, from here the mod is pretty straightforward. Magic is similar to other mods, with magic staffs to throwing magic balls at people. There's also the spellbook mechanic, as seen in Fantasy CALRADIA, although it's a bit awkward to use. Then there's the fantasy creatures, an absolute ton of them, from zombies to vampires, from fiends and ogres, to floating brains, whatever that is. Seriously, it blows my mind how much effort went into these units, and it just makes battles all the more epic. Then there's the dragons, which, not gonna lie, it's probably the most impressive attempt I've ever seen on Warband. This is basically what happens when you couldn't care less about the game's engine's limitations. Careful not to get a headache though. After that, the main gameplay addition I've noticed is the sheer amount of dungeons on the map, each garrisoned with lots of strong units. They are a one-time exploration, so once you clear a dungeon it just disappears, but many of them offer unique items, which is pretty cool, and they'll keep you busy for a while. Overall, the mod was pretty solid, immersive, and stable, but also simple. I couldn't see a lot of change to the core game, but still, if you enjoy fantasy mods, this one is definitely worth a shot. If you want to take it to a whole other level though, number 2 is a must try. This is Blood and Steel. Blood and Steel takes us to CALRADIA with 3 main changes. Firstly, there's a bunch of fantasy elements, from undead knights to golems to remnants, whatever those are. Basically, there's a bunch of non-human species. Secondly, the game centers around a class system which you establish when starting the game. I of course went with a revolutionary peasant, and basically what this did is make me an ally with every faction, but also had good relations with all the villages, allowing for easy recruiting. And finally, the game just upped the battle size to 11. Each leadership perk point increases party size limit by 50. Each bandit group ranges from 50 to 400. Caravans also have 600 units in them, as do lords. Proportionally, recruiting is also made very easy, as each group often offer anywhere from 50 to 100 units, each tavern often offering 3 different mercenary groups at once. All in all, this means Blood and Steel is ridiculously epic. I also love the new battlefields, they are so immersive. Add to that grenades and guns, and you get yourself some pretty sick battles. However, this is worth pointing out, the mod is virtually impossible without cheating. Units are both expensive to recruit and expensive to upgrade, but bandit groups themselves barely yield any money. Even some things are just rigged to bankrupt you, like food. In markets, food can cost up to 4 times as much as they do in native, but some of these foods have even less units in them. Basically, feeding your army is almost impossible, so to reach the epic level of battles quickly, cheating is necessary unless you grind for a very long time. But all in all, if you're looking for a mod to just have senseless, massive battles while easily recruiting endless amounts of cannon fodder, Blood and Steel is one hell of a mod. The main thing I did not have time to experience was something called the Doom, that keeps being warned about as happening on like day 45 or something. But I might just save that for a dedicated video, as this mod has lots of layers to uncover. And finally, this one was a pleasant surprise and my instant favorite from all 15 mods I tried for this video. This is Touhou Gensokyo Warfare. This one is based on the Touhou project, a long series of video games dating back to the late 90s. To be clear, until playing this mod, I knew nothing about Touhou. So while the main charm of this mod is lost on me, the fact it still ended up being my favorite should be a testament to the quality of the mod. I also didn't have much expectations. From the looks of it, I anticipated a buggy, incomplete, wacky mess. But damn, I was so wrong. So in this mod, we're in the world of Gensokyo, which has lots of fantasy elements with humans and non-humans alike. Everything has the style of an anime, and although it's a bit silly looking, it actually works very well. I also didn't encounter any bugs. The mod is actually really solid, from the beautiful scenery to the items being very immersive. I did cheat very quickly to see what the mod could offer, and it got overpowered very quickly. From a magic attack that worked like a sniper rifle, to throwing daggers, and a stupidly fast and deadly fan. And not gonna lie, the characters look pretty badass. But the mod also comes with a central story divided in many chapters, which, wow. This makes Touhou not only a very well made anime mod, but also a very developed story mod. Playing Touhou turned out to be a very pleasant surprise, and I wish I could say more about it, but making this video was quite tenuous as it was. That said, it is the mod I enjoyed playing the most, and I wouldn't shut down the possibility of making a dedicated video in the future. It's definitely a very solid mod overall, and more than capable of adapting the world it's depicting. Hello everyone, I'm Duke, and welcome back to yet another Warband mod video. Today we're looking at Warzone-Acron, a gun mod inspired by the Fallout universe. Now, I don't know if you noticed, but I did start making Fallout 4 mod videos on my channel, so a Warband mod based on Fallout, that's the perfect crossover. And not only that, but Warzone-Acron is probably the best gun mod I've played on Warband, and this will become clear soon enough. So Warzone-Acron is set in the world of, well, Acron, which is a post-apocalyptic setting inspired by Fallout. While the world itself is fictional, much like CALRADIA, it's actually pretty similar to the real world in that there is no non-human species or magic, none that I found anyway. The world is destroyed with ruins everywhere, and different factions have risen from the ashes and are basically fighting each other for survival. In terms of the setting, it's pretty well done. We have a whole bunch of new, beautiful scenery, the battle maps are new as well, and the post-apocalyptic vibe is real. In terms of Fallout, we have the same font and similar hub to New Vegas, and many items from the game can also be found in the mod, including the iconic NCR Ranger outfit, which I really love. One of the factions is also inspired by the Legion, though they look pretty different. In terms of gameplay, the mod focuses more on solo survival than long-term conquering. For example, we have a bunch of new skills, such as scavenging and crafting. The idea of scavenging is that the edges of the world map are deserted wasteland where you can go passively to look for loot. The higher your scavenging skills, the more likely you are to find good stuff. Crafting comes in the form of workshops and towns where you can upgrade your items using craft materials found in shops, which the mod page says isn't a finished feature yet, but there's potential for sure. You can also get a pickup truck in towns to travel on the world map faster, but it needs gas, otherwise you can't use it. There's also an extra level of management in terms of your party. You need both food and water, and you'll notice all parties camp out at night to rest. If you don't rest, morale goes down real fast. And if you run out of food and water, over time your character will actually die. That's according to the mod page, that is. I didn't bother trying it. So yeah, the game puts a lot more emphasis on bodily needs and scavenging than on becoming a lord and conquering. But that's not to say it can't be done. However, recruiting from villages doesn't appear to be accessible unless you own them yourself. So the main ways of recruiting are either mercenaries in towns or groups of refugees just roaming the wasteland. But alright, let's talk combat. The mod comes with all kinds of firearms, each with their own ammo types, so pistols, automatic weapons, and rifles, we got it all. But this is where Warzone surpasses all of the gun mods in my opinion. You see, the problem in most mods is that guns depend on the same mechanic as shooting with a bow. You hold the attack button until you get a good aim, and then you release. This is not inherently bad if you have a mod with muskets, but any guns with more than one bullet capacity always required to get the aim down, which slowed down the fire rate. To fix it, Warzone allows you to get into firing position simply by holding the right click. In this position, you can just keep firing endlessly, and it's a lot faster and much more stable. But then the mod made a massive leap by adding iron sights. If after right clicking you hold shift, you'll get into zoomed mode. All weapons come with at least the iron sights, so it makes shooting insanely precise. Seriously, this is really good. When I first played the mod, I could not believe how smooth this was. Never has a Warband mod made gun mechanics this good. And it's not over, because the game does come with sniper rifles and scopes. And guess what? You can aim with the scope. It zooms through the map, and you can snipe enemies from afar. How awesome is that? I want you to really think of the potential this brings to Warband. Guns have always been limited, but not anymore. This is awesome. And finally, on top of that, the mod borrowed some of the battle mechanics from the Reckoning. It was possible for NPCs to actively seek cover, and here, Warzone does it as well. However, Warzone has much bigger battle scenes and not as much areas of cover. So when starting a battle, your troops will find whatever cover they can find, but if you have a lot of troops, the bulk of them will stay in the back. What's cool though is that if your troops skirmishing at the front get killed, troops in the rear will gradually join the fight, as I noticed here by doing it to the enemy army. The AI in the mod isn't so bad. Usually if you fight defensively against a lord, they will approach gradually. If you're attacking them, they will find cover, and it makes charging them very costly. What's even more awesome though is that if you're vastly outnumbered, as I was here, the lord will just banzai charge, hoping to overwhelm you, and it does make for some pretty ridiculously epic battles. In terms of sieges, it's pretty similar to the Reckoning as well in that there aren't really any walls. However, my experience with sieges is that enemies have a few layers of defenses and you gotta make your way through. So it's still a serious meat grinder. However, with a full auto sniper rifle, you can really do some damage there. As a final Fallout reference, the game also comes with healing kits for battle, and when you use them, it's an actual stim pack with full animation. Nice. And broadly, that's pretty much it. Scavenging is the primary way to go in early game, and as you get a good warband going, the battles can get pretty interesting. There's a few more things to it, of course. It is possible to get a ballistic shield to go in melee, but I would not recommend it. I haven't seen many troops on horses, but it is possible to get a horse and shoot from horseback, which is pretty cool, but not very accurate. If you do get the minigun though, it's definitely worth it just for fun. Once you do create your own faction, there's not much to it. You have the diplomacy summon to hire extra staff, but that's about it. However, in terms of campaign, it's pretty interesting as I haven't seen the equivalent of castles anywhere on the map. So any towns the factions have, they're the only settlements that need to be captured for the surrounding villages. After capturing 2 towns from a faction, they already had only 1 town left. So in terms of conquering the world, Warzone is also one of the few mods that make it possible in just a few gaming sessions, rather than an endless grind. So there's that too. Overall, with the new gun mechanics alone, this mod instantly became a personal favorite. The ability to snipe or go on minigun rampages, as well as the mechanics used by the AI, it all works really well. The immersive Fallout vibe is just the cherry on top for me, and unlike The Reckoning, which centers around very limited zombies, Warzone is full-on survivors fighting against each other, and it just doesn't drag on as much as other gun mods. The only real issues I have with the mod is, number 1, the lack of a story campaign. It does start with an interesting mission, but it's also over pretty quickly. It doesn't need a story campaign, but if there were some unique missions to get invested into the world and the lore, that would be pretty neat. And number 2, the world is fairly huge but doesn't have much action in it. Many groups feel very sparse, which makes early games drag on for a bit. I wish there were more bigger groups around. Keep in mind though, the mod is barely a month old. That's right, it came out at the beginning of the year, proving once again that the Warband modding community is still coming strong. They released it with the goal of it already being nearly finished, and it shows. It's likely they'll release another patch to fix a few bugs eventually, but other than that, Warzone-Acron is right there, and it's fully playable. Hello everyone, I'm Terry Duke, and welcome to yet another special ranking of Warband mods. In previous videos we talked about the best historical mods, the best story-driven mods, and the best fantasy mods. Now it's time to talk about the best gun mods. And to be clear, this video isn't just about mods that have guns in them, but mods where guns take center stage. So this video will exclude a lot of mods that don't do that. For example, Gekokujo is an amazing samurai mod with a lot of different gun troops for each faction, but generally swords and arrows are still more accessible and mainstream. Mods like Renaissance and Honor and Glory do add guns, but again, they're not the main focus of the mod itself. Another mod that is really cool is Star Wars Conquest, which does have a lot of laser rifles and blasters, but it's still not a full-on gun mod since you can just as much focus on lightsabers and force powers. So it's a great mod, but I'm also not including it in this ranking. With that in mind, here's my ranking of the best gun mods for Warband. If you enjoy the content, as usual, feel free to like and subscribe. Now let's do this. At number 12, this is a mod I already mentioned a few times, and I feel silly just bringing it up. This is CSGO but Warband. As the title suggests, the mod is set in CSGO, and the point is pretty much the same, to just kill everybody that's not on your team. However, unlike the real CSGO, this mod doesn't have any real matches, there's no online version. It's really just you spawn in the game with a couple of guns that have infinite ammo, and then you just wreak havoc. Ever since making my first video talking about the mod actually received an update, so I did decide to try it for this video. If anything, it's worse than it was before, but it could just be because I'm using the script extender. So for example, on my first game, I spawned in the main map and it was a lot bigger and I could hear troops fighting each other, but I went everywhere and I could not find anyone. On my second playthrough, I spawned in a different map, but I glitched outside of it. And then on my third try, I did end up spawning in the map, but all the troops were not CSGO troops, they were just vanilla troops. After killing them, they would not respawn, so within 30 seconds, everyone was already dead. So yeah, in terms of gun mods, I gotta bring it up because obviously it's a gun mod, but it's mostly just one big experiment, and it's funny at best, unplayable at worst. But now it's time to get a bit more serious, starting with number 11, this is Independence of Chile. This mod I discovered fairly recently, and it's set during the Chilean War of Independence in South America. In terms of actual gun mods, it's pretty standard. You have muskets, the immersion in terms of the historical setting, the scenery, the clothes, everything is pretty immersive. But in terms of actual gun gameplay, this is pretty standard. Most guns are either muskets or one-round pistols, meaning that the fire rate is pretty slow for all the guns, not all of them are particularly accurate, so it makes for battles that drag on for quite some time. And in terms of any other features, the mod doesn't really offer anything, so Independence of Chile is a pretty beautiful mod, but in terms of gameplay and guns, there's just not that much to it. At number 10, this is 1860s America. 1860s America is one of the first mods I ever played on Warband, and it's basically what would happen if you make a mod about being a gunslinger in the Wild West. So you have firing lines, you have rifles, the immersion, the items, everything is pretty good, but the mod is still largely incomplete, and there's just not that much features regarding the long-term gameplay of the mod. At number 9, this is Red Wars, which is yet another one of my classic mods. This mod takes us to CALRADIA and has this World War I and World War II vibe with communist regimes and Nazi regimes, and overall the mod did a pretty good job of bringing CALRADIA to this new time period. The guns, the units, everything is pretty cool. However, like 1860s America, this is another mod that was never finished, so some of the scenery is still native, and it's one of those mods where you really start to see the limitations of Warband, because Warband always used the same crossbow mechanic for guns, meaning you hold the trigger until you have a good aim and then you release. But when it comes to games that don't use muskets, like Red Wars right here, that means guns are far more accurate, and that means the closer you are to the enemy, the quicker it turns into a bloodbath. So whereas some mods will have really intense battles, Red Wars is one of those mods where those firing lines will shoot at each other from far away and battles can drag on for a really long time because of it. As such, Red Wars is a pretty good mod for what it tried to do, but again, it's not complete, so it's cool, but it's not legendary. Speaking of World Wars though, at number 8, this is Snow in the East. This is the one World War II mod that I've gotten to play on Warband, and it mostly centers on the Eastern Front between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union. And the scenery, the items, everything is pretty cool, but once again, because we're limited by the gun mechanic and we're actually using very accurate weapons, a lot of battles will end up dragging for a long time from a certain distance. Sieges themselves are practically broken because troops spawn so close to each other that it just turns into a bloodbath almost automatically. The vibe is pretty cool when it comes to Snow in the East, but there's also not that many more features outside of the guns themselves, so it's a pretty solid mod, but it's, again, not the best. At number 7, I'm putting 3 mods together because they're technically part of the same lore. These are the Reckoning Trilogy. I've talked about the Reckoning Trilogy before. These are mods based in CALRADIA, but in a zombie post-apocalyptic future, and the whole point of these mods is to fight both zombies and other groups of survivors. In terms of gun gameplay, they're all about as good as you would expect. One of the main changes that they've brought is the ability for NPCs to take cover in battles, which really does add to the immersion. The guns themselves are pretty cool, a lot of them are pretty modern, and so it makes for some pretty intense battles. The Reckoning 3rd stage is probably the most memorable of them all because it did add tanks, and they actually work really well so long as you don't have too many of them, otherwise you'll make the mod crash. So while these are pretty ambitious mods, the main problem is that none of them seem to reach their full potential. The first Reckoning focuses more on scavenging, but it gets repetitive very quickly, and the zombies themselves are a cool experiment, but they're not exactly impressive. The 3rd stage focuses more on big battles, but it's also very prone to crashes, and the New Beginning has the most dangerous zombies and mutants, but it's largely incomplete and too hard to play without cheats. Overall, as zombie mods, they're alright, but as gun mods, they're imbalanced and buggy, hence why they're not higher in the lists. It was still a very good effort though. Next up at number 6, we have L'Aigle. In terms of musket mods, it should not get better than this. L'Aigle is set in Europe during the Napoleonic Wars in the early 1800s and is simply massive. In terms of immersion, from the scenery to the music, the sound effects and items, it's probably one of the most gorgeous mods I've ever played. However, in terms of combat, the mod has always felt very bulky. For starters, muskets in this mod are not accurate at all, and the enemy AI was always pretty poor in general, so battles really dragged on, like a lot more than on other gun mods. However, as part of this video, I played the mod again to refresh my memory, this time using the Warband script extender, and it seemed to magically fix the AI. The enemy was suddenly more active, often charging my line in waves of cavalry, before holding a defensive firing line, which suddenly made the battles a lot better. I found myself enjoying the mod a lot more than before, even if the muskets still caused the battles to drag on for some time. A minor fix comes for this with the mod at number 5, which is called Grande Armée. This mod is basically like a spiritual successor to L'Aigle in that it's entirely based on L'Aigle, but it also made a bunch of small changes, such as muskets being a bit more accurate and reloading a bit faster. Unfortunately, the mod doesn't fix the poor AI, but it does add a couple of tweaks that does make the mod marginally better than L'Aigle. Quick editor's note, I feel a bit silly making L'Aigle and Grande Armée 2 different numbers in the ranking when I put all 3 Reckoning mods in the same number, but it's done now, and I'm too tired to fix the entire script, so that's that. Moving on. At number 4, this is American Civil War Revived. If 1860s America was about the Lone Ranger, American Civil War Revived is really about being a general in the Civil War, and as such you lead vast armies in battle, and everything is just better, from the firing lines to the tactics to the sound effects, and it does make for some really epic battles. But because it's aimed that way, American Civil War Revived doesn't really offer anything else outside of that. Playing as a solo adventurer just doesn't really work in this mod, and even playing as a general, your abilities as a single soldiers are very limited because bullets are just really deadly in this mod. So overall it makes for some really amazing battles, but that's really all it offers. In terms of actual gun gameplay, it doesn't really bring anything new to the table. Then at number 3 we have Rising Sun. So I mentioned Gekokujo in the intro as one of my favorite mods that's set in feudal Japan. Rising Sun is just Gekokujo but a few centuries later, as Japan is getting modernized and industrialized, and now guns are becoming the mainstream. You still have a lot of samurais, but guns are really the way to go now, and you have firing lines and musketry. It's overall pretty solid in that sense. It was a very smooth transition in different time periods, and as far as gun mods go, that just makes Rising Sun stand out as a really high quality mod. But I don't really have much else to say about it. Like, in terms of gun mods set in Japan, Rising Sun is just as good as it gets. Number 2, this is Between Empires. Until very recently, I considered Between Empires to be my favorite gun mod, mainly because of how massive and ambitious it is. So Between Empires is set in Europe, and you can actually choose a time period ranging from 1860 to 1914 at the beginning of the First World War. Now, because there are different time periods, it also brings different mechanics because guns don't work the same way. If you were to choose to fight in 1860, most of your soldiers will carry muskets, which is just one shot, and then some slow reloads, but overall it still works really well. You even have howitzers and cannons that still work very effectively as artillery. And the enemy army does use different tactics, splitting their infantry into different divisions that will attack you from different angles, which is really cool. If you move up to 1914, everything just gets way more hardcore, mainly because muskets aren't a thing anymore. Your soldiers can fire multiple rounds and reload much faster. The cannons themselves are also way deadlier and more precise. The main problem with the 1914 period though is that Between Empires also adds the ability to dig in trenches, which in of itself is an amazing feature, but there's a couple of drawbacks to it. Namely the fact that enemy armies, whether they're attacking or on the defense, will just dig into their positions and not move, and attacking them from the front is just suicide. You will have to create your own trenches yourselves if your troops don't all die trying to dig said trenches, and again, because enemies just entrench themselves, it just makes battles extremely hard to win. As such, after playing it again for a while, I do think the 1860 period from Between Empires is just better balanced, but you can't deny the effort and quality that went into the 1914 period. Overall, Between Empires is just a massive mod that brought a lot of very interesting mechanics, and it does make for some pretty epic battles overall. And finally, at number 1, we have Warzone-Acron. This is a brand new mod that was released just at the beginning of the year, and I actually reviewed it recently, and I just immediately fell in love with this mod. Warzone-Acron is set in a post-apocalyptic world inspired by the Fallout games. The scenery, the items, they're all gorgeous. The reasons Warzone-Acron earned the top spot is basically because it did everything right with the gun mechanics. Instead of relying on holding the attack button to get a good aim, Warzone allows you to get into aiming position, which makes you more accurate and allows for a much faster rate of fire. With modern guns come more precision and deadliness, so Warzone also added the NPC seeking cover mechanic from the Reckoning mods. And finally, to really make guns mechanics feel like any other shooting game, Warzone added the iron sights and scopes mechanics for precise first-person shooting. Because of this, Warband has never felt closer to a shooting game than at any other point in its modding history. Add on top of that the post-apocalyptic vibe, and Warzone-Acron isn't just a near-perfect gun mod, it's also a beautifully immersive one that any fans of either the Fallout or Stalker games, or even just fans of post-apocalyptic games in general, will definitely appreciate. Oh man, they're about to get their butts kicked. That's gonna be bad. Enjoy the show. Oh no, are you kidding me? Oh my god. Not only am I starting a new game that I will try and keep playing as I do more streams, but I'm also going to not cheat, because I cheat all the time. Deserters, following Gaia? They want to fight me? Elves. Come on, elves. Show me what you got. Actually, I look like I might have lost a lot of people. Oh, no. Okay. The only one left. Oh, God. Big reset on the warband. Lost half my men. Ugh. And there was only 17 of them. Jesus Christ. Overall, Ascan is pretty good and leads you to become a lord over time. My only main criticism is the terrible spelling. Someone knew how to mod, but not how to write. Hey you, can you help me? Sorry, I'm busy. Jesus. A lot of the dialogue feels very robotic, to say the least. And sometimes it just reads weird. Hurry up, boy. Okay, sir.
Which one is the most reasonable claimant in Warband? And the most peasant-friendly? That would probably be, what's his name? Oh. See? Exactly. Thank you guys. Talking to you guys, I got distracted. We're going to be fighting the demon worshippers. That's fantastic. You have 47 troops against their 28. So my hope is that they get stuck with me and only a few at a time end up attacking my troops, at which point they can be overwhelmed. But this, how are they getting so... I got good armor, man! Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I said bye-bye. Okay, so everyone's screwed. We got one! We got one, people! We got one!
This one puts a stronger emphasis on kingdom management. Namely, if you start as a ruler, you get to create your own troop trees from scratch. The mod even lets you choose the gender of your troops, which is awesome, until you realize women voices in Warband are very limited. I found a zombie lair and thought to myself, hey, I'm alone, I'm level 1, proportionally there won't be many zombies. I can do this. Let's just go straight to Wooden Castle and watch our backs. Stay frosty. Oh! Okay, this village is under attack by vampire-cursed maidens. Can't be that bad. Holy sh**! Why are they so fast? And what's with the music? Why is there a dial sound effect in the music? Calm down and mind your words, girl. Look, Skylar, I need this device for 2 reasons, and I need you for 1 reason. It's fairly simple. Firstly, I need the device because it contains information. Secondly, I need the device because it's a device and thus contains a microchip. The technology to produce chips is lost, unfortunately, although I am working on restoring it. And why the hell do you need me? Please, Skylar, remain calm and behave like a lady. Patronizing. What if I just kill you? Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. That is indeed not trivial. Let's say you kill me. Let's say, hypothetically, you kill me now and take the money. You are weird. What you say is confusing. I see. You need someone else to understand what I mean. Let us make an agreement, a deal, right? I set you free in exchange for your knowledge. Pretty simple. Nah, I said I want to kill you. What? Oh my god, this was weird. Yeah, Benchip, you were really weaseled this way out of that one. This is not happening. I am not pushing through that. You are not seeing wrong. It really is a massive glitch. I don't know what's going on anymore. Oh my god. What is going... Oh, I can't look at that. Ugh. I'm not gonna spoil the story for you, but it's pretty damn good. However, beware the haunted forest. Oh sh... No, we're out, screw this.
Okay, it's wildly inaccurate. Maybe it's their armor, but this is... Oh my god, okay, the shotgun, that's not a good shotgun.
I haven't seen many troops on horses, but it is possible to get a horse and shoot from horseback, which is pretty cool, but not very accurate. If you do get the minigun though, it's definitely worth it just for fun. So this is gonna be my shortest Warband mod review for sure, but I haven't done one in a while, mostly because I feel I've covered all there is to cover. That being said, I'm always on the lookout for new mods to bring something new to the table, and well, here we are. Yeah, this is real. Now, if you're not a Breaking Bad fan, it's never too late to become one. It's a great show, there's a great spin-off. So in this Breaking Bad mod, we basically have native CALRADIA. Starting a new game, we get the same starting options, and in the game, virtually everything is the same. The main difference is the addition of a new location in the Kingdom of Swadia called the Secret Lab. Entering the location, you will find a bunch of ruined buildings, and nearby, two characters, Jesse Pinkman and Walter White. Jesse will tell you the location of all their dealers, while Mr. White will only sell you meth if you have 120 renown. Cheat menu, give renown, there we go. Oh, it's 2,000 dinars? Once you bought meth, you can go to any dealers, so of course I went to see Tuco, and he bought it from me for a few more 100 dinars than I bought it. And that's essentially it. Native CALRADIA, with the option to buy and distribute meth from Heisenberg himself. Oh, there's also a Los Polos Almanos in every town where you can buy chicken, although I haven't seen Gus anywhere. Now obviously the mod is a bit silly, but give the guy a break. It's his first mod ever, which still makes him a much better modder than I ever could be. But jokes aside, there's definitely potential here. The mod doesn't need to have guns or to be brought to the modern day. The very concept of Walter White and company just living in medieval CALRADIA and selling meth, that's pretty cool. If anything for the future, what would be awesome is a story mod, where you get to help them sell meth and expand the meth empire. There could be a new bandit faction called the Cartel that is actively seeking you out. Eventually you could become enemies with kingdoms for selling drugs. There could even be a system of bribery. So many possibilities. It would never be a super ambitious mod, but it would definitely be unique and really funny. But yeah, that's about it. Breaking Bad mod for Warband. That's where it's at. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. For the past few months, I've taken a break from Warband, mostly because I've covered all the mods I consider worthy of covering as of yet, but I've enjoyed doing special rankings in the past, if only to inspire people to try out a few mods from specific angles. And well, today, as the title suggests, we're looking at hardcore mods. Warband mods designed to be hard and punishing for those who enjoy that sort of thing. So with that in mind, at number 8, we have Out Caesar Out in the Hill, or ACAN for short. ACAN is a Roman mod. Specifically, the mod makes you Emperor of Rome at the absolute peak of its power, and with a full map of Europe, this means your empire extends from Western Europe all the way to the Middle East. As Emperor, you will immediately start with a massive fortune, a huge party size limit, and thousands of soldiers split across dozens of garrisons. Seems like a pretty easy start, right? What's so hardcore about it? Well, with great power comes great responsibility, which is essentially the central theme of the mod. As the ruler of a massive empire, a big emphasis in ACAN is the insane management of that empire. Having a big army is cool, but also costly, so you'll be spending some time managing tax policies and trade. You also need to consolidate your rule over the Senate, which is its own layer of gameplay mechanics. You also need to manage infrastructure, build improvements in your towns, and look out for disasters like disease, fires, and revolts. And on top of that, you can amass a massive army and either expand the empire or protect its borders from invasion. In that sense, ACAN is not inherently hardcore in terms of combat, but with virtually everything else, hence why it's on the list. If you screw up as Emperor, you will immediately find yourself with tons of problems that become increasingly harder to manage. So it's pretty hardcore, but not for everybody. But from here on out, we're talking about mods that'll mostly put your fighting skills to the test and encourage you to play the game somewhat differently. So at number 7, we have Bones of Ragnvald. In terms of mods in general, Bones of Ragnvald is already an amazing one. In this mod, we have a huge new world with lots of fantasy elements and lots of lore. But what really makes this mod stand out is the story. Not many mods have a central storyline, but when I was ranking these mods, Bones of Ragnvald got the top position for being fairly in-depth and intriguing, and keeping me busy for quite some time. In terms of hardcore though, the mod also has a few tricks up its sleeves, mostly through the world itself, which hosts a variety of bandits, fanatics, and monsters. As such, this is the kind of mod that will keep you on your toes, especially when traveling the world map, as a lot of these groups are genuinely dangerous, while others are just downright scary, and that applies even with a high level or a strong warband. It's not the hardest mod to play out there, but definitely worth a spot on the list. And yeah, beware the Haunted Forest. At number 6 we have Sparta. This mod is no longer available, although you will find it through a link on my Google Drive. You're welcome. Sparta is an immersive mod taking us to ancient Greece, specifically during the Peloponnesian War between Athens, Sparta, and their respective allies. The mod looks amazing, the items, the scenery, and even the combat mechanics that look surprisingly close to the traditional Greek phalanx that is central to the combat gameplay. But as said in my dedicated review, which you can check out for more detail, the mod is infamous for being difficult. Namely, it removes the ability to change how much damage you and your troops take in the options menu, setting it to normal. After that, bandit groups have increased in size and numbers, have been given much better gear, and actually use tactics most of the time, making them stupidly overpowered. And then items in the game were designed to be way more expensive and also heavier, and then the size of armies have quadrupled from native, leading to huge battles. And that's Sparta for you. Lots of people have complained that the mod was too hard, but that's how the modder wanted it, and that's what we have. To be a killing machine in that mod is a mere fantasy. You'll quickly want to get troops to do the fighting for you, but good luck keeping them alive. This mod will test you. But not as much as number 5, which is Rust 13th Century Way of the Warrior. This mod I discovered last winter, and the first thing I noticed was just how insanely hard it was designed. So, Rust is a medieval mod that takes us to Eastern Europe as nations tear each other apart, and as the Mongols are about to invade. In this context, the setting is a little niche, as other medieval mods tend to center over the entire continent, but everything about the mod is designed to be cruel. Enemies hardly yield any XP, so leveling up through fighting takes forever. Getting loot after battle requires taking 3 hours to do so, during which anybody else can attack you. Armors actually protect enemies so well that landing a hit may not stop them in their own attacks, increasing your risk of getting hit. And getting hit causes bleeding, which can drain your life in just a few seconds. The only way to bypass most of this is by choosing to start as a ruler, where we get to experience the mod on a larger scale and enjoy the other features. But as a solo adventurer, good luck, you will need it. Number 4, Between Empires. Set in Europe, with an optional time range from the 1860s to World War I, Between Empires is one of the best gun mods on Warband, but playing as a solo adventurer, it's not really an option, you need to play as a ruler. And what makes this mod exceptionally hardcore are the battles themselves, especially in the World War I era. And we can break those battles down in 3 core aspects. The mod's addition of artillery, which can fire at enemies from across the map without having a line of sight. The weapons themselves, which are no longer slow reloading inaccurate muskets, but somewhat accurate semi-automatic rifles, and the addition of battle tactics like digging trenches. To really understand all of it, you need to try it out for yourself, but essentially, this mod makes battles as deadly as they can possibly get, and with a larger party size limit and plenty of fresh recruits available, the death toll goes up fast. Especially when attacking enemies, as the AI will always dig a series of defensive trenches that provide cover to their troops, and the only way to really attack is to either outflank the enemy as best as possible, which rarely works across open fields, or digging trenches yourself to get into trench warfare. The problem with the latter is that trenches need to be dug within firing range of the enemy, and that often means digging while sustaining casualties. And add on top of all that, the moral mechanic, which will cause your troops to break and run if too many die, and it makes battles in between empires massive, bloody, and almost impossible to win, unless you overwhelm the enemy with numbers, and even then, the cost is high. If you want to try your shot at World War I battles, this is the mod for you. At number 3, Brytenwalda. Brytenwalda is only one of the OGs in terms of total conversions. It was so good and popular that it led to the modding team creating the Viking Conquest DLC for the game, which was based on Brytenwalda. So in this mod we're essentially in the UK, but in the Dark Ages. The Roman Empire has collapsed, leading to centuries of infighting, poverty, and misery. And in this mod you get to basically carve out your own faction from a lot of relatively small ones, making the campaign both challenging and intense. But as a solo adventurer, assuming you enable all of the mod features, well, you're screwed. Most of the features seen in Rust 13th Century came directly from Brytenwalda, and pairing all of them together is practically suicide. Starting with the stamina mechanic. We've all had our moments of single-handedly taking on groups of bandits, but getting tired was never something you had to worry about. Running out of stamina in the middle of fighting though is terrifying, as it will slow you down, unable to run, and swinging your weapons very slowly. Add extra encumbrance from armor, which will really slow you down as well as make your stamina drain faster, weapons that can break, forcing you to pick others off the ground in mid-fight, and bleeding. That's right, you don't even have to be hit until the life bar is depleted. Getting hit will cause bleeding, which, like in Rust, will lead to passing out unless you can finish the fight in time. And you can't even run backwards to force enemies to line up. One mechanic, if enabled, will cause you to fall on your ass if you try it. And if you lose a battle, there is also a risk of permanent injuries, which will remove some of your skill points. Or in my case, if I eat some damn mushrooms during one of the many randomized events, that permanently removed several of my skill points, so word of advice, don't eat anything. Overall, this makes Brytenwalda one of the hardest mods to play, assuming you enable all of the features. Ultimately, that's the one redeeming quality for the casual players like myself. None of what I mentioned is mandatory. These are all features you can disable in the camp menu, which in of itself makes the mod a lot easier to play. But if you really want a hardcore experience, just enable the features and well, it was nice knowing you. Number 2, A World of Ice and Fire. If you're a fan of the Game of Thrones show, or even better, a fan of the books, then this mod is for you. In terms of mods overall, from the quality to the sheer size, A World of Ice and Fire is one of the best Warband mods ever made. But it's also pretty hardcore, as it borrowed many of Brytenwalda's features, all of which can also be found in the camp options, although it expands upon them with the full realism feature, which enables everything plus a couple of extra things. There's even a hardcore option for enemies dealing twice as much damage, while you only deal half damage, which is pretty self-destructive. But A World of Ice and Fire is also hard when it comes to building up a warband. In the mod, recruiting, maintaining, and upgrading troops is outrageously expensive. For reference, most peasant troops will cost well over 100 currency to upgrade just to the second tier. Townsmen, for example, need over 400 just to upgrade to the next tier. That is unlike Brytenwalda, where only elite tiers and cavalry were expensive, but raw recruits were cheap and easy to get. And when you take into account the numerous, dangerous bandit groups out there, or worse, the ice zombies and White Walkers, traveling the world alone is dangerous, while building up a warband is exceedingly difficult. If anything, what this does is immerse you in the world of Game of Thrones even more. If you're gonna take anything from it, it's that this mod doesn't believe that because you're the hero, you're gonna win. You'll need to seriously prepare for this one, and plan each of your moves carefully. After that, trying to get your own warband going, let alone creating your own kingdom, is going to be one of the most difficult mods to do it in. And finally, number 1 is a mod I already talked about so much before it's become a cliche, but here it is, it's Perisno. Now, truth be told, Perisno is not the most hardcore mod. That would probably be A World of Ice and Fire, but Perisno is nonetheless brutal in ways that I personally find more enjoyable. The mechanics are not themselves limited. You don't risk bleeding or injuries, you will get all of the loot without extra risks, and you will level up in no time, as well as make money easily. But Perisno is hardcore from the fact that it probably has the most overpowered units of any Warband mod I've ever played. From the Knight of Doom in every low tier robber groups, to the high tier units in deserter gangs, to deadly factions like the Demon Worshippers or Holy Crusaders, the Knights in heavy armor that all the factions have. Units in Perisno are so overpowered from their levels, skills, and gear that 2 years ago I made a dedicated video just comparing the most powerful of them, and they're just insane. In that sense, what it means is that by playing Perisno, it doesn't really matter what good gear you get, how much you've leveled up, or how badass and numerous your warband is. You are never completely safe on the world map from an exceptionally large group of elite units that'll just tear you to shreds. And if you somehow make it to a point where you have an indestructible warband, well, you're still gonna have to get ready for the Zan invasion, which is like when 10,000 elite soldiers just invade Perisno out of nowhere and just take over half the map. So Perisno is all about navigating the world map with paranoia, choosing your battles carefully, and having an absolute blast with the ones you do pick. And because of that, Perisno is hardcore, but it's also my all-time favorite Warband mod. Today we have yet another ranking of Warband mods. Assuming you've seen my other Warband mod videos, you know there is a lot of variety for the game, but for all the mods based on history or that creates a new fantasy setting, Warband would not have a complete modding community without mods that port other works of fiction to the game. And today, those adaptation mods will be the ones that I rank, any mod based on games, or books, or TV shows. Now, it goes without saying, but of all my rankings, this is likely going to be the most subjective. After all, if a mod is based off something else, whether you appreciate the mod or not can really depend on whether you like the original works, assuming you even know them. If I'm not a fan of the original works, then a lot of its charm will be lost on me, whereas you could still have a blast. With that in mind, let's go. Starting very light at number 11, we have Breaking Bad. I already made a video on this mod just a few weeks ago, and the length itself is pretty telling. So if you're not familiar with Breaking Bad, well, it's just one of the greatest TV shows ever made. Anyway, we have a Warband mod for this show. And really, there's not much to say about it. Imagine native CALRADIA, but with the addition of a location called the Secret Lab, where you can essentially buy crystal meth and distribute it across CALRADIA. I had to add it because technically it is an adaptation. It's a pretty funny adaptation, but it's also very experimental. I don't know what the modder is gonna do with it, but who knows? It's mostly funny, but it's still interesting. At number 10, we have Skyrim Civil War. So this mod is pretty self-explanatory. It's a total conversion that takes you to the world of Skyrim and the Elder Scrolls. But really, in terms of features and everything else, that's still pretty much it. Despite the new scenery, a lot of which is very accurate, and some of the items, and even some of the species, there are no new features whatsoever. In a lot of ways, it's like playing native Warband. Hence, it's a pretty good mod, I guess. There's just not that much to it. At number 9, we have Age of Arthur. I'm including this one because technically it's based on the legend of King Arthur, but I don't know that it's based on any specific book. It's just the story of King Arthur. As such, you get to interact with King Arthur, you get to interact with his wife, with Merlin the wizard, and as part of interacting with these characters, there's also a central quest line that you can follow along. What also makes this mod really cool is that it's based off another mod, Brytenwalda, which is one of my favorite mods of all time. Brytenwalda was a mod that took us to the Dark Ages in the UK, and as such, Age of Arthur is pretty similar. The main difference with Age of Arthur is again the story of King Arthur, but it also adds several layers such as religion, with the ability to choose a religion and raid other settlements. There's also more gameplay elements taken from the Viking Conquest DLC, such as the purchasing of ships. So overall, it was already a pretty solid mod before you even brought the Legend of King Arthur into it. The only issues I had when I made my exclusive review on it was that the sieges themselves are kind of broken. A lot of the path just doesn't seem to work properly, and as such, some of the sieges don't really work well, but other than that, it's still a pretty solid mod. If you enjoy this time period and you want to immerse yourself in that specific story, well, Age of Arthur is pretty good. At number 8, we have Struggle for the Iliac Bay. Much like Skyrim Civil War, this mod is based on the Elder Scrolls series. Specifically, the mod takes place shortly before the events of the second game, Daggerfall. The mod, as the title suggests, centers around the Iliac Bay, as the many surrounding factions go to war with each other following the death of a king. As the player, you get to pick from many different races, as well as many different classes, and just explore a surprisingly big world. In terms of features, this goes far beyond Skyrim Civil War though, as the mod was built on top of Hispania 1200. As such, we have a lot of new scenery, we have the fencing animation I like, lots of new items, and then there's the addition of guilds, like mercenaries, mages, and the Imperial Legion, the latter which I joined and got myself a 6 set of armor. After that, you can get lots of unique missions from each guild, and there's also lots of dungeons to explore for loot, which I really like, and there's also some magic elements, though it's mostly basic. All in all, this makes Struggle for the Iliac Bay a pretty solid adaptation overall. That said, I'm not an Elder Scrolls player, so most of the charm is lost on me. Definitely worth a shot though, and much better than Skyrim Civil War. At number 7, we have Chronicles of Might and Magic. This mod is based on the video game series Heroes of Might and Magic, which I also haven't played. That said, as a fantasy mod, it's pretty solid. There's a massive world, lots of new items, and tons, I mean tons of non-human species. The variety is just insane. And there's also magic books with the ability to cast lots of different spells with animations to boot, and there's also again lots of dungeons for unique loot, although in this mod you can also bring your whole warband with you, so it makes for a lot of fun. This makes Chronicles of Might and Magic a really solid fantasy mod before you even get into the world it's based on. However, I do rank it slightly higher than Struggle for the Iliac Bay, if only because I feel it's more ambitious. And number 6, Star Wars Conquest. That world I do know, but I mean, who doesn't? And while you might think that bringing Star Wars to Warband seems like a crazy idea, I mean, see for yourself. Star Wars Conquest managed to recreate the entire galaxy, they added tons of new scenery to match each planet, and of course, we have the laser rifles, the lightsabers, and even some force powers. So in terms of adaptations, this is about as faithful to Star Wars as it can get for a Warband mod, and somehow, it still works great. I really don't have much to say about that one, so if you love Star Wars, this mod will be a great experience. And number 5, this is Tuhu Gensokyo Warfare. This mod is based on the Tuhu project, an extensive series of video games dating back to the 90s, which centers on the world of Gensokyo, an isolated realm within Japan where magic and fantasy exists. Once again, not a franchise I'm familiar with, but the mod is pretty cool in several ways. First off, as you're noticing, the mod borrowed the anime aesthetic of the games, and then so in a way that works surprisingly well. So it's definitely unique, but there's also a central storyline which, as you follow, you get to experience and learn more about the world of Gensokyo yourself. So even if you're not a fan, the mod makes the world much easier to understand and does so with an interesting story that often feels like a visual novel. It's certainly a different mod from other Warband mods, but that's what makes it great, and as far as I know, an update might be coming soon too. At number 4, Revenge of the Berserk. This mod is based on the popular Berserk manga, and to my knowledge, features the exact same story. In the mod, you play as the main character, Guts, a massive mercenary with an even bigger sword, and you go through the story while fighting your way through waves of enemies in what I can only say is Warband at its most badass. Overall, it's a really solid mod, it ranked really high in my story mods video, as well as in other rankings, and it's still in active development, so great mod overall, even if you never read the manga, which I did not. Number 3, we have The Last Days of the Third Age. As far as Lord of the Rings mods go, look no further. This might actually be one of the greatest mods ever made, from the massive world of Middle-earth to all of its scenery, which is absolutely beautiful, as well as all of the factions and the items, and even the story itself, which you can play through from both sides of the conflict, as different races, from elves and dwarves to orcs. It's got it all. The only reasons the mod doesn't rank higher is because, for one, I don't actually like Lord of the Rings. I've seen the movies, I know what it's about, I just always thought it was tremendously boring. Hot take, I know. But also, for all its amazing features, one of the weirdest is the mod's insistence on having each faction have its own currency in the form of influence that can only be earned through completing quests. By design, this is meant to make sure you only ever stick to one faction for the whole playthrough, but unless you cheat, that's just incredibly limiting, hence I was not a fan of that. But besides that, I mean, The Last Days of the Third Age is inevitably going to be ranking high on any list you put it in, it is just a really solid mod. At number 2, we have Warsaw Conquest. Warsaw Conquest is based on Warhammer Fantasy, which is already one of the most absurd fantasy settings that ever existed, but on that, Warsaw Conquest, over years of constant development, has proven more than capable of adapting the setting. Warsaw Conquest has a massive world filled with the most beautiful scenery, tons of variety in non-human species, a wide range of spells, guns, and many huge dungeons to explore for loot. This all makes Warsaw Conquest one of the craziest fantasy mods to ever play, and while it's based on Warhammer Fantasy, it's not necessary to know the lore at all to just have some brainless fun, going to war with the craziest of armies to fight the craziest of monsters. Warsaw Conquest is just overpowered fun all around, and it's awesome. And finally, at number 1, I always put these two mods together because they have pretty much the same level of quality but just achieve different things. This is A Clash of Kings and The World of Ice and Fire. These two mods are based on the same works of George R.R. Martin from the Song of Ice and Fire series, or Game of Thrones if you watch the TV show. As such, both mods take us to the worlds of Westeros and Essos, and all of the kingdoms and characters that are part of it. The reason I put them together is because in terms of quality, they really are just equally good. They both recreated the world faithfully, they both have amazing scenery, they both have all of the items, so it really comes down to how you want to play the game. In a Clash of Kings, I would say this mod tends to lean more towards native gameplay, but also puts a lot of emphasis on exploring as a solo adventurer. For example, there are tons of unique places that you can explore in the world where you can find secret caches of loot, which also give you extra XP, but all of these places are part of the Game of Thrones lore. For example, you can explore the Tower of Joy, which holds a fairly critical piece of the story in the world. You can also explore the ruins of Castamere, which is integral to the story of the Lannister family. You can also explore abandoned castles at the Wall, which are all creepier than the next. In that way, I find the Clash of Kings to be a really interesting, immersive, one-time experience, but I've never gotten through it all, so every once in a while, I always find myself playing it again. A World of Ice and Fire, on the other hand, is based off Brytenwalda, much like Age of Arthur, and as such, it's a very hardcore mod with lots of different hardcore features, but as such, this also puts more emphasis on building your warband and going to war. So as I've said, it really comes down to what kind of playstyle you want to have. But both mods feature the same unique characters, they both have unique quests of their own, so just because you play one doesn't mean you shouldn't play the other. They're both great as far as I'm concerned. And in terms of adaptations, I do happen to be a massive fan of the Song of Ice and Fire books. As such, I feel both mods did a terrific job of adapting the world it's based on, and because of that, they're number one of my list. As a side project, about 2 years ago, I made a video talking about my favorite mods for Warband. And ever since, people have been recommending more and more mods for me to try. And every time I try to make any other type of content, I would always get that one comment asking me when the next Warband mod video is gonna drop. Essentially, Warband modding content has both been the most success I've ever had on social media and the most vicious content cycle that I've struggled to get past. Which is why I'm announcing today that this Warband mod video is going to be my last. It's been quite the adventure, but from now on I will resist the algorithmic urge to just keep making more of it. Because let's be honest, there's nothing more for me to say about Warband mods. I milked the content about as much as I could. However, before I uninstall the game, I have one last video for you. This video is the most ambitious and most ridiculous I've ever done. It is so absurd that up until the very moment I started making it, I had spent months thinking about it and refusing to do it because of just how insane it is. But here we are at the bottom of the barrel. So after ranking all of the mods I ever played, twice, now it's time to bring all of the mods I discovered in those videos, put them together, and then adding all of the mods I've discovered since making those 2 videos, and then including all the expansions and DLCs from the game that I never really counted as mods, to make the most epic ranking you've ever seen, a ranking of 89 mods. This is not only my last Warband gift to you, but in a lot of ways it's going to be my legacy. Because let's be real here, years from now, decades, Warband gets a new surge in popularity, new people make videos on it, but deep down, you and I will know, no video will ever top the absurdity of this one. So here we go. Every Warband mod ranked. Before we get started though, I have to make a couple of disclaimers, and then I'll explain how the mods are ranked, and then we'll actually do the ranking. So first disclaimer, this ranking is not objective by any means. I had someone comment once that they wished I would make objective rankings rather than with my biases. And this is really dumb because what makes a good mod will depend by and large on what players look for in a mod, on the sentimental value, on their personal tastes. You can't rank art objectively when art by design is subjective. That being said, I had a specific way of ranking the mods to try and narrow it down for my personal taste as much as possible, while also taking into consideration the overall quality of the mod itself. So while doing this ranking, a lot of my opinions changed. Some mods that initially had a lot of novelty and ranked highly in previous videos don't really have that anymore, and so they fell further back. Some mods are very similar from one another, and how I rank them largely depends on which mod I discovered first. And some mods I just don't like, even if they're really good because of personal preferences. So ranking 89 mods by design cannot be fair or objective. Some mods will look like they should rank much higher, and others much lower, but that's just inevitable. Second disclaimer, I am not literally ranking every Warband mod there is, okay? Just the ones I've played over the past few years. So there are still a lot of mods that will not be covered here, so at the risk of someone pointing them out, here are some mods or games or DLCs not included in the ranking. For starters, there's Blood and Gold Caribbean and Gloria Sinica. Both games are Warband clones that you can find on Steam. Officially, they are not part of Warband or Mount & Blade as a whole, so they're not included. There's also many mods that people recommended that I could either not find, or they were too unstable for me to play. The former include The Gathering Storm, East 1135, and Imperial Rome. If those mods exist, I could not find them. And mods that crashed too much to review include Gangs of Glasgow and Lords and Realms. I'm also not a multiplayer kinda guy at all, so any game or mod that is exclusively multiplayer I avoid like the plague. So a popular mod not ranked here is Bear Force 2. This is a Star Wars multiplayer mod that is still active to this day. I don't know of any other multiplayer mods, but whichever one you can think of, I assure you, you won't find it in this video. Also, the one Warband DLC not included here is Napoleonic Wars for the same reason. It's only multiplayer, so I don't care, I'm not buying it. With the disclaimers out of the way, here's how I ranked everything. In part 1, we have the mods that are either too dumb, too wacky, or too experimental to have any kind of substantial replay value. They might be very impressive at first, but they hardly have more than 10 minutes worth of gameplay before they either run out of stuff or crash. In part 2, which is the longest section, these are mods that either have a cool aesthetic but often lack depth, or they're pretty cool but somewhat incomplete. So these can make for a good time but tend to lack replay value. In part 3, these are generally good mods with lots of replayability, but so similar from other mods I've played before that they felt very repetitive. So from here, it's already going to be highly subjective, since it largely depends on the other mods that I discovered first. In part 4, these are fairly solid mods all around that for any given personal reason, just aren't for me, so this part will also be highly contested. In part 5, this is where we get at the pretty good mods that are overall solid, complete, have few bugs, but that might still miss in a few areas for me personally. In part 6 though, those are mods that I think are really good and really high quality that I strongly recommend that everyone gives a try. And finally, in part 7, my top picks. These are all solid, massive, ambitious, and stable, but also taken into consideration here is my nostalgia for some of these mods that I've been playing for years. These have shaped my preferences, and several of them make up a bulk of my playtime on Warband. So this is it. We have the mods, we have the setup. Let's do this. So at number 89, this is CSGO but Warband. And the title here is pretty self-explanatory. It's literally CSGO ported to Warband. However, there's no multiplayer, there's no battle royale of any kind, you just spawn in, you have the cool gun animations, but besides that there's nothing to do. In fact, NPCs barely even respawn at all, and sometimes you might even spawn outside of the map. So it's a pretty funny mod, but there's really not much to it. Similarly, at number 88, we have KOF, which stands for King of Fighters. As far as I know, King of Fighters is a series of fighting games, and in this mod, it's basically what if we had a 2D character in the 3D world of Warband, and that goes about as well as you'd expect. It's pretty funny when you look at it, but again, there's not much to it. Number 87 is a little better though. This is Warcraft 3 but Warband. And this one is actually pretty impressive, from the scenery, to the items, to the actual units from the game, probably the best looking of them all. However, the creative choice of adding the Warcraft 3 HUD on the bottom of the screen basically makes your character impossible to see. I could forgive it if the mod was at least stable, but while it looks pretty cool, it's also very prone to crashes. That said, I've noticed that the mod is updated fairly often on ModDB, so you could give it a try, maybe it's better now. On number 86, we have Breaking Bad. This is basically native CALRADIA, but with the addition of the characters from Breaking Bad that you can find in a secret lab where you can buy crystal meth from them and distribute it to a couple of people across CALRADIA. Besides that one feature, everything else is exactly native Warband. So it's pretty funny, but there's really not much to it. At number 85, we're back to that one wacky modder, and this is Dragon Ball Z Vegeta. And I mean, can you even recognize that it's Warband besides the enemy NPCs? Honestly, it's pretty impressive, don't get me wrong, but I'm talking playability here. There's really not much to do in this mod, and the controls are confusing as hell, so it's pretty funny, but within 10 minutes, I think you've got the full experience. At number 84, we have Diplomacy. This is a native revamped mod, and when I say native revamped, I mean mods that still take place in native CALRADIA, but add a whole bunch of features. And the prime feature of Diplomacy is, well, nudity. There's a lot of NSFW stuff. I mean, that's the entire purpose of this mod, so I don't really put a lot of value on it. Moving on. At number 83, we have Violence Basketball, but Warband, which is the final mod of that one wacky Chinese modder. And this one, of all of the mods, is the most playable. And really the entire point of this mod is that you go all across CALRADIA and you play matches of either basketball or soccer. Not gonna lie, it's pretty funny, and in a previous ranking, because of how surprisingly well this mod works, I ended up ranking it fairly high for being very original. But once again, like after 10 minutes of playing, there's really not much new to it. In this category, we start at number 82 with Explorer. And Explorer was a very interesting experiment. So in Explorer, the concept is essentially, what if you had Warband but without a world map? So you want to travel from town to town, you actually have to explore the countryside. And the bandits you come across will just attack you out of nowhere instead of warning you, instead of being able to see them coming. And in that sense, it makes for a fairly interesting experience, but what this mod really made clear is that Warband really does need a world map in order to work properly. Because the moment you remove that, then you're just making traveling an absolute massive grind. So it was an interesting idea, but I don't think the execution was great. At number 81, we have the Ego and the Radiant Cross. I honestly don't know why this one was recommended to me, because it really doesn't bring much. So to put it simply, imagine CALRADIA in the 1500s, but also it's the mod from the first game, not Warband, and also the town scenery doesn't exist anymore. This is the biggest issue with this mod, is that while it does bring new items like guns and new types of troops, sieges are essentially non-existent. It's just one massive slaughter on an empty field. Because of that and a bunch of other things, the Ego and the Radiant Cross is buggy as hell, and there's just not much to it. At number 80, we have Tolobaria. Tolobaria is a mod I discovered in one of my first mod videos, and initially I was pretty impressed with it, mostly because of the fighting fencing animation, which I thought was really cool. But since then, I've discovered that the sum mod is actually present in a lot of different mods, so Tolobaria in that sense lost its uniqueness to me. And in terms of everything else, I mean, it's got a whole new world, it's got a bit more scenery, but I haven't really noticed any new significant features, and as such, Tolobaria is pretty forgettable. At number 79, we have Skyrim Civil War. This mod, as the title suggests, takes you to the world of Skyrim, and in that sense, from the scenery to the items to some of the non-human species that you would find in Skyrim, this mod is actually pretty immersive. The problem is that while it transported native Warband to the world of Skyrim, it doesn't offer anything else at all. There's no new features, the tournaments are the exact same, as are the quests, there's nothing unique, and as such, I mean, if you don't want to try Warband in Skyrim, you can, but once that charm itself is lost, there's nothing else. At number 78, we have the Triple Alliance. This one was actually in my backlog, and I reviewed it specifically to add it to this ranking, and yeah, as you can see, it doesn't rank really high. So the Triple Alliance is set in South America and centers on the fight for independence of the Republic of Paraguay. So it's the 1800s, there's guns, there's grenades, there's a lot of new scenery, and in that sense, the mod is pretty solid. The one thing that I noticed though when I was playing it is just how wildly inaccurate the enemy AI is. I mean, you can see it right here for yourself. I brought my firing line so close to the enemy and they still couldn't land a hit. The AI in this mod are worse than stormtroopers, and because of that, I just ended up abusing the crap out of the enemy. Even in a siege where they outnumbered me 4-1, I just rolled through them like a bulldozer. As such, the mod has a pretty cool setting, don't get me wrong, but the AI really needs to be fixed on this because it makes battles practically impossible to lose. At number 77, however, we do have a slightly better mod in a very similar setting, and this is Independence of Chile. And we're in the same time period, and this is, you know, the country of Chile trying to get their independence, you know, it's pretty straightforward. So you still have a bunch of countries in South America as well, you still have the guns, you still have the uniforms, you still have the scenery. In my experience, Independence of Chile is not a particularly memorable gun mod because outside of that setting, it doesn't actually offer much else in terms of new features, and so I find the mod to be pretty generic, but at least the AI is better than in the Triple Alliance. On number 76, we have CALRADIA's Borderlands. This is a mod that basically takes CALRADIA and makes it much bigger by adding a whole bunch of islands and expanding the continent, making CALRADIA absolutely massive. But not just that, a lot of those factions bring in new cultures. For example, there is a ninja faction, there's a Japanese faction, there's a bunch of other ones. The biggest problem I have with this mod is that I am absolutely fed up playing in CALRADIA, so making it bigger is just not gonna have much of an appeal to me. There's a few extra features, but not a whole lot, so it might actually be a decent mod for people who are new to modding and just want to try something that's not too ambitious, but besides that, you know, pretty forgettable as well. Following the pattern of being a bit forgettable, at number 75 we have Wind of the War. This is a pretty decent Renaissance mod that covers the entirety of Europe, but while it has the guns and while it has the new armors, the mod itself, you can see for yourself, is largely incomplete. A lot of the faction rulers still have the exact same names as a native, a lot of castles don't even have proper names, so, you know, it's playable, it's stable, but it doesn't really offer anything else other than the aesthetic. On number 74, we have Iskla mod, which I never know how to pronounce, and this is yet another mod that improves upon native by adding a couple of extra features, such as the ability to start as a ruler, you also have the ability to customize your own troops, and there's more layers of kingdom management. So once again, if that's what you're looking for, this might just do the trick, but it's not perfect. There's a lot of glitches, namely, a lot of faces from the NPCs are just squished in, I don't know why, and although you can start as your own ruler, I could not figure out a way to declare war through diplomacy, which is a pretty glaring mistake. But I mean, if you want to start as ruler in CALRADIA and create your own custom troop trees, then this mod is for you. At number 73, we have The Reckoning, The New Beginning. This is actually the third sequel in the series The Reckoning, which are a series of zombie mods, some of which I will cover later on, but The New Beginning was the latest of the bunch, and as a zombie mod, it's probably the most insane and hardcore of them all, though that's mostly because the mod is incomplete. The zombies are pretty powerful, sure, but that could easily be solved if you just have guns, except no guns are being sold in the stores anywhere, that's just missing. But if you do cheat and get yourself some good gear and get yourself some mercenaries and want to fight hordes of zombies, the mod in that sense is pretty simple, it's just that besides that, it doesn't offer anything else. Number 72, we have New World 1521. This mod actually centers once again in South America, but you're playing as the native tribes and civilizations of the New World. So you want to be an Aztec warrior and have a bunch of elite Jaguar warriors with you, you can absolutely do that. And I gotta say, the mod is one of the most gorgeous, colorful mods that I've ever played. The reason it's not higher on the list is because it's largely incomplete, and even with the script enhancer, it is very prone to crashing. Like seriously, it'll crash all the time. But if you can look past that and you just want to experience this Aztec mod of sorts, then this is actually a pretty cool mod. On number 71, we have Golden Earth, which in a way is like the insert to Golden Earth 1521, in that this is also a mod that is centered on the Americas and the natives, but this one isn't nearly as prone to crashing. But the setting here is also pretty interesting, because while it's not the Aztecs, it's more set in North America, this is also at the time of the Vikings exploring the continent for the first time. So the items, the scenery, the music, and the vibe overall is very similar to Viking Conquest, in fact. It's just that you're a Viking, and you're in North America fighting the natives. Similarly, you could also join the natives and fight off the Vikings and kick them off your land. So it's a pretty cool mod in that concept. The problem is that, once again, there aren't that many gameplay changes, and the map is actually so big and vast that it also tends to be very sparse. There's not a lot of bandits, there's just not a whole lot to do. But if you like this setting, then, you know, give it a shot, it's actually pretty cool. At number 70, we have CALRADIA 1417. This mod takes us to the late medieval period in CALRADIA, so there's a lot of new items, there's a lot of new animations, there's guns, but once again, just not that many features besides that. There are so many other mods from the late medieval period that doesn't necessarily keep you in CALRADIA that this one is playing it safe, if you will. At least it's very stable. At number 69, we have Hispania 1200. This mod takes us to the Iberian Peninsula in the Middle Ages. So you have a caliphate in the south, and you have Catholic kingdoms in the north, and despite the fact that it's just a map of the Iberian Peninsula, it's actually massive. There's lots of castles, there's lots of villages and towns, and from a campaign perspective, the armies are also massive, so it can make for a lot of really epic battles, and the sieges have also been revamped from native, making them a lot more interesting. But once again, once you go past that aesthetic, the mod doesn't offer any significant unique features. At number 68, we have Fantasy CALRADIA. If you're new to modding and you want to try some fantasy mods, this one is actually a really good place to start. And as the title suggests, it's fantasy in CALRADIA. So you have CALRADIA, but you now have the addition of fantasy units. So there's lots of elves, there's also some orcs and some undead, and there's the addition of magic where you can buy spells from different guilds across CALRADIA. So fighting in CALRADIA with some spellcasters against non-human species, that's about as fantasy CALRADIA is gonna get. It's not the most ambitious or amazing fantasy mod, but it certainly makes for a good start. At number 67, we have 1860s America. If you want a Wild West mod, well, look no further, because that's exactly what this one is. You get to be a gunslinger in America, you can fight bandits, you can fight the tribes, you have your guns, and if you actually want to take part in the American Civil War, well, you can hire troops from the Confederacy, you can hire troops from the North, you can build your armies and just go to war. Aesthetically speaking, the mod is really gorgeous, but once again, no extra features beyond that, so going on a campaign in this mod feels pretty empty and incomplete. For me, the best way to play this mod is as a solo wanderer, but even then, it's like 10 hours of gameplay tops. Number 66, we have L'Aigle. L'Aigle is based on the Napoleonic Wars in the early 1800s in Europe, so we have a massive map of Europe, and historically speaking, in terms of immersion, this mod is drop-dead gorgeous. It's actually one of the most gorgeous mods there is. The problem with this mod is that it's very much centered on guns, and it very much went out of its way to make guns deadly but wildly inaccurate. So while it's cool aesthetically, the biggest problem with this mod is that battles will tend to drag on for a very long time, especially because the AI is phenomenally bad. He never forms a proper line, instead he will just charge. But because troops can't reload their guns and walk at the same time, a lot of battles just end up being stuck into place. So L'Aigle is a very beautiful mod, but in terms of gun mods, it's actually pretty weak. Number 65, we have the Red Wars, which is a much better gun mod in my opinion because it takes us to the 1900s, but it also takes us to the 1900s in CALRADIA, and as such has a very interesting aesthetic because it will borrow ideologies from the time period. So you have some communist states, but you also have some Nazi states, so it makes for some pretty funny moments. The guns in this mod are fairly accurate at a long distance, and they can fire multiple rounds before needing to be reloaded, and as such that makes battles far deadlier than in any other gun mod. The problem is that the Red Wars ultimately was never finished. So while it has a lot of cool stuff, there's also still a lot of native scenery, which kind of breaks the game because now you're using guns. So it's a pretty funny mod, but there's not that much more to it. Number 64 is Snow in the East, which is essentially the Red Wars but in a more historical setting. Specifically, the mod is centered on World War II on the Eastern Front between Nazi Germany and Communist Russia, and all of the other factions that existed at the time. In that sense, the mod is beautiful, it's immersive, but the guns being a lot more accurate and deadly can also cause the gameplay itself to be broken. Sieges in this mod are essentially impossible, you'll just get mauled in minutes. But if you enjoy World War II and you enjoy this specific setting, then it's still a pretty cool mod to try. At number 63, we have 12th Century, which is one of the few mods I've played that takes us to Asia, specifically in China and the surrounding countries. In that sense, the mod is pretty decent. You've got the scenery, you've got the items, pretty cool. The problem is that the mod still feels largely incomplete and is also kind of too big for its own good. The map is so large that it extends all the way to the Middle East, but it's like, if you make a mod in China, no one is gonna bother with the Middle East, so you might as well focus on making Asia more polished, which is not what this mod does. In fact, because they were too focused on making the map bigger, they didn't really add anything to the gameplay. There's also very few bandits in the world map. The markets themselves, they're not optimized, so a lot of times finding mod items is very difficult. You still have a lot of native stuff, and on top of that, the mod can be a bit buggy at times. So in terms of mods that primarily center on China, this is probably the weakest of them all. At number 62, slightly better, is 180 Heroes, which is also set in medieval China, but this time there's also a bit of a story going on, and there's a couple of interesting features, such as the ability to duel an enemy in battle, which I think is pretty cool. The problem is that this is also a mod that was never fully finished, so there's a lot of spelling errors, and there's also still a lot of native scenery. At number 61, this is The Reckoning, which is the first of the 3 zombie mods. And in terms of ambition, in terms of experimental, this is actually a really impressive mod. It does an excellent job of bringing you to the zombie post-apocalypse. The zombies are about as well designed as you'd hope them to be in a Warband mod. But what actually really made this mod interesting is not only the addition of guns, but the addition of mechanics that allow NPCs to take cover while they're shooting. This is a feature that was recycled in one of my favorite mods that we'll talk about later on. But in terms of actual mods, in terms of replay value on its own, as a zombie mod, it's not impressive. The zombies are still very limited. There's a whole gameplay feature centered around scavenging villages for supplies and then trading those supplies for ammo and stuff, but it tends to be very repetitive and gets boring very quickly. So as a mod on its own, it's very unique, but it's not the best. At number 60, we have Grande Armée. Grande Armée is essentially the successor to L'Aigle, if you will, because it literally takes the same setting, it takes most of the same stuff. The difference with Grande Armée is that they tweaked the AI considerably to make it a lot better. They've also tweaked a lot of things, like the accuracy of muskets, and as such, it's basically polished L'Aigle. It's the same thing, but the battles are slightly more intense. So if you actually like the setting, I would say you can completely skip L'Aigle at this point because it's not been updated in a while, and you can just stick to Grande Armée. And finally, at number 59, the last in this category, this is Sword of Damocles. This mod is actually one of the first ones I've ever played on Warband, and it essentially takes you to a different world that is one of the biggest I've ever played. It does include all the native factions, but it also brought a bunch of new ones. There's a lot of new items, there's the addition of guns, and overall, it's a pretty solid mod for what it intended to do. This is also, to my knowledge, one of the first mods to introduce new projects that you can build in towns and castles, and there's a lot of variety here that can be found in other mods that were made afterwards. But in fact, one of my favorite features from this mod is the fact that it skipped through a lot of the grind that you get in other mods by just making everything much bigger. So if you wanted to make a lot of money in a tournament, you can bet a lot more and by extent win a lot more, so you can make a fortune very quickly. Similarly, if you want to recruit troops, you're not limited to like a group of 5 mercenaries or a group of 5 recruits. In Sword of Damocles, when you recruit in a tavern, you'll often have like 200 mercenaries that you can hire on the spot. And this really does encourage you as the player to just carelessly throw your men into the fire because you don't really care. As soon as you need more troops, you can just hire them in bulk easily and quickly. This is one of those things that I wish other mods would do. The reason ultimately that the mod doesn't rank any higher is because while it has a lot of these cool features, at the same time it doesn't offer anything else. The mod is unnecessarily too big for its own good, the music is pretty depressing, and outside of those features I just mentioned, there's no real changes to gameplay whatsoever, so compared to a lot of mods we're going to still see on this list, it makes sense that it still ranks pretty low. But okay, now we're moving to the good but redundant mods, and there's still so many more to go. So at number 58, this is Tainted Paths. Now, Tainted Paths is a mod that I played only a few times, and every time I get the impression of like something that is really ambitious. You've got a map that extends from Europe all the way to Asia, which on its own is already impressive before you take into account that you can pick from 3 different time periods, which is insane. One of the key selling points is the much more complex level of strategy. For example, you could tell different groups of units to attack specific other groups from the enemy army, which on its own is pretty cool, but the main reason ultimately that the mod ranks relatively low compared to all the features that it has is because those same features are also confusing as hell. I still haven't figured out how the party limit is 40,000, or why soldiers are called armies instead of something else, or why the towns have so many different things that you can visit that all seem kind of inconsequential. So it could be a very solid mod if it wasn't as confusing. But anyway, moving on. On number 57, we have A New Dawn. A New Dawn, much like CALRADIA Borderlands or Iskla mod, is one of the mini mods that only aim to improve native, and as such these types of mods tend to be very redundant for me. One of the things I did enjoy a lot about the mod was how they improved the horse damage for charging. This is something that every mod should do, honestly, just being able to bulldoze through troops with a cavalry charge, that'd be pretty cool. But one of the main things that is memorable of A New Dawn is the fact that large groups of bandits can form up and eventually take towns, and from there create their own factions. So there's a lot of potential for chaos in this mod, and if that's your thing, then go for it. But speaking of redundant mods that just improve upon native, number 56 is Native New Design. I do appreciate it slightly above A New Dawn just because I found the few features that it did bring up to be a little more appealing to me. Namely, combat just feels a lot more hardcore, there's lots of new sound effects, there's new troop trees that you can mess around with. The only real issue I had with this mod really was that using ships was a bit buggy, but that was a while ago, I'm sure it got updated and fixed. At number 55, we have Flores Evolved, which also has a lot of features of its own. As to why it's better than native New Design or New Dawn, again, it's highly subjective. What I think I like most about it is that it just feels refreshed, you know, there's more music, there's lots of different things going on. It's just a refreshed vibe, really. It also boasts on ModDB that you could technically have people join you online onto your campaign, which does sound pretty cool, but I've never bothered to try it. Maybe you could with your friends, you know, it's up to you. On number 54, we have Sands of Faith, and this is the first of several mods based on the Crusades that we're talking about. Of all of those, I think Sands of Faith is like the first, so a lot of the other mods are based off of that one, and I mean, it's a Crusade mod, and it's about as good as you'd expect it to be. There's lots of new units, you've got the Middle East for a map, there's a couple of new features. Honestly, it's pretty good, but I do think there are better Crusade mods out there, so this one is a little redundant, but you can't go wrong either way. At number 53, we have Diplomacy for Letdom Reloaded. I really mean it when this is redundant, because this is just another mod that improves upon native. So it's got a bunch of new features. I think the most memorable one of them is the cool siege towers when going on a siege. But at this point, again, when it comes to playing native with a couple of extra mods on top of it, between this one, the ones I already mentioned, and the ones I still have to mention, it's going to be highly subjective. At number 52, we have CALRADIA. Now, CALRADIA is also a mod based on native that adds a couple of extra features, but it at least has a central quest. And in this central quest, the goal is to become CALRADIA, which is like the Calradian Emperor. And you do that by finding relics that some bandits hide, and once you do, like, all the other factions are going to go to war against you. So it makes for a very interesting, challenging premise, if that's your thing. The only issue is, the spelling is a bit off, and the mod can get grindy. At number 51, we have Medieval Conquest. Medieval Conquest is a mod based off of 1257 AD, which is one of the biggest medieval mods for Warband that I have yet to mention. You can imagine why. But essentially, if you wanted 1257 AD with a bit more features on top of it, well, Medieval Conquest is going to be for you. But overall, that's all it is. It's a massive map of Europe. You can start as a nobleman, you can start as a commoner, or you can start as the ruler of a faction. So there's lots of stuff going on, and it's pretty good, but because it's based off another mod, it's also pretty redundant. At number 50, we have Deeds of Arms and Chivalry, which, much like Medieval Conquest is based off another mod, this one is also based on a mod that I have yet to bring up. But if Medieval Conquest takes all of Europe, Deeds of Arms and Chivalry is specifically focused on France during the 100 Years' Wars in the late medieval period. As such, you've got everything you can ask for. You can also start as a ruler. It's overall pretty good, but again, I have to think of it as redundant because it's just a few changes from an already pretty solid mod that did most of the work itself anyway. At number 49, we have Bellum Imperi, which is going to be the first of many Roman mods, and in this specific case, I mean, if you want to play a Roman mod, I mean, it's the Roman Empire, split across many different provinces across Europe. There's also different cultures, like the Gauls, and the Britons, and the Germanics, and the Greeks. I don't really recall if this mod had any, like, significant features, but it's a Roman mod, it's pretty solid, so if you want to try a simple Roman mod, that Bellum Imperi is going to be it. At number 48, you have Banner Page, which is going to be, for a lot of people, the definitive mod that improves upon native Warband. So everything I've mentioned so far about all these other mods, well, Banner Page, for a lot of people, me included, feels like the most optimized of them all. It's got all kinds of crazy features, it's got lots of new gear, it's got lots of new music, new quests, multiple options to start a new game. Of all the mods in this category, it probably feels like the most redundant at this point, but of all the redundant mods, that's probably the best of them. So at number 47, we have Rust 13th Century Way of the Warrior. This one focuses on Eastern Europe at around the same time as 1257 AD, really. So you have the looming threat of the Mongols coming in from the east, and so it all makes for a pretty intense mod. The reason I don't really like it personally is because it was also designed to be ridiculously hardcore, and I mean it. Like, it's a very difficult mod to play, especially as a commoner. It's impossible to level up. Enemies are really tough to kill, and generally I don't like mods that have a bit of a challenge as long as those challenges can be customized to your preferences, and it's not the case in this mod, so really I just feel like the mod being that hard just doesn't help its case, you know? At number 46 we have Honor and Glory. Now, Honor and Glory is also based in Eastern Europe, but it goes a few centuries later, at a time where guns are becoming a lot more prevalent on the battlefield. In a lot of ways, it's kind of like the standalone expansion with Fire and Sword. In fact, it's pretty similar, like, I can't really see a lot of differences, so if you never played the DLC, you didn't buy it, well, you'll get a pretty close experience with Honor and Glory. Overall, it's a pretty solid mod. I don't really have a lot of complaints. The only thing I really don't like is that the battle formations tend to screw themselves up easily, as in, your army tends to rotate based on where the enemy is, but a single guy on a horse could cause your entire formation to screw up, and it's really annoying, the mods that are like that. So, you know, it's a good mod, just little things not for me here. At number 45 we have Cyazin. I think that's how you say it. It's yet another mod that I had in my backlog that I finally played just to include it in this ranking. And honestly, it has a very interesting premise. Cyazin is set in a fictional world, kind of like CALRADIA, but it doesn't have any fantasy of its own. However, based on the overall vibe, it kind of looks like late medieval period, like the rise of the Ottoman Empire. So there's lots of gun units, but there's still a lot of archer units. And while you have all these advanced empires fighting, you also have a lot of other factions that are a lot less advanced, so it can make for a very intense campaign. There's also several layers of kingdom management, and if you want, as one of the story options, you can choose to be the ruler of a specific faction, and then you have like your own unique challenges around that. Honestly, it's a really good mod. The only thing that really ruined it for me is the chronic low morale of armies, how impossible it is to raise it up, and just how easily, because of this, armies will rout in battle. I mean, seriously, as soon as I started the first game, my army's morale was already set to terrible, so I already had a bunch of soldiers deserting, and as soon as I got into battle, the slightest contact with the enemy army immediately causes a rout. And I'm not even sure how tied that is to morale, because I did manage to raise it later, but the same thing would still happen. I mean, look at this. The cavalry barely touched my army, and everyone is already fleeing. I am going to get some reinforcements, mind you, but that's not the issue. Because enemy armies are so quick to flee, it just makes battles drag on forever. And as such, I think like it's really the Achilles heel of this mod. If it wasn't for this, honestly, it would have ranked significantly higher. But moving on. At number 44 we have In the Name of Jerusalem. Until like last year, In the Name of Jerusalem was probably the best Crusade mod that you could ask me about. Set during the Third Crusade specifically, it's a very immersive mod, the scenery is on point, we even got new siege gameplay involving different siege engines, which I think is really cool. The battles are just hardcore, there's an interesting routing system where troops are more likely to rout if they suffer casualties very quickly. The only thing that makes this mod difficult, in my opinion, is the fact that until you're an actual lord, you can't even recruit units and villages. You can only rely on mercenaries, which really makes it hard for no good reason, in my opinion. At number 43 we have Legacy of the Dragon. This is a fantasy mod that is very much, in fact, like Fantasy CALRADIA. So there's a lot of non-human species, and you can also unlock a lot of spells by going to different guilds. The main exception in Legacy of the Dragon being that you're in a fresh new world with its own lore, and there's also a central quest that you can do to get lots of money that you can then use to buy some very expensive high-end gear. There's also dragons, but let's face it, they're not impressive. And I'm just not that invested into the world itself, but as far as fantasy mods goes, it's a pretty good one nonetheless. At number 42, Mountain Blade with Fire and Sword. So with Fire and Sword is not a mod, but a paid standalone expansion for Warband. It was actually the first DLC for Warband that actually introduced the physics of guns that would later be translated into so many other gun mods. But as far as the DLC itself, With Fire and Sword is based on the book of the same name, and much like with Honor and Glory that I said is based on With Fire and Sword, this is set in Eastern Europe. And it's about as immersive as it can get for the time period. You've got lots of cool items, you've got all the scenery, you've got some new mechanics for the sieges, and there's even like 3 main storylines that you can follow, although they can be very grindy at times. So ultimately the reason it doesn't rank as high is because, while it's pretty good at what it aimed to do, the story itself just isn't that entertaining. In fact, there's some things you can do in the game that can actually break the story. And I mean, it's still the same native soundtrack, which I think is kind of disappointing. And besides the few things I mentioned, for the most part, it's still the exact same gameplay. The kingdom management isn't improved, there wasn't anything really new besides the guns. So as far as I'm concerned, With Fire and Sword has its place in the history of Mount & Blade, but I do think a lot of the mods that came afterwards are just better. At number 41,
pretty much dead center at this point, we have Prophecy of Pandora. It's been one of my hottest takes since the beginning. I know a lot of people love Prophecy of Pandora, and they have a lot of reasons to be. It is a massive mod, surprisingly stable, then there's a lot of new features to it, lots of new mechanics, but my reasons for not liking it that much have always been the same. While a lot of mods tend to just give you all the features to try on the go, Prophecy of Pandora is designed in a way where you really have to play it to really get all of the benefits in the long term. And to me that just sucks. Like, if all your special items and unique weapons are hidden behind tons of grind, to me that's just not fun. I enjoy like some unique quests, I enjoy a bit of a challenge, but in Prophecy of Pandora I just felt it dragged on, and you know, that's just not for me. Similarly, at number 40, we also have a really good mod that I just don't happen to like personally, but I can't deny how amazing it is. It's The Last Days of the Third Age. If you like Lord of the Rings, like, there's no point in looking anywhere else. The Last Days of the Third Age is as immersive and as faithful as it can possibly be. And with the script enhancer, you can have like those really big battles that are really more reflective of Lord of the Rings. There's also all the unique quests, the fact that you can choose to fight on either side of the war. It's really good. The only things I don't like about The Last Days of the Third Age is Lord of the Rings. I'm not a fan, I've never liked the movies, I just thought the whole thing was boring. There's also this weird currency system that I just don't like. It's basically, instead of having like a currency like actual money, you have influence points that you can only use with specific factions. So I understand what they were trying to do with it, I just feel it's restricting and it doesn't have to be. But overall, I mean, yeah, it's really a good mod, just, again, not my taste. At 39, we have Evlat. Evlat is a story-driven mod set in CALRADIA, and the story itself is pretty straightforward. You're actually a former adventurer coming out of retirement, and you even have your own kids as your starting companions, while all companions from Native are now longtime friends, and your first quest given by one of them is about buying some exotic tea. And while that itself is pretty simple, the storyline quickly derails with a bunch of obstacles that take you all over CALRADIA, in a bunch of cool battles that also grants you some unique items. Honestly, it's not a particularly engaging story, but it doesn't need to be. It's well crafted and it's refreshing, and overall it's a pretty good mod that you should definitely try out at least once. On number 38 we have 16th Century. 16th Century is a mod based on the entire world, probably the biggest world map I've ever seen in any game, from Europe to Asia, to Africa, to the Americas. All of the main cultures that we can think of in their respective regions are covered. So it really does make for a very interesting experience, especially if you want a mod where you can conquer the entire world. The only real problems with it is that outside of this massive, ambitious world, there's just not that much new to it, especially when it comes to kingdom management and going to war. But as a solo explorer, you'll have a lot of fun discovering all the new scenery, and there's also some dungeons with unique gear that you can explore for. So overall, 16th Century, not the best, but can't deny how ambitious it is. Number 37, Asgard, Story of CALRADIA. So this one is a bit old by this point, but much like Evlat, it's a mod set in CALRADIA that is also story-driven. But what I really liked about this mod is that the story does gradually get more complex, but it also starts rewarding you over time, so you get lots of cool gear. At some point you can become a lord in the Kingdom of Swadia, and it just keeps going on from there. As such, it was a very fun mod to play through, with the only caveat being that the writing and the spelling is god-awful. At number 36, we have Sparta. Now we talk a lot about ancient Rome and how cool it is to play an ancient Rome mod, but when it comes to ancient Greece, Sparta is going to be the mod you want. It's immersive, it's absolutely beautiful, they even managed to recreate the phalanx formation, which I think looks amazing. The only real caveat of Sparta is that it was also designed to be a ridiculously hard mod to play. But if you cheat, then that won't be a problem at all, and you can really have a good time with this mod. Similarly, a mod that was also made by the same modder as Sparta, at number 35 we have Renaissance. And listen, you want a mod based on the Italian Renaissance? This is where you gotta go. You have a massive detailed map of Italy, you have all the items of the time period, you have the new sound effects and music. I really don't have much to say about it. It's a really fun mod. However, it wasn't designed to be as hard as Sparta, so it's definitely more accessible to the casual gamer. And at number 34, we have Adventure in the East. This mod is set around the time of the collapse of the Western Roman Empire. And so in the Middle East, we now have the Eastern Roman Empire, but further in the east, we have all these new kingdoms rising to challenge the Mediterranean power. So in this context, the mod is about as amazing as you'd expect it to be. We have all the new scenery, we have all the items, and there's also an option to play a story mode. And the story itself is pretty interesting, although it does get pretty grindy, but overall, for this specific time and place, Adventure in the East is a beautiful, very immersive mod that is still in active development. At number 33, we have Crusades and Jihads. And this here is probably my favorite Crusade mod, mostly because it is far more story-driven than the other ones, but it's also got some cool animation, it's got some cool music, the Crusade factions are very immersive, the scenery is just beautiful. The only real downside I found to it is that it's a bit laggy, but if you play with the script enhancer, it should work just fine. At number 32, this is Age of Arthur. Age of Arthur is a mod based on Brytenwalda, a mod that will be mentioned much later, but essentially this is a mod based on the legend of King Arthur, so it's set in the UK during the Dark Ages. Because it's based on Brytenwalda, this means you have a huge map of the UK as well as northern France. The scenery is very immersive, you've got all the items of the time period, you've got new music. The mod also has a substantial layer of religion, where you can pick one religion and then declare war on the others, which I think was pretty cool. And of course, you have King Arthur and all the characters, and you have a series of unique quests centered around that. So if you like the time period, if you like the history, and you like the legend of King Arthur, this mod is pretty good. The only thing I didn't like about it is that some of the sieges are a little buggy, but if you can look past that, then it's not a big deal. At number 31, we have Paradigm Worlds. Now, Paradigm World is probably the wackiest mod on Warband, but that's precisely what can make it really fun. So in Paradigm Worlds, this is set in a post-apocalyptic future where bioweapons have essentially completely destroyed the world. So you have all these crazy, wacky factions, from renewed medieval factions, to mutants, to zombies, to aliens, to all kinds of wacky stuff, really. Like, every time you play Paradigm Worlds, it's just one big WTF moment, but like I said, that's what makes it fun. On the downside, if you don't like this kind of whack, then Paradigm Worlds is not going to be great, but overall it's a pretty solid mod, I can't complain. At number 30, we have Age of Sword and Sorcery. And for this mod, I don't have a whole lot to say about it other than it's a very high quality mod. We have a beautiful, huge new world, we have lots of dungeons to explore, there's some great implementation of magic, there's that fencing sword animation I like, there's lots of guilds with lots of unique quests that you can join. The only drawback of Age of Sword and Sorcery is that a lot of the sieges can be buggy as hell, especially when the castles don't spawn. But you know, if you can look past that and you're not too concerned with kingdom management later in the game, then Age of Sword and Sorcery as a Warband mod is actually pretty solid. Number 29, we have Light and Darkness, Heroes of CALRADIA. This here is probably one of the best story-driven mods that we have on Warband, and it's set on the map of the first Warband game, which also makes it a little more refreshing. There's also some fantasy elements, there's even cutscenes, and again, it's very story-driven, so if you want to have like this feeling of being in a story, then this mod is really going to be good for you. The only issues I have with it is that because it's still set in CALRADIA, the vibe is still feeling very redundant, and some of the quests can be a bit grindy. But yeah, if you want a story-driven mod, I think it's a good one-time experience that you should definitely try out. At number 28, 1429, The 100 Years' War. I did bring up Deeds of Arms and Chivalry early on, and the mod it was based on is actually this one. The mod no longer exists, apparently the modder took it down after suffering some cyberbullying, which is unfortunate, but this is the same immersive late medieval France mod that you had with Deeds of Arms and Chivalry, with the difference being that there's a couple of unique quests, some of them work, some of them don't, but I mean, at the end of the day, if you want a 100 Years Wars mod, I really recommend that you try either this one or Deeds of Arms and Chivalry, but I do prefer this one personally. At number 27, this is Rome at War. Yet another Roman mod, I know, but this one is pretty cool because while a lot of Roman mods focus on Rome at the peak of its power, this one is bringing you straight at the very beginning of it. So a lot of the armors are a lot more primitive, and Rome isn't nearly as powerful as it would be in other mods. There's a lot more rival kingdoms around, which can make for a pretty fun campaign. Honestly, I didn't really have any complaints when I was playing this mod. It was to the point, it was simple, but it was great. The only real issue is that as far as I know, the mod was never finished, so there could still be some native elements here and there, but I haven't seen any. But if you want to try a Roman mod, this is as good as one to pick. At number 26, this is the last mod that I had in my backlog before making this video. This is 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms. When it comes to Chinese mods, I would say this is the definitive one, and it's actually very recent. It was released just this winter. So in this mod you have feudal China, as it's completely fractured between different emperors and dynasties and kingdoms, and just everyone is fighting each other, so it makes for a very intense campaign. In terms of scenery and items and music, it's simply gorgeous. I have no complaints whatsoever. Even the battles using the script enhancer for an increased battle size were really awesome. And the routing mechanic is pretty solid compared to previous mods. So like, if you really manage to hit the enemy hard and fast, you can get the entire army to rout. And for me, that was such a glorious Total War moment. I really enjoyed the battles in this mod. The one thing I did not like about the mod, and the reason it's not higher on the list, is the sieges themselves. I mean, you've got these massive walls that you could besiege, but in all the sieges I've tried so far, you just go straight to the gate, and that's that. I think that's pretty lame, considering all the hard work they put into other aspects of the mod. You wish the sieges were a little more intense. In that regard, 180 rolls is actually better, but I'd say that's the only thing that it does better than 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms. At number 25, we have 1257 AD. And here, when it comes to medieval mods, there's really no point in looking anywhere else. 1257 AD is an absolute massive mod that covers all of Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa, with all of the factions of the time period. In the mod, you can start as a commoner, but you can also start as a lord, or even as the ruler of a kingdom. And from there, everything is just crazy. There's lots of kingdom management, the scenery is on point, there's really not much I can say about it. So really, if you want an historical mod, this is going to be one of your top picks, for sure. And finally, for the pretty good mods, at number 24, we have Chronicles of Might and Magic. In terms of fantasy mods, I really do like this one because of just the sheer variety in the fantasy elements. You have so many different types of mythological creatures and fantasy species in there that it's just a glorious melting pot the moment you get into any kind of battle. There's also lots of magic with different spells that have their own mechanics and textures, which I think is really cool. And like a lot of fantasy mods, this one also has dungeons that you can explore for unique loot all over the map, with the exception here that these dungeons have a lot of troops in there, but you can also bring your whole warband with you, so it makes for some absolutely epic raids. The biggest downside for me is that I know the mod is based on the Heroes of Might and Magic game series, and I don't even know it, so chances are there's a lot of charms to it that are lost on me. It also had a very strong opening, with a portal that opens in a town and all these demons start pouring through, and it made for a great intro for the mod, but there's no story afterwards, it just goes straight to sandbox, which I think is a little disappointing.
At number 23, we have The Reckoning 3rd Stage. This is the last one to cover in the Reckoning trilogy of zombie mods, and The Reckoning 3rd Stage is probably one of the most ridiculous, but also most ambitious mods that I've ever seen on Warband. So as a post-apocalyptic zombie mod, well, we still have a lot of zombies, we still have a lot of guns, but the main difference in The Reckoning 3rd Stage is that we also now have the addition of motorcycles, of cars, of helicopters, and even tanks. And because of all this, this is probably the mod that brings us the closest to an actual, like, modern combat mod. These can all make this mod absolutely awesome to play. The only issue I've had with the Reckoning 3rd Stage is that because of all these new things, the mod also tends to be very buggy, but keep in mind that when I was playing it without the script enhancer. If you do play with the script enhancer, you might still crash a bit, but it's a lot more stable, and that makes it so much more fun. At number 22, we have Star Wars Conquest. Now, in terms of Star Wars mods, I've said it before, but porting Star Wars into Warband would seem like a pretty big challenge until you actually play the mod yourself and realize just how amazing it is. This mod recreated the entire galaxy of Star Wars. You've got all the planets with all of the scenery, you've got the laser rifles, you've got the stormtrooper outfits, you've got the lightsabers. Honestly, in terms of total conversion, Star Wars Conquest is a really solid mod, so if you enjoy Star Wars, look no further, you'll have a blast with this one. At number 21, we have Suvarnabhumi Mahayup. I think that's how you pronounce it, I have no idea. But this mod is a historical mod that takes us to Southeast Asia, specifically in Indonesia and Vietnam, you know, that whole area. And it's right at the time of the Spanish explorers also coming in as well. So in this mod, you've got this really big clash of cultures. As such, this is a very immersive mod that covers a slice of history that we don't hear much of, but it actually makes for a really amazing mod. Between the guns and the war elephants and the jungle scenery, honestly, it's really solid. I would say definitely give this one a try. At number 20, we have Nova Aedas. This mod is one of my classics, and probably one of the best native revamped mod there is. In this mod, we're taken back to CALRADIA, but in the 1500s, at a time that, similarly to our own history, also aligns with exploration of the New World. So in Nova Aedas, there's a whole new continent on the other side of CALRADIA that you can now explore, where there's native tribes and you can set up your own colonies. The really cool thing about Nova Aedas is that it offers a lot of different ways of beating the game that doesn't revolve around just conquering. So there's a lot of trading options, you can start your own businesses, you can rent up apartments, and like I said, you can create your own colonies, which I think is pretty cool. There's also a couple of unique quests, there's lots of interesting music, and on top of that you have the time period that brings new scenery, new factions, new items. Overall, Nova Aedas is a really solid mod, although it can be a bit of a learning curve to get all of its complexities. It's still worth it, really good mod overall. At number 19, we have Rising Sun. This mod takes us to Japan at the end of the samurai era, if you will. So there's a lot of industrialization, you have a lot of gun troops now, but you also have some samurai factions that are fighting against the modernization. Now obviously the mod is based on Gegokujo, which is a mod that I have yet to bring up, but in terms of gun mods, it's just a really fun one overall, and because it's based on Gegokujo, it's also very immersive, very beautiful all around, and it really just makes for a really fun gun mod. I don't have much to say about it. It's a gun mod set in industrial Japan, and it does a really good job of it. At number 18, we have American Civil War Revived. As the title suggests, this mod takes us to the Civil War in America in the 1860s, and honestly, it's an amazing mod overall. American Civil War Revived was designed specifically to have you play as the general of one of the leading armies in the conflict, and as such, you start with a massive party limit, you have lots of troops at your disposal, and the only objective here is to conquer the other half of America. The firing line works about as well as you'd expect. They added a lot of sound effects, so you hear a lot of death screams that are really unsettling. The mod is also very hardcore. As a single player, you don't have a lot of options, you really just gotta throw a lot of men into the fray, and it just makes the mod amazing overall. It's still in active development, they've been adding new scenery too, and the battles are just amazing. And once again, I don't have much to say, it's a really solid gun mod. But not as solid as number 17, which is Between Empires. Between Empires, in a lot of ways, is similar to American Civil War Revived, but instead it takes us to Europe between 1860 and 1914, the First World War. And this mod probably has the best implementation of artillery that I've ever seen in any mod. Add to that the semi-auto guns, the vast amount of troops you can get on either side, the ability to dig trenches, to get into trench warfare, and you have possibly one of the most hardcore gun mods there is. It's really well made, so between this mod, American Civil War, and Rising Sun, you have a lot of options when it comes to like large-scale gun battles. And yeah, I just think Between Empires is probably the best of them all, but it's also the most hardcore. At number 16, we have Touhou Gensokyo Warfare, which I've been told I'm pronouncing completely wrong, but you know what? No one corrected me, no one told me what's the real pronunciation, so I'm sticking to it. So, Touhou Gensokyo Warfare is based on the Touhou Project, which is the series of video games based on the world of Gensokyo, which is some kind of fictional world within Japan where fantasy exists. And while I don't know the world itself, and surely knowing about it would make this mod all the more enjoyable, the mod is nonetheless very good on its own. For starters, it adapts some kind of anime aesthetic, as I call it, and I think it works surprisingly well for Warband. There's also tons of new scenery, there's lots of items and music. It's overall a very charming mod, to be honest. And there's also a story mode, which is surprisingly complex. And so if you like the aesthetic, if you like the world, or if you want a story mod, well, Touhou Gensokyo Warfare offers all of these, and it does all of them very well. At number 15, we have Blood and Steel. This is actually one of the oldest Warband mods that I found, and it's the epitome of simplicity is bliss. You could consider it yet another one of those native revamped mods, but this one is really aimed at mindless, massive, ridiculous battles, and it just makes it so much fun. So in Blood and Steel, we are in CALRADIA, but we now have a lot of fantasy units, especially in bandit groups, but also all of the groups, from caravans to lords to garrisons, they all number in the hundreds of troops now, making for absolute massive battles. But similarly to Sword of Damocles, this also makes it a lot easier to just recruit a whole bunch of troops at once, and to just throw them into the fray, and it really just makes for, as I've said, really epic battles. And sometimes that's all it takes to be happy. So the mod isn't really complicated, but it doesn't need to be. That's what makes it awesome. And for that alone, I ranked it fairly high, because while it's not as ambitious as other mods, at least what it aims to do, it does very well. Moving on to number 14, we have Struggle for the Iliac Bay. Now, a long time ago in this video, I mentioned a mod based on Skyrim, and Struggle of the Iliac Bay is similar in that it's based on a different game in the Elder Scrolls series, Daggerfall. So in this mod, you have a map centered around the Iliac Bay, you have all of the factions from the game, as well as lots of its items. Honestly, probably the only reason it doesn't rank higher on the list is because I haven't really played the Elder Scrolls games, so once again, a lot of the charm is lost on me. But as a mod, it's actually a really solid one. There's a lot of variety in the scenery, in the music, in the items. There's also the fencing animation I like. There's lots of dungeons to explore for loot. You can also join a bunch of guilds that give you unique quests as well as unique gear, and overall it just makes for a great experience. If you enjoy the Elder Scrolls series or Daggerfall, then this mod will probably be a great experience for you. And number 13, a mod that is very similar because it was made by the same modder as Struggle for the Iliac Bay. This is World of Vaznar. And honestly, the only difference between World of Vaznar and Struggle for the Iliac Bay, the significant difference, is that one is based on a different game, and World of Vaznar is a completely unique setting. Because other than that, they have the same fighting animation, they have the same spelling system, they both have dungeons that you can explore for loot, but I do tend to prefer World of Vaznar better because it comes up with its own world and it's got a very fascinating gothic/renaissance aesthetic that I think is simply gorgeous. So really, you could pick either mod to get the relatively same experience, but I do prefer the World of Vaznar more for its originality. On number 12, we have A Clash of Kings. A Clash of Kings is based on the Game of Thrones world, and in terms of adaptation mods, I would say it's one of the most faithful adaptations there is. And the only difference for me between this mod and a mod like The Last Days of the Third Age is that while I find Lord of the Rings to be really boring, I'm actually a massive fan of Game of Thrones. So when it comes to this mod, I fell in love at first sight. It is simply a gorgeous mod. It's got the entire world of Westeros and Essos, it's got all of the characters, it's got all of the items, there's also tons of unique quests, lots of unique places to explore for the lore and some unique loot, and with the script enhancer, you can have much bigger party sizes, which makes battles all the more hardcore. So really, if you're a fan of Game of Thrones, I can't really find any flaws to this mod. In a lot of ways, it feels like perfection. At number 11, we have Warsword Conquest. Warsword Conquest is also an adaptation mod in that it's based on the Warhammer fantasy universe. And in the context of fantasy, it's really hard to beat because Warhammer is already so ridiculous with all the fantasy tropes, all the fantasy creatures, all the wacky words and lore, that putting this into a mod is bound to be just as intense, and that's exactly the case with Warsword Conquest. Whether you want to create an army of chaos, or you want to be with the goblins, or the undead, or the humans, or the lizardmen, there is so much variety in Warsword Conquest that regardless of what faction you pick, you will always find yourself in the craziest of battles. Honestly, it's very difficult to sum up Warsword Conquest in so few words. It's just crazy fun, and probably one of the most ambitious Warband mods there is, and it's still in active development too. At number 10, we have Gegokujo. Gegokujo is the quintessential samurai mod for Warband. It's set in the 1600s, features an entire map of Japan with all of the clans from this historical period. In terms of scenery, of fighting animation, of music, of the weapons and armors, this mod is, in what it intends to do, basically perfection. For anyone new to Warband modding, I would really recommend this mod as a first tryout, because in a lot of ways it's still very similar to native Warband. It just adds a bunch of some mods on top of native. So in addition to being in Japan, you also have the freelancer mod, which allows you to enlist yourself into other lords' armies. It's got the diplomacy sub mod, which gives you more kingdom management layers, and it has gun units as well, so you can get used to mods with guns. It also went out of its way to create two troop trees between the Ashigarus, the peasant conscripts, and the samurai, the warrior class, which are more expensive but better trained. And the sieges are just so much fun with the Japanese castles, the way they are designed. Honestly, Gegokujo, in a lot of ways, it's fairly simple compared to other mods that brought more features, but the quality of the immersion cannot be compared. It is simply amazing. At number 9, we have Warzone-Acron. Warzone-Acron is a mod that was released just last winter, and it's basically a post-apocalyptic world primarily based on the Fallout universe, although Acron itself is a fictional world. But as a gun mod, I would say it's probably the best gun mod on Warband there is, mostly because it fixed a lot of the problems that other gun mods had. The ability to reload, the ability to aim and then fire, and it also borrowed the mechanic from the first Reckoning mod, where troops can actually use cover to fight from. As such, the mod is not necessarily as hardcore as mods like Between Empires or American Civil War Revived, but it doesn't need to be. This one, with its post-apocalyptic setting, the interesting items, and all of the different troops that you can have, this is the one gun mod in my top picks that I would definitely recommend. On number 8 we have Bones of Ragnvald. In terms of story-driven mod, Bones of Ragnvald is probably one of the most complex. It's got a fairly long story that is also very engaging, that also gives you a lot of history and lore into the world that it created. On top of that, it's a very solid fantasy mod with lots of fantasy species, especially the undead and those giant mutant spiders that I'm always raving on about. And it's got all the new items, it's got a lot of new scenery. So in a sense, if you want a hardcore mod that's got some dark undertones and you want it story-driven, Bones of Ragnvald is a mod I've been recommending for a long time. Another story-driven mod though that I just find more straightforward, lighter, and just as fun is at number 7 with Revenge of the Berserk. Revenge of the Berserk is based on the Berserk manga, and in this mod you play as the main character, Guts, which is a mercenary with a massive sword, and the entire point of the mod is just to follow along the story as you cut your way through hundreds of men. Honestly, it's a very good mod, and in terms of story-driven mods, it's also the most focused one. There's really not much room for sandbox in this mod. It's really story-driven, so you can just follow along and just have an absolute blast. So in terms of story-driven, plus the gameplay that I think is absolutely cool, I think Revenge of the Berserk is a really great mod that everyone should try. And number 6, this is Brytenwalda. Now, Brytenwalda is also a mod that I've praised and ranked highly many times in previous videos, and for good reason. Brytenwalda is centered around the UK in the Dark Ages, and as such the mod has some very dark, grim undertones, but at the same time there's lots of opportunity. There's a lot of faction in this mod, but they're all relatively small, which makes for a very intense world campaign. There's also a couple of small dungeons where you can get unique loot, but one of the distinguishing features of Brytenwalda that I've been wanting to see in every single mod is the ability to starve settlements out during sieges. In a lot of mods, besieging a castle, there's always like food stores, right? But they always last for like 100 days, which makes it impossible to just starve the garrison out. But in Brytenwalda, there are many options to starve a garrison out, and usually that's just a safer alternative than just a full-on assault. And Brytenwalda puts a lot of emphasis on that, and I just personally love this feature. I wish every mod had it. On top of all that, Brytenwalda is also famed for being ridiculously hardcore. It's got a lot of features like bleeding and permanent injuries that can really mess you up, but thankfully these settings can be turned off in the options if that's not your thing. But overall, I just really love this mod. It's intense, it's beautiful, it's got it all. And number 5, we have A World of Ice and Fire. A World of Ice and Fire is the second mod based on the Game of Thrones, and compared to A Clash of Kings, it's pretty similar in terms of quality. It's also got the massive map, it's got all the items, it's got all the unique quests, all the locations. The main difference between A World of Ice and Fire and A Clash of Kings is that A World of Ice and Fire is also based on Brytenwalda, in that it has the same hardcore features as well as the same siege mod, which again, I really love. So in terms of adaptation, it's really solid, and then it's also based on Brytenwalda, so what more can you ask? And number 4, we have 457 AD, Fall of the Western Roman Empire. This mod is also fairly recent, and as the title suggests, it's based around the collapse of the Western Roman Empire in the late 400s. So in this mod you have a full map of Europe, but you have a lot of rising factions that are slowly crippling down the Roman Empire. But on top of that, the mod is filled with all kinds of unique quests that you can find all over the place by just exploring. The immersion is also excellent from the fact that the modders themselves are massive history buffs that do a lot of extensive research on every single item that they incorporate in the mod. And at the end of the day, I mean, the battles are really intense, everything is just really cool in the mod. So when I first played it, I immediately fell in love with it, from all the unique features, to the complex layers of kingdom management, to the unique quests. I ain't got no complaints, this mod is amazing, and as far as I know, is still in active development. And number 3, we have Out Caesar, Out Nihil, which I'm positive I'm not pronouncing correctly. But in terms of ambitious mods, it's really hard to top this one. The mod is so big, it might as well be its own game. So this mod also takes us to the Roman Empire, but at the peak of its power, extending all the way from Britain in Europe to the Middle East and North Africa. The mod gives you many starting options, but if you start as Emperor, you immediately get tons of layers of kingdom management. So much so that I could never describe all of them in this one video. But the mod also offers tons of unique quests, and if you start as a commoner, you also have your own storyline that you can follow, which is amazing. So overall, in terms of Roman mods, it's probably the best out there. In terms of kingdom management, it's probably the most ambitious, and in terms of world map, it's also one of the biggest. So Out Caesar, Out Nihil is probably the biggest, meanest, most intense Warband mod there is. I would not recommend it if this is your first time modding, but if you've tried other mods for a while, this might just be the mod that challenges you the most. And number 2, this is Viking Conquest. In a lot of my modding videos, people are always like, well, how come you didn't bring up Viking Conquest? It's pretty good. And the main reason is because, as I say all the time, Viking Conquest, much like with Fire and Sword, is not a free mod, but a paid DLC. So I've never really thought of including it in rankings, but because this video is about ranking everything, well, here it is, and I'm putting it at number 2. So Viking Conquest is based on Brytenwalda. So for a bit of context, Brytenwalda was made by a group of enthusiastic modders, but when the devs behind Mount & Blade Warband actually saw the mod, they liked it so much that they reached out to the Brytenwalda team and they decided to collaborate together to make a DLC. So the Brytenwalda team created Viking Conquest, which is very similar in fact to Brytenwalda. It's almost the exact same time period, and while Brytenwalda is centered on the UK, Viking Conquest also brings some Nordic countries on top of it. And there's a couple of differences between Viking Conquest and Brytenwalda, but to name a few, Viking Conquest has a full story mode, which will keep you occupied for a good 10-15 hours. It's also introduced naval battles, which can be really cool if that's your thing. And the visuals have also been slightly improved, and there's a ton of tweaks as well. So if you've never played Brytenwalda and you go straight to Viking Conquest, you'll pretty much get the same experience and then some. If you've played Viking Conquest, well, the only thing that Brytenwalda really does better, in my opinion, is the recruiting system. The recruiting system in Viking Conquest is horrible. I don't know why they did it like that, but if you want more details, you can always check out my exclusive review on Viking Conquest. But overall, yeah, it's really solid. If I enjoyed Brytenwalda, I was bound to enjoy Viking Conquest, and thanks to the technical support it got from the devs, it's also one of the most stable experiences you will have on Warband, despite it being very big and ambitious. And finally, at number 1, if you've been watching me for a while, you know what this mod is, and yes, despite all of the new mods I've tried over the past 2 years, this mod still ranks number 1, and this is Perisno. I don't really know what to say about this mod. I mean, I've summed it up so many times at this point, but think light fantasy, massive world, hardcore battles, overpowered units, unique quests, unique items, a massive invasion by an external force, and that's Perisno. It's just got all of the things that I usually look for in a Warband mod, and it does all of them extremely well. I would really recommend, if you want to get into Perisno, that you check out the guide I made on it like 2 years ago. I think it's still relevant, but overall, in terms of quality, of size, I've just always been content with Perisno, and truth be told, if I had to sacrifice every mod and only save one, ultimately Perisno would be the one that I decide to keep. Hello everyone, I'm Terry Duke, and welcome to my channel. So, it's been a minute since my magnum opus of Warband mod videos, and if you're one of those viewers that is still asking me for more Warband mod videos even after having made like 40 of them, well, I'm happy to announce today that not only will more videos be coming in the future, but now you can also have me as a companion in your Warband. That's right, recently I learned that a mod I enjoy quite a lot added me, Terry Duke, as a recruitable companion, so from now on, you will find me in Warzone-Acron. If you haven't seen my video on it from last year, consider this one the sequel. Warzone-Acron is a mod that is barely a year old and is set in a post-apocalyptic wasteland similar in theme to the Fallout games. It was already a pretty solid gun mod when it came out, but it's still in active development and is only getting better every day. So in today's fairly short video, Warzone-Acron, me, and a peek at how cool this mod is. So as I said in my first video covering Warzone-Acron, this might be the best gun mod for Warband there is, simply because it managed to get around the musket mechanic of previous mods, which had you hold the firing button until you had a good aim, and release the fire. Works well with muskets, not so much with automatic weapons, as demonstrated in mods like Red Wars or Snow in the East. Warzone-Acron is still the only mod to my knowledge to fully solve this issue by enabling a firing position that keeps the gun steady while you fire at will. It also allowed proper zooming through scopes, which unironically makes it possible to shoot enemies from across the map, as long as you got a good eye. On this, the mod was already solid, but in the past year, a lot of improvements were made. The first of which is the battles and the NPCs. Warzone-Acron had borrowed a mechanic from the Reckoning mod that allows NPCs to take cover behind objects while firing at each other. But in a much bigger mod like Warzone-Acron, that mechanic was always fundamentally limited to the amount of cover being offered, with the bulk of troops usually just staying in the back, waiting for allied troops to get shot at the front to then take their place. Not so much the case anymore. Maps are now much bigger, with many layers of cover being offered, and the mechanic has been significantly improved, as now NPCs will spread across the battlefield, try and outflank each other, and move forward to new positions. In terms of gun mods, I have never seen something so simultaneously controlled, chaotic, and realistic. From the first engagements with just a few NPCs on either side, to much larger parties having full-on battles, the mechanic upscales flawlessly, and I've had so much fun with it so far. But what's cool about it is that you can also control it now. You have the option to start battles in a standard line or in skirmish, and regardless of which option you choose, you can just order your troops to take cover at any point in the battle. And you can even select the radius over which to spread, from 50 meters to 100 to 200. You can even order them to take cover near you. I can't even begin to imagine how the modders pulled this off, but this, along with the gun mechanics, really makes this a solid experience. One of my main complaints a year ago was the lack of enemy groups on the world map, as well as their lack of variety, but thanks to the latest patch, we now have a lot more variety. Between the standard looters and deserters, we now also have raiders, which range widely in tiers from brawlers to assassins to tech thieves, raiders with plasma weapons. We also have the infected, which are like slightly OP settlers that look like zombies but still have their conscience and they use guns. And then we have the full-on ghouls, which are super fast, very dangerous up close, and pretty damn cool overall. I've also noticed that the size of the groups increase gradually as you level up, as they should, so that's also pretty cool. The world map is a lot more active now. Another neat, although somewhat easy to ignore feature of the mod is the camping system. In the mod, there's a lot of emphasis on having your own camp and managing your own food supply. Food items are relatively small and very expensive in towns, so instead Warzone-Acron puts an emphasis on scavenging for resources and keeping the morale of your warband high by not traveling at night, which is something that all NPC lords do as well. And there are lots of items to help you out. Like, if you buy empty bottles and fishing equipment, when you set up camp near water on the world map, you can refill your bottles and grab some fish. There's also passive items like getting a tent for your camp as well as a generator to improve morale while you rest up. And of course you can send your men to scavenge, at which point you could find food, stuff to trade, and sometimes really cool gear. I kind of ignored it last year, but with the updates it's become a more present feature that also feels a lot more intuitive than before, so there's that. The scenery in Warzone-Acron was already so immersive as it was, but sieges were kind of broken, as they always tend to be when you have guns, but I'm happy to announce here that the cover mechanic for battles has also been added to the sieges. In my recent campaign, I went against the Legion and I got to see immediately how smart the NPCs tend to deploy. Here, while I had my main firing line by the bridge, several of my troops would take cover behind a ditch right by the fences to fire at enemies. When we made it past the first gate, some troops would literally go up the guard towers to fire at the enemies in the second line of defense. I still liked the sieges before, but this is on a whole other level of epic, and I couldn't be happier with them. And then, well, there's me. They added a whole bunch of companions, but one of them is indeed called Terry Duke. Although if you talk to him as of making this video, he's basically just Bunduck from native Warband with a few tweaks to the text. Not that I mind, Bunduck is one of the cool ones in the original companions. He hates the upper class, he wants equality for the lower class, and he calls BS on Rolf being a noble. Cool guy. But it would be funny if I got my own little backstory, you know, something along the lines of being permanently stuck in Acron despite a wish to leave, but feeling compelled to by the people around me. It'd be a pretty niche joke, but those who would get it would definitely appreciate it. But hey, in the end, if I made so much Warband content that now I'm in Warband, that's good enough for me. Part of the legacy now. In terms of the mod itself, that's pretty much it. Lots of changes, lots of improvements. The only drawback, the only sad thing, is that the mod had a lot of issues with copyright music, so as it stands, the mod has no music whatsoever. But I was talking to the modders, and they do recommend, if you want a better immersion, that you play the Fallout 4 Diamond City Radio playlist on YouTube while you play Warzone-Acron, and it should fit pretty good. I'll leave the link to the mod in the description, as well as a link to the Discord server, as they have the latest patch there, and a link to the Fallout 4 music as well. And that's about it for today, so thanks for watching everyone, and I'll see you next time. Mountain Blade Warband. If there's one thing I've been trying to escape and continuously failing to, it's the modding content. Even though I ranked and reviewed all the mods I could countless times, the requests for more mod videos keep coming, so I have no choice. I'm trapped here. Forever. Ever since I did that last ranking, there's been an ongoing streak of complaints that the video wasn't really fair to people's favorite mods, which is true, because by design, ranking mods from number 89 to number 1 was never going to be fair for all the mods. Of course it was never going to make everyone happy, and I'm sorry that I don't share your nostalgia for Prophecy of Pandora or your love of Lord of the Rings. I'm only human. But recently, I've been thinking about if I had to do the ranking all over again, is there a way I could do it in a fairer manner? Ideally in a way that's much easier for me to do, and also in a way that would briefly quench my audience's endless thirst for Warband modding content? Well, I thought of something, and there you go. This is the official Warband mods tier list, which I've made myself and left a link for in the video description, so feel free to check it out and make your own ranking. But for today, we'll be ranking all of the mods again, but through a tier list. So let's break the tier list down. Starting with Hot Mess, these are the either broken or too weird or wacky mods that end up making the Warband gaming experience even worse. This is followed by Mild, mods that work but don't offer much of anything that's really memorable. This is then followed by Alright, which means they're pretty good but not spectacular. In Solid, these are all the really good mods all around, from the size, to the ambition, to the quality, and really the only difference between Solid and Top Picks is that Top Picks are my personal favorite based on my taste, my personal nostalgia. They're basically the mods that if I had to pick a few mods to survive and leave all the others to vanish forever, well, the Top Picks would be these mods. My hope though, by using a tier list instead of doing a ranking, is to not have to put a number on any given mods, which I think will make it fairer. So with all of that, let's get to it. Alright, so starting with 180 euros, I'm gonna put this one in Alright. It's a pretty decent medieval Chinese mod, but there's still a lot of stuff missing, and it kinda gets repetitive, and the spelling isn't that great, so, you know, it's okay. 1257 AD though is definitely going to be a solid. I mean, obviously it's one of the biggest mods there is. If you're looking for a medieval mod, this is probably going to be the one that you'll pick, but it's not one of my personal favorites, but I can totally see how it would be for a lot of people. 12th century I'm going to put in Alright as well. It's a pretty cool Chinese mod similar to 180 euros, although this one extends all the way to the Middle East. But even though the mod advertises itself as like, you know, you get to play as the Mongols, there's actually a lot of restrictions on getting Mongolian troops, so it's kind of counterintuitive, and as a nation mod on its own, it's just not that amazing. 1429, the 100 Years' War, is gonna go in Alright as well. It's actually a pretty solid mod when it comes to the 100 Years' War, but as far as I know, it was never complete. Some of the quests are broken, and it is in French, so it's not for everybody. 16th century, I'm also going to put in Alright. This is probably one of the biggest mods there is, and because like it's the entire world, and that does make it like very impressive because it covers all of the cultures of the time period, but in terms of gameplay itself, it doesn't actually add anything new to native Warband, nothing much anyway, so you know, it's alright, that's the whole point. 1860s Old America, I'm gonna put in Mild. It's a pretty fun mod, like it's a western and there's definitely a lot of efforts that went into the scenery, but once again we have the same issue, which is that in terms of gameplay there just isn't much there, you know? Then we have 2D Fight but Warband, which is obviously gonna go in Hot Mess. This is the one mod that puts everything in 2D but keeps the world in 3D. I mean, it's really experimental, but there's not much to say about it, it's pretty dumb. And as the first top pick, we have 457 AD. Yep, totally a top picks. As a Roman mod, it's actually pretty solid. As a mod that focuses on the collapse of Rome, it's amazing, and the level of detail, the unique quests, the new items, like, it checks all the marks, and I've fallen in love with this mod the moment I picked it. A Clash of Kings? Also a top pick. This was actually the first Game of Thrones mod I played, and I actually played it before I started reading the books, and I still got hooked. The world is beautiful, all the unique quests, all the unique explorations. As a solo adventurer, it's a very amazing mod to play, and I've just enjoyed it thoroughly. I'm a huge Game of Thrones fan, so, you know, that's just how it is. A New Dawn, it's gonna go in Alright. Pretty much all of the mods that enhance just the native experience is probably gonna end up in Alright anyway, and A New Dawn is just one of them. It just adds a whole bunch of features on top of native CALRADIA. So a lot of people like the mod. For me, meh. A World of Ice and Fire, same as A Clash of Kings. This is another amazing Game of Thrones mod, with the main difference from A Clash of Kings being that this one is also based on Brytenwalda, so it's meant to be a lot more hardcore. So you can go with either, but in terms of Game of Thrones mod, they're both solids, and I still love the series, so obviously it's a top pick. Adventure in the East is going to go in Solid. This is actually a really solid mod, which is basically like 457 AD, but focuses more on the Middle East, obviously. It's also story-driven, although the story is more about keeping you busy than actually giving you something that's really engaging, if I'm being honest. But the setting is obviously very well made. It's a huge mod, it's very solid, so yeah, definite recommend. Age of Sword and Sorcery? think I'm gonna put it in alright. It's actually a pretty fun mod when it comes to the setting itself. The time period it depicts is pretty solid. It's also got a lot of magic, it's got some dungeons to explore, but in my experience it was also pretty buggy as hell, like especially the sieges. Maybe if I tried it with the script enhancer it would probably be a lot better. So it's a pretty good mod, but I wouldn't go with solid. It still needs a few things more for that. American Civil War Revived, though, definitely solid. In terms of like Civil War mods, it's absolutely stunning, the gun formations work really well, the sound effects are absolutely gruesome and memorable, and it's still in active development, so they've been adding more scenery, more features, so it's really a solid mod all around. I don't have much to say about it. Alt Caesar on the Hill, definitely a top pick, best Roman mod ever, so many layers of detail, intense level of kingdom management, Brytenwalda mechanics, it's got it all. I mean, it could easily be an entire game on its own. Banner page? I'll make a concession here and put it in solid. I did say that like most native plus mods will end up in alright because of how they basically enhance native, but they don't really do anything besides that, but Banner page, to its credit, has like a lot of different layers that do make it a really solid experience. Like, if you didn't want to play a mod that takes you to a different place, Banner Page is like an entirely new expansion for native, and as such, I do think it deserves to be in the solid rank, even if other similar mods probably won't make it in that rank. Bellum and Parry, I'm gonna put it in solid. In terms of gameplay mechanics, I don't recall them being all that impressive, but it did recreate the entire world of the Roman Empire faithfully. It's a massive map, it's got it all, it checks all the marks. So basically, if you thought Alt Caesar on the Hill was too intense, you could essentially have a similar experience playing Bellum and Parry, so it's a pretty solid mod. Between Empires, absolutely, this is a solid mod. I mean, the entire world of Europe, the scenery, the uniforms, and of course the guns and the artillery, you can't make this stuff up. It looks absolutely amazing. I wouldn't put it in one of my top picks personally, because by design, I just find it to be too difficult at times. A lot of the NPCs will dig trenches, which makes sense, but it also makes battles very difficult, and in a way that kind of takes away from the experience, in my opinion. But you can't deny that in terms of gun mods, it's probably one of the best there is. Blood and Steel is definitely going to go in alright. This is one of the oldest mods there is, and it is essentially a native plus mod, but what I really liked about it is that it just made battles ridiculously intense, over the top, and it's really fun for it. But in terms of everything else, I mean, it's still native Warband, so pretty fun to play, but not actually that ambitious. Bones of Ragnvald, top picks. Especially when it comes to story-driven mods, this is probably the mod that has the most complex story that can really keep you engaged for a time, and on top of that, of course, it's a massive world with fantasy elements, all the cool stuff you would expect from a solid total conversion, so Bones of Ragnvald, definitely in my top picks. Breaking Bad though, definitely a hot mess. This mod mostly feels like a joke, there's really not a whole lot to say, basically native CALRADIA, but you can buy meth and distribute it, that's literally it. It's a pretty funny mod, but you know, not much else to say. When it comes to CALRADGER, I think ultimately it's going to end up in alright. It's basically another native enhanced mod, with the main noticeable feature being the CALRADGER storyline, which is the idea that as the main character, your main mission is to find all the gems to make the CALRADGER crown, which makes you the Emperor of CALRADIA, at which point all the other factions will declare war on you. So it definitely makes for an interesting way to play the native campaign, but that's really all it does. There's no noticeable extra features on top of that. CALRADIA 1417 is also going to end up in alright. Basically native CALRADIA, but in the late Middle Ages, and as such, the armors and weapons are improved, I guess. There's also lots of Easter eggs, which makes it pretty cool, but, you know, it's still native CALRADIA just 200 years later. Then there's CALRADIA Borderlands, which, if it was me personally, I would probably end up putting it in mild, but in terms of quality, it's probably just gonna go in alright as well. Basically just another native enhanced mod, but what this one does is just massively increase the size of the world map, which isn't my thing, but it does introduce new cultures, and with their weapons and armors, and new factions and everything, so in terms of the effort being put into it, it's pretty solid, but that's really not my thing personally. I am tired of playing in native CALRADIA, as I've told many times by now. Chronicles of Might and Magic is definitely a solid mod. It's based on Heroes of Might and Magic, which I hear a lot of people enjoy. In terms of total conversions, it's really solid. As far as I can tell, it follows the original games very faithfully. There's lots of variety in the non-human species, as well as spells. So, very solid mod all around. Crusaders and Jihads is also gonna go in solid. It's just one of those really good Crusade mods. This one is a story campaign, which is pretty cool as well. Could be a little laggy, but otherwise it's very solid. CSGO but Warband, definitely a hot mess. I mean, I don't have much to say about that one. The last update actually made it worse than it was before. You're better off just playing regular CSGO. Then we have Deeds of Arms and Chivalry, which is basically 1429 updated, so it works a lot better. Like, if you were to choose between 1429 and Deeds of Arms and Chivalry, like, this one is just, like, polished, just better all around, so I'm gonna put it in solid. Like, in terms of quality, it's right up there. It's basically the continuation of 1429, so it deserves that spot. Diplomacy for Let Them Reloaded, another native enhanced mod, it's alright. Dragon Ball Z Vegeta, hot mess. Obviously. Though I gotta say, it was pretty impressive what they managed to pull off with that one, but it was never going to make for an amazing gaming experience. Evlat, I will also put at alright. It's basically the same guy who did CALRADIA. In fact, I think CALRADIA is the prequel, but Evlat is basically native Warband, but story-driven. It's got an interesting storyline, though it's not that complex or engaging, but it makes for a refreshing experience. Explorer, very experimental, bold, but still a hot mess ultimately. Imagine playing native Warband, but without a world map, so you literally gotta travel everywhere. It gets grindy very quickly, which is exactly what ended up happening with Explorer. 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms is the one solid Asian mod in my opinion. It features several countries including Mongolia and China, and the scenery was actually really solid. The sieges were a little ridiculous, but the battles themselves were a lot of fun. In that sense, the mod was really fun to play, so it was pretty solid. Floris, native enhanced, it's alright. Honestly, like, between all of these native enhanced mods, like, it's really like the smallest of differences that's going to make a difference on which you prefer. And now we're at Gegokujo, which is going to be a top picks purely for the nostalgia, I'm being honest, though it is undeniably, in my opinion, a very solid mod. In terms of samurai mods, there's a reason we don't really think of any other. It's because it quickly became the total conversion that everybody goes for, and it's got all the extra features for kingdom management and freelancer, all the good sub mods basically. It's got guns as well. I can't complain about Gegokujo. For what it intended to do, it's perfect. Golden Earth I'm going to put in mild. It was a pretty good idea to make a mod based on the Vikings in the New World, but as it stands, this mod doesn't actually offer much. In terms of new gameplay elements, there's virtually none. The world map is very large, but also very sparse. There's not a whole lot to do. So it's basically Brytenwalda without all the cool features of Brytenwalda, and in a world that doesn't actually offer much to begin with. So yeah, it's pretty mild in my opinion. Grande Armée? Grande Armée is the continuation of L'Aigle, which we have yet to get to. I'm going to put this one in solid. I mean, in terms of like Napoleonic War mods, it's right up there, though it was based off L'Aigle, but it's got the uniforms, it's got the muskets. If you enjoy musket mods, Grande Armée is definitely gonna be one you should try. Hispania 1200 I'm gonna put in alright. This mod is medieval mods based mostly in Spain and Portugal, and it is massive, the music is great, the items are cool, but in terms of kingdom management or new layers of gameplay, there wasn't any that I found to be really memorable, so that's why it's alright. Honor and Glory is going to go in solid? Yeah, I'll put it in solid. Basically, if you don't want to play with fire and sword, you'll get a very similar experience for free playing Honor and Glory, which takes the exact setting at more or less the exact same time period. And I heard it got an update recently, so I should check it out again. But, you know, late medieval, guns, pikes, so it's a pretty solid mod overall for what it intended to do. In the Name of Jerusalem, also a solid mod. I mean, in terms of Crusades mod, it's right up there with the best of them. It's high quality. I have very little complaints about it. Independence of Chile, though, is going to be mild. Basically a musket mod in South America, and it's got all the items, it's got the guns, but virtually nothing else in terms of gameplay elements, so it tended to get redundant fairly quickly. Iskla mod, another native enhanced mod. This one I'm going to also put in alright, I guess. Actually, I'll put it in mild. Like, at that point, it just got so redundant. I'm sorry. The main thing that this one offers is for you to start as a ruler and to create your own troop trees, but that's about it. In terms of native enhanced, I would say I have more fun playing Floris or Banner Page than I do with this one, so here it is. L'Aigle, I'm going to put in alright. It's basically Grande Armée, but unfinished, and the AI is just not that great, so battles tend to unnecessarily drag on for a while. But yeah, like if there's Grande Armée that's already pretty solid, you might as well just stick with that one, so L'Aigle can stay in alright, despite being, visually at least, very high quality.
The Last Days of the Third Age, as I've said, I'm not a big fan of Lord of the Rings, but you can't deny that it's very much a solid mod. In terms of Lord of the Rings, it's got the entire world, it's got all the factions, it's got the campaign, it's got all the fantasy species. So, you know, if you like Lord of the Rings, like, this mod's got everything, and it's still in active development, so you can't go wrong with it. Legacy of the Dragon is also going to go in solid. In terms of fantasy mods, it's very good, it's got spells, it's got non-fantasy species, it's got a bit of a story, although it's not centered at all to the mod. So, in terms of fantasy mods, it's right up there with the best of them, in my opinion. Light and Darkness, Heroes of CALRADIA. I actually really liked this mod when I first played it. Now I'm hesitating. I think I'm gonna put it in solid, mainly for the story. Like, it does have like a really solid story that has you interact with all the companions throughout, but the reason I would also put it in alright is because in terms of gameplay changes, it doesn't really offer any, and while the story itself is engaging, the quests themselves can be very grindy, so it's a bit hit and miss, although in terms of story mods, there is no denying that it's one of the most ambitious. Medieval Conquest is basically the same as 1257 AD with a few tweaks, so I'm gonna put it in solid as well. Native New Design also goes in alright. Native New Design, more features in Native CALRADIA, so again, if it's your thing, you'll enjoy it, but I wouldn't give it a solid spot personally. New World 1521 I would definitely put in alright, considering like the original setting and the beautiful visuals and everything, but it's also very unstable, even with the script enhancer, so unfortunately it's gonna go in mild. Nova Eras though, definitely a top pick. The level of management in Nova Eras is so cool, from the ability to create multiple sources of income by buying enterprise and buying buildings to rent them out, or just the ability to create your own colonies in the new world. And the addition of new factions and a bunch of new lore, honestly Nova Eras is one of my personal favorites, one of the first ones I ever played. So yeah, definitely a top pick. Paradigm Worlds could be either solid or a hot mess, depending on how you personally feel about it. But in terms of quality, I have to put it in solid. I mean, it is obviously highly experimental, but in terms of fantasy, it's also one of the wackiest there is. It's just so much fun to play this mod, have no idea what's going on, and still have an absolute blast. It's Warband at its most ridiculous, basically. Perisno, I mean, there is no secret there. For me, it's definitely a top pick, but overall it is still obviously a very solid mod, new world, lots of fantasy elements, still in active development, different fantasy races, unique quests, massive battles. I've praised Perisno so many times, so it's not only a top pick, it pretty much always ranks #1 whenever I do a ranking and it's included, so there you go. Fantasy CALRADIA is virtually the same as Legacy of the Dragon, with the exception that it still takes place in native CALRADIA, so I'm gonna put it in alright, if only because it stays in CALRADIA. Though honestly, it is still a fun mod to play, and if you've never played fantasy mods in Warband, it's usually the mod I recommend to get you started. Prophecy of Pendor. Yes, it is an absolutely solid mod, but not a personal favorite to earn the top picks, so personally I've never enjoyed it because I think it's intentionally too grindy, but you know, opinions and experiences vary widely. I know it's a solid mod, so you know, here it is. I hope you're happy with that. Red Wars, I'm going to put in alright. Red Wars is actually a very fun mod when it comes to the World War I, World War II aesthetic, but it's also incomplete and broken, so I can't put it in solid because of that. Renaissance, I'm going to put in solid simply because in terms of quality, like, you'll never get a literal Italian Renaissance mod better than Renaissance. Revenge of the Berserk though, definitely a top pick. Still in development, one of the best story-driven mods there is, and the idea of playing as this massive swordsman that's just tearing through endless rows of enemies is just too much fun to resist. Not that great as a sandbox, but as a story with this character, and it actually does a pretty good job of adapting the manga as far as I know. So Revenge of the Berserk, definitely a must try. Rising Sun is also a very solid mod. Basically Gekokujo, but a few hundred years later, during industrialization, and in terms of quality, it's about the same. I wouldn't put it in top picks because I don't have the same nostalgia for it as I do for Gekokujo, but in terms of gun mods, it's really solid, and in terms of industrial Japan mods, it's perfect. Look no further. Rome at War is also a fairly old mod, I think, that hasn't been updated in a while, and in terms of Roman mods, it's probably not the most ambitious, but I would still say it's really solid. In terms of combat, even though I had not played it before I reviewed it, I thought it was just perfect for what it intended to do. So there you go.
Rust 13th Century, I would put it solid if it wasn't so ridiculously hardcore. This is one mod that you'll never be able to beat unless you cheat. So, you know, like, I know some people really enjoy a punishing experience, but I think there's having a punishing experience, and there's having, like, a mod that's playable. And I would say Rust 13th Century is so difficult that it's almost impossible to rise in any significant way. It's just too hard. Sins of Faith, another Crusade mod, I think one of the OGs actually when it comes to those, and you could pick either that one or the others when it comes to Crusade mod, is just as solid. I ain't got no complaints. Cyazen was actually a mod I had in my backlog to do my final big ranking, and it would have been solid if morale wasn't so broken. Like, troops in this mod automatically rout the moment they make contact with the enemy, and it just made for the mod to be completely absurd. If it wasn't for that, it would be a totally solid mod, but because there is that issue, it's gonna stay in alright. Skyrim Civil War, this one goes in mild. I mean, it did get the world of Skyrim perfectly, it got all of the items, it brought the music, but it virtually has nothing in terms of gameplay layers, so it's a literally native CALRADIA, just in Skyrim instead. So I don't have much else to say about it. Snow in the East is going to go in alright. It's basically like Red Wars, but in the real world, in the Eastern Front in World War II, and it's got all the elements, it's got everything you could ask for, it's pretty solid in terms of the aesthetic. The problem is that as a gun mod, it's really broken, especially when it comes to the sieges. This is literally impossible. Sparta is the same as with Rust 13th Century. In terms of Ancient Greece mods, it's got everything you could possibly ask for. The music, the items, even the phalanx formation. Amazing. I can't complain about it. But the mod was also purposefully designed to be ridiculously hardcore. And because of that, you can basically not play the mod without cheating, and even when you cheat, it's pretty difficult. So because of that, it's going to end up in alright. Star Wars Conquest though, definitely solid. I mean, if there's one world you couldn't possibly imagine getting ported to Warband, it's Star Wars, but Star Wars Conquest did it amazingly well. And people keep telling me it got remastered recently, so I should definitely look into that, but in terms of gun mods and science fiction mods, I mean, it's perfect. Like, seriously. Struggle for the Iliac Bay, definitely a solid mod. Unlike Skyrim Civil War, this one is based on Daggerfall, I believe, and is just way better than Skyrim Civil War in every way. The world, the items, the species, like everything is pretty solid, but it also has a lot of extra layers when it comes to kingdom management, when it comes to some mods, and it's got dungeons that are really cool to explore as well. So in terms of mods, it's really solid. If you're a fan of the Elder Scrolls, you will definitely enjoy this mod. Suvarnabhumi Mahayuf, and I'm sorry, I'm definitely butchering it. This one I'm also going to put in solid. This one takes us to Vietnam and Indonesia in the period of exploration by the Spanish conquistadors, and in terms of visuals, it is absolutely a beautiful mod. The mod features guns, it features lots of different weapons, it's got war elephants, which are also pretty cool, all around very solid and doesn't get enough attention. Check this one out. Then we have Sword of Damocles, which is also one of the OG mods, and this one is definitely going in alright. It's basically a total conversion that's kind of half-assed if I'm being honest. It's got a much bigger world than native Warband, but it still brings those native factions into it, on top of creating new factions. What really makes this mod fun is that everything is upscaled to ridiculous proportions. You can make a crap ton of money in tournaments, and pools of mercenaries and peasants are usually so massive, you can just constantly rebuild your armies with just a few clicks. Because of that, it's a really fun mod to play, but it doesn't add enough for me to consider it solid. Similarly, we have Tainted Paths, and this mod is just confusing as hell. It's got a lot of ambition, it has a massive world, it even has a story campaign, but the features are so confusing on their own that they kind of take away from the gaming experience. So I would normally put it in solid, but because it's confusing, I'm putting it as alright. The Eagle and the Radiant Cross, definitely a hot mess. This is just my personal experience, but all this mod really does is add guns to native CALRADIA from the first Mountain Blade Warband, and none of the towns or castles ever loaded for me. It's so awkward, honestly. That might just be my experience, but my experience made for a real hot mess, so that's why it's there. Then we have the Reckoning Third State, which I am putting in solid. Despite being fairly unstable, it's the one mod to my knowledge to add tanks that actually work, helicopters that actually work, and it's a post-apocalyptic zombie mod on top of it all. So it was just so much fun to play this mod. If it was more stable, it would have definitely been a top pick.
Which brings us to Reckoning New Beginning, which is like the sequel to Third Stage, and this one is just a hot mess, largely because it's incomplete. Guns can't be found anywhere except for the ones you start with. The zombies are so ridiculously overpowered that you can never defeat them without cheating. And there's just not a whole lot to do. The mod is just incomplete, that's the main issue with it. And that leaves us with The Reckoning, which is the original zombie mod, which I'm going to put in alright. Like, it was very ambitious, it did create most of the post-apocalyptic scenery that you later see in the other two mods, and it's introduced interesting game concepts, but as a zombie mod, it's just not that great. It gets very repetitive, the zombies themselves aren't particularly dangerous, it also just feels like a diamond in the rough, like it would need more work and more polishing to really be what it was supposed to be, but it was still a very good effort, no doubt. The Triple Alliance felt a lot like Independence of Chile, so it's going to end up in mild as well, with the main difference there that enemy NPCs were so inaccurate that it basically broke battles altogether, and really that's the main reason I didn't like that mod. Then we have Tuluberia, which I'm going to put in alright. I mean, it does have like an entirely new world, it brings new items, which includes guns, and one of the things that initially really impressed me with it was the fighting animation, but that's a some mod that also exists in other mods that I've discovered since then. So, in terms of total conversions, it's probably one of the most forgettable there is. Toho Gensokyo Warfare though, definitely solid. You would not expect this aesthetic to work so well in Warband, but it does. And the story is really fun and charming, the universe is fascinating. Ever since I played it, I immediately fell in love with it, even though I know nothing about the host. So pretty solid total conversion for that universe. Definitely check it out if that world interests you. Viking Conquest is definitely solid, though I would not consider it a top pick, surprisingly. I mean, it is solid, but in terms of the upgrade from its original mod, Brytenwalda, buying Viking Conquest as a DLC just isn't worth it in my opinion, especially at full price. And what it does add from Brytenwalda is pretty mild on its own. And it also made a lot of things more complicated than it should be. I go more into it into my exclusive review, so do check it out. So obviously Viking Conquest is really solid, but I don't have any nostalgia for it, so that's why it ends up in solid. So rank it as you will. Violence Basketball but Warband, I'll actually put in alright. Like, of all the wackiest mods I've ever played, Violence Basketball actually works in terms of what it's supposed to do. So whether you're playing soccer or basketball or tennis, it's ridiculous, it's fun, and it doesn't feel broken, despite how absolutely ridiculous it is. So it was pretty funny and stable enough that I actually played it for a bit. Yeah, it's alright in my opinion. Warcraft 3 but Warband, I would probably have to try it again to see how it works now, but when I did, it was just an absolute hot mess. Once again, like, surprisingly high quality, the fact that they were able to bring all the assets from Warcraft 3, as well as the scenery and everything, but the way it was designed is fundamentally broken. Like, the HUD at the bottom is just completely ridiculous. It was extremely buggy, so a lot of things tend to crash at random, there's no story, and the world itself is just not polished at all. So again, it's an interesting experiment, but that's all it really is, unfortunately. An experiment. Warsaw Conquest, definitely solid, of course, not one of my top picks, but in terms of fantasy, based on Warhammer, it's probably one of the most ambitious. It's absolutely amazing. It's got the spells, it's got all the species, it's got all the scenery that is more beautiful than the next. So, of course, Warsaw Conquest is also one of the best mods ever made. Only reason it's not in my top picks is once again because I don't have an emotional attachment to it, but I can definitely believe that a lot of people will. Then there's Warzone-Acron, which is a fairly recent mod, but one of my favorites in terms of gun mods. They nailed the mechanics spectacularly. The post-apocalyptic world based on Fallout is also amazing. And you know I'm probably very biased on it too, but they did add me as a companion recently, and that just made me love the mod even more. Obviously I'm biased, but it was already in my top picks, and it did rank fairly high in my massive ranking from a few months ago, which was before the companion. So really, it's just a solid gun mod. It works phenomenally well, highly stable, and that's about it really. I don't have much else to say about it, just check my exclusive review to see what I'm talking about. Then we have Wind of the War, which is also an old mod, and this one I'm going to put in mild. A late medieval / Renaissance mod that takes place over the entirety of Europe, but it was obviously not finished, so I don't have much else to add about it. With Fire and Sword is the paid expansion. that is basically the same as Honor and Glory in terms of time period. I didn't actually like it all that much. I felt it didn't really improve a whole lot more from Warband, but it was the DLC that made it possible in Warband to have guns. So, you know, you can't deny that. And there's different stories you can do, so they do keep you engaged, but they're also kind of broken. You have to be careful on how you play them, otherwise it could screw up the whole game. So in terms of quality, I would not say it's so bad that it lands in alright, but in my opinion, it barely deserves to be in solid. I feel like if you take it as a mod, it's very hit and miss. World of Vaznar, top pick. Ever since I started playing it, I just love the world that it created. The mix of time periods works really well. The music, the atmosphere, to be able to play as a vampire, necromancy spells, dungeons to explore. I mean, in terms of fantasy mods, it's not the most ambitious, but it does feel surprisingly well balanced, and everything just flows very well, so it's definitely one of my top picks. And that leaves us with Brytenwalda, which I forgot to add, so here it is. And basically, like I said, Brytenwalda is just the predecessor to Viking Conquest, and this is where all my nostalgia is, so it's definitely going in top picks. It is a very hardcore mod, but unlike Sparta, for example, it does give you the options to reduce the difficulty considerably, at which point the mod becomes very enjoyable. It also has some of the best siege mechanics that I've enjoyed of all Warband mods to this day. The map itself is so condensed with so many factions and bandits that the campaign is actually a lot of fun, so Brytenwalda has always been one of my top picks, pretty much always close to Perisno. And that's about it for today. No big outro this time, this was pretty straightforward and I hope you enjoyed the video. Remember, the tier list is in the description, so feel free to use it for your own amusement. Thanks again for watching, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, I'm Terry Duke, and welcome to my channel. About 5 months ago, I started a weekly stream in which I would play my favorite mod from Warband, Perisno, with the goal of conquering the entire world without ever using any cheats. And so today, I just want to share with you how that went, from summing up my entire campaign, to what ruling over all of Perisno looks like now. So let's get to it. As you see, the entire world map is united under one banner, that of the Perisnoan Empire, ruled by Empress Gaia, a female giant that I created with chat last year. But how did we get all the way here? Well, it started the same way every new campaign does, with virtually nothing. The first session was rough, as I tried going from town to town to make money from tournaments, level up, grab some gear, but I often landed on larger groups of overpowered bandits and got captured multiple times. The second session got a lot better though, as I managed to build a warband and get better gear. With my renown rising, I was immediately able to become a vassal in the WACKIEST dragon, and I started doing unique quests, like the one for the Red Immortal Shield and the Kingslayer Sword, while also going to war with the Kingdom of CALRADIA. By the fourth session, I had more money, unique items, and a strong elite warband, but that was also the first and pretty much only complete crushing defeat I suffered when I walked straight into the Telranian army. By the sixth session though, I had not only completely recovered, but I decided that I had enough soldiers, skills, and money to leave the Reich and start my own kingdom, which I did by attacking the Sut Giants, a small, rather isolated faction just west of the Reich. The siege of Sut was actually the most difficult of my entire campaign, since I barely had 130 men, and the garrison had over 800. This meant I spent 4 hours doing small assaults with my archers to wear down the defenders, before traveling everywhere to get mercenaries to replenish my army, and so on. It took 8 assaults in total, but I succeeded in creating my own faction, which I named the Perisnoan Empire. This was also around the time that the Zan dynasty invaded Perisno, and by the first week, they had nearly wiped out most factions of the coast. So while I had my own kingdom, I wasn't under any serious risk of attack, as most factions were busy fighting off the Zan. From the 7th to 11th session, it was a slow expansion of the Empire, which I pretty much did solo. As soon as I finished off the Sut Giants, I went to war with the Kulan Horde and the Bakal Giants. Those were also small, isolated factions, and by then, because I had my own kingdom, my party size increased substantially, so attacking their towns and castles was much easier. And because they are so remote from the rest of Perisno, I never had to worry about those lands getting invaded by anybody. Where it got more difficult though was my war with the Reich. I tried to start the Elikofalki quest line, which has you attack Reich caravans, so I ended up at war with the Reich, but because I still didn't have much right to rule and was pretty much the only lord of my faction, they would always refuse to make peace. So I gradually had to conquer all of them until they could no longer fight me, and that took way too long.
However, by the time I had destroyed the Reich, I had a few lords join my kingdom, and I was able to give them lands to raise more troops, and with a full army on my side, we had a brief war with Drahara, capturing 2 castles, before I ultimately decided to declare war on the Zan on the 12th session. My plan for the first war was to take Galway, the former Tolranian capital, which also stands at the very center of the world map, before moving on to capture all of their lands in the Reich. And it initially went well. We captured Galway and moved on to their castles before they even had time to react. However, my army would be worn down by multiple sieges, and my lord stopped following me around to go get more troops. And it was at this point that the Zan attacked me by attacking my new capital, Galway, with well over 2,000 men. I got into the city just in time for a night siege, and we only narrowly defeated them. I had like 20 men left. After that, I was able to recover and capture the remaining towns in the Reich before the Zan finally sued for peace. So, by the 13th session, we controlled all of the Reich, plus all of the small factions to the west end of the map. So in this situation, the Perisno Empire basically became the second most powerful faction, second only to the Zan. And I'll also say in hindsight that it was at this point that I had beaten the mod and became virtually unstoppable. I was making so much money from all of my lands that I could always field the most elite army possible, and I had numerous lords by then as well, so when going on campaign, I could easily lead around 3,000 men. And so, we went at war with Drahara for the second time, and it was the first of many slaughters to come. We took every castle and town by storm, and Drahara was completely powerless to stop us. By the end of the 14th session, we had taken most of the Drahara lands. And with more lords joining the empire and more lands to distribute, we were stronger than ever. Which is when we got into the toughest war of my campaign, the war with the Valahir clans. In all my playthroughs, I never even considered attacking the Valahir island, because they have all these massive groups called People of Valahir, often numbering over 1,000 men of elite tier. It took 3 sessions and 3 full invasions to conquer the island. What would happen is, we would get into battle with one of those massive groups and win, but then another one would show up. And another. And after a while, my army, as massive as it was, would inevitably get worn down, separated, and eventually destroyed. So yeah, that was the toughest war, and I'd say casualties were at least 10,000 for the Valahir and around 5,000 for my empire. However, by that point in the campaign, with nearly half the map under my control and a virtually unstoppable army, I decided to progress the campaign outside of the weekly live streams because we were getting into a serious grind of just attacking towns and castles. And so from the 17th to the 21st sessions, both live and in my own time, I went about taking the rest of the world. First I attacked the Elentor, but they had a defensive pact with the Acron Empire and Geldar. None of them were strong enough though, so I just rolled over all of them. Then I declared war on the Dwarves, but they only had 1 town left. It was one grindy siege that took most of 1 session, but eventually we won. Offline, I declared war on the realm of the Falcon and took most of their towns and castles with ease, except for Fountain Hall, which was without a doubt the most annoying siege I ever had. We also had a quick war with the Arulo afterwards, but they were always just a small faction, so with the full army we rolled over them like it was nothing. And that left us with the Zan, which by then only occupied portions of Macavia and Tolrania. The final war was pretty easy, with the main exception that they were able to amass several armies over the course of the conquest, so we had a few battles, but as usual, they couldn't stop us. I purposefully kept the Zan fort for last as a way of pushing the invaders out of CALRADIA once and for all. And so, that's how I conquered all of Perisno, without any cheats. In total, it took about 24 sessions for a total of around 60 hours. And now, here's a look at my character, my inventory, and my empire. So as for my character, so this is Empress Gaia, and by the time I finished the campaign, I reached level 37. Ultimately, I really made it in a way that even without companions, I could still do most things on my own, which is why Engineer and First Aid and Surgery are fairly high. Trainer is also very high because I'm trying to get my troops up and going really quickly. But yeah, that's about it. So it's my character, and now it takes so much XP to level up that I can't even remember the last time I reached level 37. As for my inventory, I mean, we're doing pretty good. So right off the bat, this is the Dreaded Sword, which I'll show in a moment. This is the sword that you get from defeating the Dreaded Nightmare, which is one of the toughest NPCs in the entire mod. But this sword is really overpowered because what it does is, every time you hit enemies, you regain some health. So as long as you don't get completely overwhelmed, you could stay in the fight for a ridiculously long period of time. In fact, most of the kills, as we'll later see in the reports, are probably after I got the sword, because before getting the sword, I would frequently die. Then we have Duskfall, which is one of the most powerful bows in the game, and this one you get from conquering Elentor, so I actually received it much later in the campaign, but that was the first time I actively started using a bow, because before that, I would only use hand-to-hand weapons. As for the armor, I mean, I'm trying to stay in the thematic of like being the Perisno and Empress, so all my gear is meant to reflect that, but it's all fairly overpowered, not the best armor in the game, but the whole outfit looks pretty cool in my opinion. We also have the Drake, of course, which you get from completing the Dragon Priest quest in the Reich, and currently that's my main loadout. But of course, that's not the only items I had. Like, I was talking about like the Dreaded Nightmare. I have the full gear right here. I just think it looks so ridiculous altogether. I mean, it does look badass, don't get me wrong, but like, holy hell. This is insane. I have plenty of other unique items which I just keep in storage, so for that I just need to access my storage. So for example, I have the Red Imperial armor, which is the armor you would get from the Red Immortals. I have the Kingslayer sword, which is one of the main swords you can get in the game. It's like an overpowered bastard sword, it's really good. You have Nisanian's Legacy, which is basically the same as the Dreaded Nightmare, except for the healing capacity. But this is a sword that you get from defeating the Foreign King, which I've done at a previous point in my campaign. Here I have Skyfall, which is another overpowered, actually slightly better than the Kingslayer, and this one you get from defeating the leader of the Illicafelki faction. And also from the Red Immortals I have the Aegis Shield, which is the most powerful shield in the entire game. I switch it around occasionally, but for the most part I just stick to what I have. Oh my god. And I decided to look for the first time after completing the campaign. Turns out I killed 4,241 soldiers and I wounded 195. So you can guess which type of weapon I tend to use. But yeah, after having finished the campaign, this is the total number of people I've killed. In terms of how many lands I actually own, well, currently I don't actually give myself a lot, because I tend to just distribute it to the lords, but I have, in total, 5 towns. Forneron, Voldeberg, Kulvara, Galway, and Grund. Also, one of my main goals was to get married to Princess Birgit, because I decided I had a crush on her early on. And eventually, once she joined my faction and I gave her a town, our relation raised so highly that I was able to marry her almost immediately, and so this is my wife. And she's completely devoted to me. In terms of renown, this is also the most I've ever had. I'm close to 10,000 in renown right now, and I mean, I don't know what to say, like, this is the most I've ever had. Because I have such a large amount of renown, my party limit is also really big, and I've had a really hard time recently just keeping it at the max capacity, but currently I can field an army of 434 men, which currently I'm only at 384, and as you can see, it costs me 41,000 per week for this entire army, because a lot of them are just so ridiculously elite. And so yeah, as you can see, this is my army. All my companions are like right in the front. They are insanely powerful. I also, of course, have a whole lot of companions, and at this point the companions, like, they don't all give me like super niche party skills, because a lot of them I hold pretty highly on my own, but they are all ridiculously overpowered. Notably, there's the High Dragon Priestess Kivachis, which is how I think you say it. This companion you get from completing the Dragon Priest quest, and she is insanely powerful. One of my most devastating infantry units, which I've just given a horse recently, is Track, and he's my giant bodyguard, so to speak, and he's also extremely powerful, especially when it comes to melee, so that's why, like, he's always in the thick of the fighting, no matter where I send him. And then there's Aracanis, which is probably the most expensive companion you can get. He comes with the Flamebringer sword, which is the sword in the game that has fire around it. I don't typically like using it because it's very distracting visually, so I let him keep it, but he costs 100,000 to hire, and that's the main reason. It's so you can get that sword, and he's also got a lot of really good skills, so if you were to make him a lord, for example, he would be a highly effective one. As for how much money I have, well, in my inventory right now I have 356,000. In the treasury we currently have 2.7 million. So yeah, this is what I mean when I said I'm basically unstoppable, because I have so much money that, like, even if by the very end the Zan somehow managed to completely annihilate me, I could rebuild the same army 100 times over and just try again. And if you want to look at this like week by week, like we absolutely can, like the budget is getting really complex now, but you can also see it very plainly. So mostly I'm just getting the rents and revenues from everywhere. I have a few businesses in some towns, like a wool weavery, a wine press, dye works, buffs and other things like that, I'm losing almost 15,000 purely from transfer inefficiency, but in total, I'm currently making around 175,000 per week, which is why the money keeps going so high and I can't seem to stop it. As for the Empire itself, we definitely have more lands than we have lords, but that's also because when it comes to the lords themselves, I always pick them based on two specific personality types, which is either good nature or upstanding. So these are lords who typically care about justice, who care about doing things the right way, and because of that, they're not selfish at all. So if there's a lord that doesn't have any lands, all of them are going to support that one lord getting some lands. And because they all view things the same way, there's never been any drama, because every time I ask if there's any ways of strengthening our kingdom's unity, I always get the answer that there's nothing to do, because everyone gets along with each other so much. In fact, as you can look yourself, like devoted is the highest relationship value you can get with every lord, and as you see, almost all of them are devoted, loyal, fond. In fact, currently, if I look at the reports based on like the lords known by relations, the lord that likes me the least in my kingdom is Duke Yuan, which just joined me, and my relation with him is 56. Actually, it's not true. There's the Andarian, and his relation with me is 46. And finally, looking at the empire's size, we can look at the constable for the army. We currently have 1,475 soldiers garrisoned in 5 towns and 1 castles. So that's just my army. In addition, you have 388 soldiers in your convoy and 16 soldiers in patrol. But if we look at the army for the kingdom, our kingdom currently has 47,000 soldiers garrisoned in 29 towns and 65 castles. In addition, we have 6,900 soldiers in the field. So again, this is what I meant when I say I'm unstoppable, because most of that army will join me on a campaign, and that means I can take any castle with ease. So there you go. That was my campaign to conquer all of Perisno. And honestly, it went surprisingly better than I thought it would. In terms of the toughest challenges I've had, I would say the toughest faction to beat was the Valahir clan, without a doubt. Toughest enemy army though was the Dreaded Nightmare, as he spawned with a warband of 1,000, mostly made up of elite troops, and he actually defeated me multiple times as I was wearing him down. The toughest sieges were Sut, Fountain Hall, and Azure Keep. Sut, as I mentioned earlier, was mostly difficult because of my limited amount of troops, but in the case of the latter two, I had my full army in both, and it was still an absolute slaughter. In Fountain Hall, you basically have to roll up a siege tower across a ridiculously long bridge, while elite Falconian archers shoot from all sides. And because we were on a narrow bridge, I couldn't deploy my archers properly, so I'd lose hundreds of men before ever reaching the walls. With Azure Keep, this castle is absolutely massive, but easy to push through until you reach the main keep, where archers spawn and rain arrows down on everyone going through the only path available. And because the castle is so huge, they could destroy an entire wave minutes before the next one would arrive. I ended up losing 1,500 men in my first assault, and the second one didn't go much better. And the toughest unique quest, surprisingly, was the Red Immortal quest. It likely has to do with me starting it too early, but part of the quest is attacking a bandit lair, and the latest update for the mod filled the bandit lair with elite tier troops, so I lost several times, which was frustrating. And with that, thanks for watching everyone. That was my main Perisno campaign without cheats, but I'm not done live streaming, so the next question is, which mod should I pick for my next campaign? Let me know in the comments which one you'd like to see me try, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, I'm Terry Duke, and welcome to my channel. Mount & Blade Warband is over 15 years old now, and over all that time, the modding community took over and gave us endless replay value by taking the game to different time periods, different worlds, different media franchises, you name it. Last year, I did a video called Warband Mods in 2024, in which I looked at the state of modding for Warband and came to the conclusion that modding was still doing pretty well, with old mods getting updates and new mods altogether still being released. But what about now in 2025? Well, let's put it this way, it makes 2024 look like small potatoes. From new mods to massive new updates on some of the community's best, 2025 so far makes it the best time ever to pick up Warband again to try a few mods. So join me today as I take you through all the latest updates to see what I'm talking about. As with my previous video, I'm not just looking back at 2025 alone, but every update and new mods from the past year as of making this video. So first off, let's talk about the latest updates from the summer of 2024 until the new year. So in order of release, we start with Adventure in the East. This mod takes us to the Middle East, not too long after the collapse of the Western Roman Empire. As such, the main superpower in this mod is the Eastern Roman Empire, although new factions in the East are rising to challenge it and each other. In terms of total conversions, it's as good as it gets, with a detailed world map, new items and scenery, and a story mode as well. I've recommended it multiple times and it's been in active development for the past 4 years. With the latest update comes bug fixes and a few new features, such as the possibility of rebellion starting, which can create new factions should they capture settlements. If you enjoy the time period, well, look no further as it's really solid. Following up, we have a new discovery for me. This is Chile Zombie. As the name suggests, this is a zombie mod, although a primarily multiplayer one. In this mod, you pick a map with your friends, play different types of games, although the main one is survival, which will have you fighting waves of zombies who will drop items for you to upgrade yourself. So in terms of what the mod aimed to do, it's pretty solid. I'm not much of a multiplayer person myself, but I can see how it'd be fun for others. Chile Zombie was originally released all the way back in 2017, but it was updated again about a year ago, and on the mod page, the modder expressed his intent on making an actual campaign for the mod. So although it doesn't exist right now, should he update the mod again in the future, I'll definitely keep an eye out for it. Another fun mod to be updated in the summer of 2024 is Snow in the East. This mod takes you to the Eastern Europe front of World War II, fought primarily between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union. As a gun mod, it's pretty solid with all new troop trees, lots of cool items, and so on. This mod can be broken a bit, especially in sieges, but otherwise it's pretty cool. The new update mostly fixes bugs, although it also made it possible to recruit troops from the Russian Liberation Army, so there's that. Moving on, we got another update for one of the biggest, most popular mods of Warband, Warsaw Conquest. It's my understanding that this mod gets a new version almost every year at around the same time, and this last update, called Trials of Corn, was released last fall. This new update, in addition to adding the titular Trials as a feature, also revamped many of the races, including the vampires and beastmen. There are also some new magic spells and animations, so in my latest playthrough I went with a vampire to try it out, and so far, it's pretty cool. I got my whole army of undead soldiers, I tried a new spell to bring back dead enemy soldiers to my side in battle, and it works surprisingly well. So if you've never played Warsaw Conquest or haven't in a long time, once again, it's a great time to pick it up. And finally, a brand new mod to finish the year, this is Red Wars 2. Red Wars was one of the first Warband mod I ever played, and by nostalgia alone, it's one of my favorite. And well, Red Wars 2 is the sequel. A main problem of the first mod was that it was never finished, so my hope is that this one will see more progress. In a sense, we have the same thing, CALRADIA, but in the World War I/World War II period, with communist and fascist governments all over the place. This is a gun mod naturally, and works about as well as you can hope. Unfortunately, it's not finished either, but it nonetheless feels like a fresh update of the original. In fact, Red Wars 2 adds several more factions, as well as a whole other continent to explore. The most fun part though, without a doubt, is the addition of grenades and bazookas. The grenades are pretty overkill, but you have to try the bazooka at least once. Not very accurate, but so much fun. Although we have a working version, it seems clear that the mod is still in development, but I have no idea what pace it's going or when we can hope for a newer version. Still, if you liked Red Wars, you'll definitely like Red Wars 2. And that concludes the updates for the second half of 2024. Now we move on to the new mods and updates of 2025, starting with 1866 Western Remastered. To my understanding, 1866 Western was a mod for the original Mount and Blade, which, per the remaster, has been ported to Warband. In terms of scale, this feels like a very small mod given the size of the world map, but in terms of total conversions, it's actually pretty solid. As the name suggests, this is the 1800s, and the mod takes us to the border between the United States, Mexico, and a bunch of Native American tribes. As a gun mod, it has a wide variety of pistols and rifles, and all the outfits you would hope for. Additionally, lots of new scenery, and the music is pretty immersive. In spite of it being fairly small, I feel this mod doesn't gear you towards starting your own faction per se, but starting your own gang. Each main city has a hotel controlled by a much smaller bandit faction, which you can besiege and take for yourself. These types of sieges end up looking like gangs of New York types of battles out in the street, and it's surprisingly fun. Overall, it's a pretty cool Western mod. It feels reminiscent of 1860s Old America, which was my go-to Western mod years ago, but I'd say their aims are a bit different, and they both reach them at more or less the same level. Moving on, we have Extended Native CALRADIA's Borderlands. This mod here is basically, what if CALRADIA was 10 times its size and included many different cultures and time periods? I only covered this mod once over 2 years ago, and at the time I sort of approached it with contempt, namely because there are so many enhanced native mods out there that after a while they kinda just all blended in together. But trying the new update, I was much more open-minded, and I have to say, the mod is pretty solid. New cultures include the samurai, ancient Roman Greece, and the Mayans and Aztecs, among many others. As such, tons of new items, tons of new scenery. There are also events, such as the Dark Knight's invasion, and there are a lot of unique, large groups of bandits. On my new playthrough though, I learned that with the new update came a total of 98 companions, so I decided to make a warband solely out of companions, and it was pretty cool. Seriously, a lot of work is going into that mod, so in spite of me having my fill with mods based in CALRADIA, it's still a solid effort. Only issue right now is that with a world map this big, it often lags, but the modder said that he's working on that. Up next, we have American Civil War Revived. This mod has been getting updates every year for the past 6 years, and it keeps getting better. As a gun mod, it's also one of the best, as it mastered the firing line. With every new update comes more bug fixes, more items and more troops, and the list of changes for this new version is so long, you can only appreciate the insane amount of effort that goes into it. In my last playthrough, I led the army of Potomac against the Confederacy, and immediately got myself in a series of massive battles, often numbering in the thousands. And as awesome as it was, this is also the main drawback for me. As part of the latest update, they've tried to optimize the battle size to accommodate up to 1,000 troops, or 500 men per side, which, if you have big battles like this, can be absolutely awesome, but unfortunately, it's still unstable. So either you lower the battle size, and these huge battles end up taking a lot more time, or you increase it and the battles look insane, but then you're always at the risk of a crash. Keep in mind though that this is my own experience, and if not for this, I'd have no complaints. Overall, this is still one of the many solid mods for Warband. Speaking of remasters earlier though, another mod to receive a complete remaster is Star Wars Conquest. This mod was also from the original Mount & Blade, and it was ported to Warband before, but with the remaster comes a lot new stuff. Namely, there is now a story campaign. In it, you're basically a rebel that accompanies the main characters in their own story, first fighting on the farm that Luke's parents were killed on, then fighting alongside the gang to rescue Leia from the Death Star, before eventually joining the rebels to fight the Empire full on. In addition, the remaster includes lots of new planets and scenes, bandit hideouts, lots of decapitations for the lightsabers, and a bunch of other stuff like improved graphics. Basically, if you're gonna play Star Wars Conquest again, you have no reason not to get the remaster now, as it's much better in every way. Moving on, we have Independence of Chile. This mod takes us to South America in the early 1800s, so think Leg, but in South America. This is primarily a musket mod, although it also includes a few native tribes, and the scenery itself is largely new. Overall, it's pretty good, but when I played it the first time nearly 2 years ago, I did not find it to stand out in any way from the many other gun mods out there. With the new update in March though, the mod boasts a bunch of new stuff, namely artillery and naval battles. However, there are a couple of issues. If you go on the modders channel, you'll see a few demonstrations of these features, and they do look pretty awesome, but speaking for myself, it didn't work at all. Going to the mods Discord, there are English instructions on how to use the cannons yourself, but they are bogus. For one, you need a horse with a cannon on the back. Normally, you could get those in markets, I presume, but another issue with this update, it doesn't have a shortcut to the market in the town menu. Are you kidding me? So you have to go to the town center every time you want to buy or sell something, and instead of that, I used the cheat menu and I just got everything I need that way. Second, you also need an ammunition box in your inventory. So you start the battle, you line up the cannon with the horse, which for me is invisible until I get off the horse, then you need to throw the ammunition box on the floor in order to reload the cannon, and well, every time I throw the ammunition box, it just disappears, and then I can't do anything. Now again, that's just my personal experience, as I said. If you go to the modder's channel, you will see him do everything, and it works. So who knows? Feel free to try it yourself. Honestly, a gun mod without cannons isn't a big deal, but if the mod does have them, it'd be nice if I could get them to work. Maybe you can, but either way, Independence of Chile got an update, so if it appeals to you, go ahead and give it a shot. And that brings us to Warzone-Acron. Released in early 2024, Warzone-Acron remains, in my opinion, the best gun mod for Warband there is, namely because it's the only mod, to my knowledge, that ditched the crossbow mechanic and instead created its own firing system, which allows for precise, fast shooting, making Warband feel a lot more like a shooter than any other mod. That said, I won't dwell long on it, as I made a video on it just a few months ago, which, spoilers from the thumbnail, but the modders did add me as a companion, which is pretty funny. For an idea of what the mod entails, I'll leave a link to my original review, and for the new features, the video I made more recently. Overall, it's a great mod, still in development. I have nothing to add. Another amazing mod to receive an update recently is Struggle for the Iliac Bay. Based on the Elder Scrolls game, specifically Daggerfall, this mod is pretty awesome, with a whole new world, lots of new scenery and items, as well as huge dungeons to explore for loot, which is where I inevitably ended up for most of my gameplay footage because, well, they're awesome. With the latest update comes 2 new factions, the Kingdom of the Eastern Reach and County Anvil, with their own new region expansion, troop trees and items. Additionally, tons of new tweaks and bug fixes. Really solid mod overall, especially if you're a fan of the Elder Scrolls, definite recommend. Another brand new mod to come out this year, although still in early development, is Kyrgyz Nomads. This mod takes us to Eastern Asia in the Middle Ages, as several Turkic factions are fighting each other. Essentially, if you liked the Kyrgyz from native CALRADIA, picture this mod as a Kyrgyz mod, with most factions focused on horse archers. Overall pretty fun, but as I've said, it's not finished. A lot of locations retain their native name, there's no new scenery to my knowledge, and while the new items look pretty badass, there are very few of them. Instead, most markets are still filled with native items, and even the cheat menu can't find all of the mod items. At least the Diplomacy Sum mod is present, so ruling your own kingdom is a little more fun. But all in all, I look forward to future updates on this one. Another mod to be updated for the first time in 4 years is Honor and Glory. This mod takes us to Eastern Europe in the 16th century. As such, we have many iconic factions of the time period, including the Ottomans, the Kingdom of Poland, Russia, and all the cultures in between. If this sounds a lot like the With Fire and Sword expansion, that's because it is indeed very similar. In fact, you'll find many of the same items and scenes. As such, if you didn't buy the expansion, Honor and Glory is a free alternative that is also a pretty solid competitor. And as I said, the mod started getting updates last March for the first time in 4 years. The latest update though largely focuses on optimization and bug fixes, although it still tweaked a lot of stuff, so if the time period appeals to you, it's definitely a great time to try it. Another mod to receive updates very frequently is The Last Days of the Third Age. If you're new to Warband and their mods, well, this one is the go-to for the full Lord of the Rings experience. Very solid mod overall, in fact, possibly one of the best mods ever made, and that's in spite of my general dislike of Lord of the Rings. And yes, this mod is updated all the time, so I strongly recommend you get it from the Steam Workshop to get all of the latest bug fixes. And if you haven't played it in a few years, you should definitely try it again, as it gets better and better. Next up, a mod that needs no introduction, A World of Ice and Fire. Apart from being one of the best mods for Warband, as well as an incredible adaptation from the Game of Thrones books and show, this is a mod that is frequently updated, by which I mean several times a year since 2017. The last update includes more bug fixes, new items, as well as new quests like the Battle of the Bastards. This new update was a pretty big deal too, as it came with a contest to win $1,000 by finding a rare item, which is pretty insane for a mod. But yeah, I do love this mod, although it's also without a doubt one of the most hardcore ever, assuming you go with the full realism feature. Now, the next mod to finally receive an update after 3 years is my all-time favorite, and this is Perisno. Unless you're completely new to my channel, you definitely know what this mod is. Basically one of the best light fantasy mods out there, and one of the most hardcore, as each faction is more overpowered than the next. I did not dwell too long on this mod for this video though, as I just finished an extensive playthrough just a few months ago and I still need more time to digest, but primary among the many changes ranging from new gameplay elements to expanding some of the sum mods, to new items and bug fixes, the new, funniest change there is in my opinion, is that of the Mayhem feature. Mayhem is an option you choose at the start of the game, which makes it so that all lords will almost exclusively field elite troops and recruit them much faster, in addition to their party size and the size of garrisons being doubled. Basically, Perisno already had a reputation for being over the top, and they added an option to make it even crazier. Gotta love them. But as I said, there are other changes, namely, all bandit groups have been revamped, with bandit lairs having more elite troops in there, making taking out my first lair almost impossible. There's also the addition of fortified encampments, basically small forts held by bandits which you can either trade with or attack, and supposedly, the Zan invasion also has a second wave now. No, seriously, if before you could expect the Zan to take the entire northern coast of Perisno within a week or two of landing, now there will be a second wave. My god. At least that's what I'm getting from the mod options, which gives you the option whether to make this second wave attack be completely random with its targets, or based off the planned invasion patterns set by the mod. So yeah, I likely won't be coming back to Perisno just yet, but the mere fact that the long-awaited update is finally here should encourage everyone who haven't played it in a while to do so again. However, we are still not done with great mods getting updates. Just a week after the release of Perisno, we also got an equally long-awaited update for 457 AD, last years of the Western Roman Empire. When I first reviewed this mod over 2 years ago, I instantly knew it would be one of the greats. As the name suggests, the mod focuses on the fall of Rome. We have a massive map of Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East, and tons of smaller factions all going to war with the weakened Roman Empire and with each other. With this update comes several new quests, more improvements, tons of bug fixes, but most importantly for me, which was my main wish when I first reviewed it, it's the addition of the Brytenwalda siege mechanic. Finally, you can starve garrisons out with ease, provided you have enough men. It's one of my all-time favorite mechanics from Warband mods, and it's been fully implemented with this new update, so I couldn't be happier. And finally, the last great mod to receive yet another update as of making this video is World of Vaznar. Coming from the same modder behind Struggle for the Iliac Bay, World of Vaznar feels very much the same in terms of atmosphere and its mechanics, with the exception that Vaznar is a world made from scratch, taking a 19th century Gothic aesthetic, which I really love. With this new update comes a complete revamping of several factions' troops and their items, as well as changes to the combat and gameplay, and of course lots of bug fixes. Inevitably for my playthrough though, much like for Iliac, it resolved around exploring dungeons because I enjoy the atmosphere so much. One such dungeon in Vaznar ended up being a survival quest of sorts, like trying to survive a haunted manor for an entire night. And it was really creepy, it was really cool, but to see the rest of the mod, I urge you to try it out yourself. And those were the mods to receive updates in the past 12 months. Now, of course, they are still in development, but there are also other upcoming new mods, as well as updates for older mods that we can still hope to see in the near future. Among new mods that have yet to be released, there is Guerre en Amérique, which is a mod that will focus on the 7 Years' War on the American front between England, France, and their native allies. There is currently a demo available if you want to check it out. There's also Sengoku Era, which will be the massive sequel to Gekkokujo, with a story campaign and tons of new stuff. They released a trailer last year, but no other news to my knowledge. Still, way too much work has gone into it to suggest it's been abandoned, so we just have to be patient. Between Republics is an upcoming expansion of the Between Empires mod, which will instead focus on Asia, covering the Second Sino-Japanese War, essentially borrowing all of the gun mechanics from Between Empires to do so, and a demo is also currently available. Whiteling Hand is another upcoming mod which will aim to bring CALRADIA to the 19th century with steampunk and fantasy elements. Basically fantasy CALRADIA, but darker and more modern. The last demo was uploaded just a month ago, so it's still in active development. And finally, for new upcoming mods, the most ridiculous of them all must surely be Chainsword Crusade. This mod will be a total conversion for Warhammer 40k. I can't find a mod paid for it, but its lead modder, Arrow, has been posting previews to his channel for a while, and the Discord server is still active. So, no idea when we'll see the mod, but that seems to be about as ambitious as Warband mods will get. Apart from new mods, there are also upcoming remasters. Namely, there's a remaster of Golden Earth. This was a mod based on the Vikings in North America, and as mods go, it was alright. Not sure what to expect from the remaster, and there's few information on the ModDB page. However, the last previews date from last month, so it's likely we'll see a release soon, I imagine. Other mods to get updates include Toho Gensoku Warfare, a mod based on Toho with a charming aesthetic if you ask me. 2 years ago, one of the modders told me they were working on an update, but they are way past the promised release date now. Not that it matters, I mean, we just saw in this video mods that were updated for the first time in years. This comment gave me the impression that they are still working on it, so we might still see an update in the future, although no clue when exactly. And of course, another mod to be in active development is Revenge of the Berserk. The next update promises a lot of new cool stuff, and you can in fact access the beta version in the Discord server. However, when I advertise a mod on my channel, I like to go with the official release, since things can change in between, but if you're curious, just head over to the Discord. And that's about it for today. When I made the same video last year, I came to the conclusion that the Warband modding community was doing pretty awesome. This year though, my god, the Warband community is on fire. Between new mods, remasters, and long-awaited updates, I don't know what's going on, but 15 years after release, it's actually never been a better time to pick up the game than right now. So, that's about it. Thanks for watching everyone, and I'll see you next time. Earlier this year, I live-streamed one of my favorite mods from Mount & Blade Warband called Perisno. I played the mod without cheats and succeeded in conquering the entire world and made a video summarizing the campaign. Afterwards, I began live-streaming another close favorite, Brytenwalda, which I also completed without cheats. And so today's video is the summary of this campaign, which will also serve as a sort of strategy guide so you can learn from my mistakes. If you haven't seen the previous campaign video, link is down below, and if you enjoy the content, as always, feel free to subscribe for more. Thank you very much, and now here's how I became Brytenwalda. So as you can see, the entirety of the modern day UK is now under control from the recently established Kingdom of Perisno. I'm not joking, that is the name I chose as an Easter egg, and for a form of continuity, if you will. And the queen, my character, I've actually named Birgit, which was also my wife in Perisno, for the same reason. But okay, how did we get here? Well, I initially created my character as a strong picked woman, and considering the difficulty of the mod, I went with an easy start by selecting a lesser noble for my parent, and training as a retainer myself for optimal fighting skills. However, from there the campaign got instantly hard, between damage received set to 100%, and various difficulty settings enabled such as permanent wounds, bleeding, and stamina. I immediately lost my first fight against the lower tier bandits. But I was determined, so I attacked them again, only to lose again. Oh my god, those rocks hit like hell! And again. Jesus. Eventually I did beat them, but it set the tone for my first few sessions of the campaign. From there we entered a grind as my main objective was to simply level up, get some loot, and get a warband started. This became exceedingly difficult since again, damage received was set to 100%. The only way to win a battle and keep most of my warband intact was to fight groups in smaller numbers and lower tiers. Anything else always turned into a bloodbath. I also tried my hands at tournaments of course, but they are tough. One lesson I learned from my chat though is that if you fight in tournaments, you only need to beat 2 opponents before being knocked down to guarantee that you'll be accepted into the next round. Didn't help me though. So after getting in a bunch of battles, making money, leveling up, and losing my entire warband a bunch of times while also playing offline in between live streams, by the end of the second session, I had a big enough warband to lay siege to a castle. The castle I picked was Calardia, I have no idea how to say that. The reason I picked that castle is because on this tiny island, it felt like it wouldn't really be attacked by anybody. A direct assault is never recommended though, it's always preferable to use the mod's siege planning mechanic to starve the garrisons out. And it actually worked for me on the first try. It didn't go as far as to starve them, but we had several events that wore down the garrisons from multiple skirmishes, and eventually the castle surrendered. And so the Kingdom of Perisno was born. However, it didn't get much easier from there. I got in a war against Mirs, and they had a lot of lords that immediately attacked the island. In fact, I narrowly avoided a complete massacre, as I merely wanted to talk to the lord to negotiate a peace, and instead fell into an ambush that nearly wiped out my army. However, I was able to escape and get to my castle where I had reinforcements. And then they just left. That was insanely lucky. At this point though, I still found the campaign was going too slowly. While I was able to gather troops and increase the party size significantly, the main difficulty was winning battles while preserving my army. Any battle with equal numbers on each side always guaranteed that I lost at least half of my army, which would need to be replenished. Any fight in which I was outnumbered almost guaranteed a crushing defeat. The only time I managed to completely wreck an army despite the difficulty settings was when I carefully waited for them by a bridge, and as I held the bridge in a choke point, I was able to slaughter them. But that's it. I can't count the number of times in comparison that I just lost my entire warband and I had to start from scratch. So by the third session, I considered on the mod's insane difficulty and lowered the received damage to troops by 50%, which instantly made it possible to fight multiple battles in a row. However, the new problem I also had by then was that over half of the other kingdoms were at war with me. I could not go 10 seconds without a warning that one of my new villages in Wales was being raided, which also made it impossible to go on the offensive at all. There was always someone attacking. And the fact that I had to keep a huge army also meant I was often too slow to catch up to smaller attackers who simply fled. So after struggling like that for a while, a key part of my strategy became to capture every lord possible. Normally I would either let them go for an increase in relations and honor, or if I did capture them, it would be for the ransom money. But now I decided I would refuse every ransom offer. That way any lord I caught was one less lord to worry about until they sued for peace. And that actually worked. In my main town in Wales, I ended up with at least 24 lords permanently imprisoned, and I started getting attacked significantly less as a result, and was finally able to go on the offensive. By then though, some of those kingdoms also started to sue for peace, which did cut me some slack. And that was effectively how I slowly but surely conquered everything. Every time I went to war, I would capture every lord until the kingdom had no offensive power left, and then I'd steamroll over their lands, either forcing every castle and town into surrender, or occasionally assaulting the walls when they got stubborn. By the 10th session, it was mostly down to Scotland and Ireland. I did accept some lords into my kingdom, but I usually stick to the honorable ones, and there's very few of them. All others were turned down frequently. I kept most castles and towns and villages to myself, which ensured a steady supply of money, and through my own renown, I was fielding over 800 men in my warband at any given time. And so the strategy that would define the speed with which I would finish this campaign was the following. After declaring war, I would capture every enemy lord I came across, imprison them, and then go on the offensive. By that point in the campaign, kingdoms had been beating each other as well, so lots of castles had exchanged hands multiple times and had small garrisons, and so many of them would surrender when I asked the first time, at which point I'd leave a small garrison of my own, usually 100 to 200 men of weak tier troops like peasants. On my way to the next castle, I would use my vast coffers to bribe village elders into replenishing my warband with more peasants, then go to the next castle or town. For castles, if they did not surrender immediately, most of them would surrender after the first assault on the wall to place the ladders, which is needed before the main attack. However, these pre-assaults would cause them casualties, so 90% of the castles would surrender then and there before I actually attacked the walls. On the few occasions that they still didn't surrender, I just assaulted, and after a bit of grind the castles were mine. For towns, 90% of them would instantly surrender after I built a circumvallation around the town, which meant they could not escape anymore and would eventually be starved out. For the 10% of towns that did refuse to surrender, I needed to assault, but it was usually over quickly. And once again, I'd leave a small garrison of peasants and replenish by stopping at villages on the way to another castle or town. And that's assuming the towns and castles didn't have a bunch of prisoners of varying tiers in their dungeons, which they often did, so I often replenished my army for free using much better troops than just peasants. So by the final session, using this strategy, I was able to conquer all of Scotland, Ireland, and even squash a rebellion in less than 4 hours, and there we have it. After 800 days of campaign, I had almost single-handedly united all of the UK and became the Brytenwalda. So now let's look at my character level and my gear and whatnot, as well as the state of the warband and how much money I'm making. Then I'll share some tips from the campaign that might help you out. Alright, so looking at the character's level, we ended the campaign at level 38. Some skills are in red, and that's the result of injuries that lowered my skills. This includes athletics, for example, which has brought down to 0. But in terms of skills that I really took the time to max out, there was Surgery, of course, to reduce the amount of permadeaths, Engineer to really speed up the sieges, and Trainer to really get the recruits to level up quickly. So as a result, as you can see, I really increased the intelligence considerably, but agility and strength actually used to be much higher. The reason they got lowered is because of battle injuries, which is one of the features in this mod that makes it all the harder. However, in terms of my statistics, I ended up single-handedly throughout the campaign killing over 3,000 men and wounding another 1,153. My God. And just 3 friendly troops wounded, that's not too bad. In terms of renown, by the end of the campaign I had over 2,546, which is why I was able to field such a large warband, and one of the things that I really enjoy about Brytenwalda, it's the large warbands. And because I kept most of the fees for myself, this is the list of every place that I own. Jesus. In terms of the warband itself, I have a current limit of 859. Like I said, there is no more prisoner management skill, so really it comes down to the size of your warband, and after a while it just capped at 110. And most of these troops, they're pretty much gathered from everywhere, but the majority of them are either mid or heavy. For example, I have like 17 elite camp, I don't know how to say that, but they're some of the best troops in the mod, and I have 17 of them. Because of the trainer perk and all the fighting, there's always some troops that I forget to upgrade, but if I go for it, there's always a lot. And in this mod, cavalry is very expensive and very hard to use, so I pretty much never bother with it. In terms of companions, they're pretty random and forgettable overall. Throughout the campaign, I had a lot of companions, but a lot of them ended up quitting because they just didn't enjoy themselves anymore, I guess. A lot of them I ended up losing in battles, and I just never found them in other taverns, just didn't occur to me. Currently, the only 3 companions that I have are these ones, and as you can see, like, I've never bothered to really equip them considerably. Inca was like the main companion I've had for most of the campaign, and she's got a kill count of 112, so she's pretty good. For the inventory, I got some pretty good gear overall. A lot of this equipment comes from the unique bandit lairs that you can attack throughout Brytenwalda. There's 3 of them, and from one of them, the Old Hero as he's called, you get the Duck's Helm Gold, which is one of the best helmets in the game. From one of the lairs, which is a cave all the way up in Scotland, you can get the 2-handed axe called My Wife, which is pretty much the best 2-handed axe in the game. And as you can see, like, both My Wife and the Wolf Lorica required 14 in strength. So what happened was I had enough strength to wield them, and then I got injured and my strength was reduced to 12, so now if I take it off, I will never be able to put them back on again until I level up and re-increase my strength. My sword is Virios Falcata, which is the sword that you get from the old Roman near Hadrian's Wall. He will give you a quest to conquer London in the name of the Romans, and if you do, he will reward you with this sword, which is, once again, one of the best swords in the game. For the Wolf Lorica, this is one of the items that you get from talking to specific armorsmith and weaponsmith in certain towns, who will make you unique items that you couldn't get otherwise, and those are essentially the best armors in the game that you can get. And that's pretty much it, really. As for how much money I'm making every week, of course it's going to vary wildly. As it stands, there's still some rogue lords that are looting some villages here and there. The villages themselves often need time to increase their prosperity, so it's likely that if I waited for a long time, money would just keep piling up more and more. But as it stands, because of how many thieves I own, it's considerable. But as you can see, as we get to the bottom, the villages, they really don't offer me much. All the ones that say none, that's because they've been recently looted, so they have yet to give me any money. And what we see here is that there's also a loss due to tax inefficiency, which comes to 159,000. Just 159,000 are being lost every week because of all of this. At the same time, I've got garrisons in all of my castles, and so at the end of the day, I am currently making 135,000 per week. Roughly. Like I said, it's going to keep going up as my villages get better and better. Okay, so now, in terms of tips, the best I can give you is that it pays off to be a good guy in Brytenwalda. Don't attack villagers, don't loot villages, instead help every village at every opportunity, and soon enough you'll get the Patron Saint perk. I'm not really sure how it works, but basically as long as you keep your reputation high and behave well and help villages, eventually you'll get a message that says that the people are ready to rise up for you. And from there, you'll enjoy high relations with nearly every village on the world map, which means that all be willing to give you lots of new troops, sometimes of even higher tiers. And if that's not enough, don't hesitate to bribe village elders. This is a unique feature from Brytenwalda where you can simply donate 500 to the village elders for an immediate boost in relations, which allows you to recruit from a fresh pool of recruits every single time. So technically, so long as you have the money, you can easily replenish your entire warband from a single village, and it's not even cheating. In terms of making money, there are 2 reliable ways of making lots of it, and those would be ransoming prisoners and battle trophies. The amount of prisoners you can get scale with the size of your warband up to 110 roughly. So after every battle, make sure to capture as many of the higher tier troops as you can. As a rough estimate, every time I ransomed all of these prisoners to a ransom broker in a tavern, I could make upwards of 25,000 shillings. And that's for any large-scale battle. Ransom brokers aren't always in taverns though, so a good thing to do is if you have a town, just keep hoarding prisoners endlessly until a ransom broker does show up in your tavern, at which point you can transfer all your prisoners into your party, go back to the broker and ransom them. Rinse and repeat until your dungeons are empty, and you can easily make endless amounts of money from this. The best loot you can get from battles though, to maximize profits, are battle and war trophies. These can be found in random amounts after each battle, and they're the only loot worth taking. When you do, you can head to the market in towns and go to the trade trophies options, and from there, battle trophies go for 500 each, while war trophies go for 1000 each, and also give you 800 XP per trophy, which is why even towards the end of my campaign I was still able to level up consistently. In terms of campaign, the best strategy remains, in my opinion, to capture every lord and keep all the fiefs for yourself. You don't actually need lords in this campaign since most of them are backstabbing bastards anyway, but because with your renown you can also get a much massive warband, you can also comfortably conquer anything by yourself without calling up your vassals. And because you get to keep all the fiefs, you make a lot more money, and as you capture enemy lords, it's not like they can do much to take your fiefs back from you. But in terms of skills that you should level up to really make the campaign as efficient as possible, you really need to max out the engineering skill. At level 10, you can build the circumvallation, which causes most settlements to surrender instantly in less than 24 hours. And it's also worth maxing out the trainer perk, as you'll be constantly replacing dead troops with peasants, and you need them to level up fast. After beating Perisno and then beating Brytenwalda, I went for the World of Ice and Fire mod, but unlike for Perisno and Brytenwalda, this playthrough became a living hell as it was without a doubt the most difficult mod I had ever played. For the next video summarizing that crash out, don't forget to hit the subscribe button, and I'll see you next time. About a year ago, I started weekly live streams in which I would pick a Warband mod and proceed to completely beat it. First we played Perisno, which was a lot of fun, then we moved on to Brytenwalda, which was more challenging, but we beat it nonetheless. But then we moved on to what is quite possibly the most difficult mod there is to play on Warband, and that is A World of Ice and Fire, which is an adaptation of the Game of Thrones books and show. This mod was so hard that within 3 sessions, we decided to start a whole new campaign just to lower the difficulty, only to barely make any progress in a second campaign anyway, which led me to start cheating and then crash out. So after making videos summarizing the Perisno and Brytenwalda campaigns, this video is about how I gave up on the World of Ice and Fire because of how ridiculously hard it is. That being said, while you can learn from my mistakes, I want to point out that while I was learning to play this mod without cheats on the go, there are some YouTubers that have played this mod extensively and know what they're doing. Namely, there is Sultan of Sultans, who recently released an insane 4-hour-long guide on how to play the mod, which if you want to master, you should definitely check out. There's also Warbs, who's been playing the mod extensively on his channel, so make sure to check them both out, links in the description. So for my campaign, I chose to play as a Northerner and follow the mod's storyline, which meant starting the game immediately at war with the Westerlands as I left King's Landing. The goal from there was to loosely follow the quest line while doing my best not to die, which was easier said than done. When it comes to this mod, there are a lot of difficulty settings which can be tweaked, but choosing to enable them is what can make this mod drastically hard. Namely, among them, there's the battle wound system, which means that if you get hit especially hard, you'll incur penalties such as loss of skills, which may become permanent if you fail to see a maester to treat the injury in time. There's also the resting mechanic for the warband, which makes it so that if you don't frequently stop traveling to rest your troops, morale will immediately plummet and lead to desertions. Then of course there's realistic damage, which means you will typically fall after a hit or two, even with some of the best armor. But ultimately, the one difficulty setting which seemingly cannot be disabled or tweaked that makes everything cripplingly difficult is the high cost of everything. Upgrading troops in this mod is insanely expensive, higher tier weapons and armors are insanely expensive, and companions can also be insanely expensive, with Braun for example costing like 150k. Insane, I say. So the first thing I learned very quickly while starting this campaign is that fighting for experience and loot is a huge gamble best avoided, as demonstrated by this montage. Brah! Ah! Ah! Oh my god, how did this happen? Oh, you kidding? Damn! Oof. Jesus. You kidding me? I really hate this. Jesus Christ, man! 48 damage? What's the point of armor? What is the point of armor? That's my question. Instead, with the help of my chat, which predominantly featured warbs, I learned to do train runs for making money without battles. And it's pretty much the only tip I can share with you, so let's break it down. In the world of Ice and Fire, you can do a lot of trading where specific goods can be bought for relatively cheap in certain regions and always sell for a higher price in other ones. So the trade run would go as follow. Buy furs in the north, where they're almost always very cheap, and then you take a ferry from White Harbor to Sisterton and Gulltown in the Vale, then to Dragonstone, and then Maidenpool, where furs can easily sell for 10 times the price you paid for it. In Dragonstone, you can also buy stone and iron for very cheap, so as you keep selling your inventory and travel, you can also pick up salt in the Riverlands for cheap, and from there you can travel by land to go back up north, where you can sell the salt, the iron, and the stones at a much higher margin. Basically, you just keep doing this trade triangle, and you can make a lot of money from it. The only challenge is that in the Riverlands, provided you're doing the storyline, you're very vulnerable, if not from large group of bandits, then from Lannister armies. And while the ferry from White Harbor is pretty cheap, the cost goes up exponentially if you have a warband with you, so it's much cheaper to do trade runs alone. So most of my campaign was spent doing this trade run, as it was the only reliable way I had of making lots of money. Well, that in tournaments, but those often went sideways also.
Last round. Better not mess this up. Back on foot against a guy on horse. Great. What? No! I was hoping he would run into the wall, but he managed to hit me a fraction of a second before giving me his own hit, and that was it. Oh my god.
I did manage to get a warband going, but I was always being reset from the recurring crushing defeat I would inevitably get. So by the third session, I ended up missing the red winning quest, and things were progressing so slowly that along with chat, we agreed to start a new game at lower difficulty. For the new game, we lowered the damage received, both for myself and for my troops, and we also disabled the resting mechanic for the warband. As a result from this, as well as from using the knowledge I gathered from the previous campaign, I was quickly able to rise back up to where I was in the previous game. And I had a few defeats, but overall was able to win fights that I wasn't able to before. And I even became a lord in the north, where I got in numerous battles against the invading Iron Man. I also started doing more unique quests, including a new one with the pirate Orain Waters, which had me do a fairly big sea battle, reminiscent of Viking Conquest. There is a quest to build a castle in Essos which you get from Janice Lyran in the Crossroads Inn, but if you already follow a faction when building the castle, your ruler can take the castle from you, which is exactly what happened to me, so thanks Bruce. Speaking of Roose Bolton, I still managed to miss the red winning quest as I was on a ferry when it happened, so it auto-resolved. Fantastic. To be fair, I did make a lot more progress in this easier campaign. At one point, while I was doing quests in Essos, I ended up at war with the Dothraki, who had captured the city of Norvos, so I took the city from them and became the lord of that town. And despite being heavily outnumbered, the Dothraki don't wear armor, and so almost every battle with them always turned into a slaughter. However, it became very difficult to travel both from the north and back to Essos to defend all my lands, so eventually I lost Norvos and moved on. But despite this progress, I was still dealing with two crippling issues that made it nearly impossible to progress past a certain point. The first one, as I've said before, is that everything in this mod is so damn expensive, especially the elite upgrades for your soldiers. At one point I had over 50,000 stacks in my inventory, but I spent all of it just upgrading like 20 soldiers. So at this point I still had to do trade runs just to recover from my expenses, which meant leaving all of my troops in my camp, which is a feature from the mod that lets you station your troops if you don't have a castle, and I would do that so I could take the cheaper ferry down south to sell more furs by myself. But the other crippling problem is that because the wars are based on the story, we were in an endless war with the Iron Man, who could always spawn warbands to attack the north, while it was impossible for us to attack the Iron Islands. This would always force me to put whatever I'm doing on pause, just to go back north and defend my lands for the 100th time. Another big point of frustration was an actual glitch in which if you stayed in a town that was being besieged, you would not actually get a prompt to join the siege defense. On multiple occasions I was awarded Barrowton, which is a town near Winterfell, but it was constantly attacked by the Iron Man, and at one point on stream, I managed to get into the town, ready to fight the enemies back when they attacked, and no joke, they attacked the town with me in it, I didn't get the prompt, and they captured it even though I was there with my full warband.
Wait. How? Okay, this is clearly a bug. There's no way this makes sense. I'm just in the town chilling, they're conquering and everything, and I'm just there like taking a nap, you know, and then I wake up and it's like, oh, I guess I gotta leave now.
It was at this point that the chat convinced me to start cheating. As I've said, the reality is that making any progress past a certain point generally felt impossible. You could never make any significant progress if your faction is always being attacked, and everything being so expensive means I could never go on the offensive for long before having to do more trade runs and more tournaments. So after so much grind, and now dealing with a siege glitch that worked against me, I decided to start cheating. At first I just wanted to give myself enough money to comfortably pay for my troops while skipping the trading grind. But the problem is that when you start cheating, it just gets too damn easy. Because we could not make peace with the Iron Islands, I resorted to use cheats to teleport myself to the islands so I can attack the castles. But from there, I would get attacked by their lords obviously, but considering I had already beaten them many times without cheats and that I could easily upgrade all of my troops to elite now, I didn't see a point anymore to just have all of those battles. Obviously I would win, so it would just be more grind to get through. So I started skipping them with Ctrl Alt F4, but again, what was the point of playing now if I could just skip all of the battles? Maybe I start doing the same with the castles just to skip that other grind. I started losing interest in the campaign almost immediately, so I started to shift my focus towards something else, the Varys questline. In the quest, you can help Varys bring Aegon and the Golden Company to invade Westeros. This is an event from the books, completely left out of the show. Part of the reason I started cheating was also to complete this quest, since part of it requires giving Varys 12 Bravo C sellswords, which were already hard to find, but even harder to train and keep alive. I had been at it for several sessions actually, but every time I got close to getting all 12, I would get defeated in battle, some of them would die, and I'd have to start over. By using cheats I was able to speedrun this quest as I wanted to see how Aegon's invasion would play out. And it is pretty cool. Aegon along with Jon Connington and the Golden Company show up with massive armies, which also triggers Dorne to declare war on the Westerlands. I myself, having lost interest in my own campaign, decided to leave the north to join Aegon just to see what would happen. And all that happened was I ended up staying in Jon Connington's castle at Griffin's Roost, while Aegon slowly but surely started taking every castle in the Stormlands. With Dragonstone and Dorne also at war with the Westerlands, they were pushed out of the area around King's Landing, and that was that. I myself, having introduced cheating to my game after going through so much grind, I didn't want to play the mod anymore. Camping felt broken beyond repair, and I had been at it for so long. The next step would have been to wait for the White Walkers to invade, but I had set it to day 1200, which was still a long way from now, so no thanks. Normally I end these videos with a showcase of my character, my stats and everything, but I cheated my own level, I cheated my money, and pretty much everything else. The only real thing left is my equipment, which I either bought or earned a while ago before I started cheating, including this sword, which is pretty OP. This is Orain Water's sword from the Ballad of Sea and Serpents quest. This is a Valyrian steel sword, so technically I can fight White Walkers and ice zombies with it, but I haven't gotten around to it. And so, that's all there is to it. The first campaign that got me to start a new campaign with lowered settings got me to start cheating and crash out anyway. A World of Ice and Fire is a great mod, but it's also insanely hard. Now, I've been reviewing Warband mods for a couple of years now, and over the last year especially, I've been reflexively close-minded at the mention of new mods to check out because, in my mind, if I've made dozens of mod videos over all this time, and someone brings up a mod that somehow has never been mentioned before, then surely it must not be that relevant, and it's probably not worth mentioning. But that's not strictly true. Amazing mods can be overshadowed by other amazing mods for a number of reasons. Sometimes the modders moved on to other things and their mods, while good, have only been forgotten over time. Sometimes good mods simply go unnoticed, and sometimes I'm just the one who hasn't noticed them. So for this video, I decided to go on a different kind of journey. I basically dug through my comment sections of the past year in search of any mods I had not heard of before, big and small, buggy and incomplete, with the idea of putting them all into the same video. So join me today as I review yet another 16 Warband mods that had simply not been mentioned in my content until now. At number 16, going from the wackiest and buggiest mods to the better ones, we have Transformers but Warband. This mod is the latest release by one of the best Warband modders out there, Kill You Ready. This same modder is behind the wild experiments such as Dragon Ball Z Vegeta, CSGO but Warband, and Violence Basketball. His mods are wacky and hilarious, as is this one. Currently it's just a demo and there's not much to do, but if you ever wanted to be a Transformer in Warband, now's your chance. Basically, anywhere you go you'll be a Transformer, and not even the same one, it changes in every scene. As the mod page explains, the Transformer will change shape at random, but you can force it yourself with the left Alt key. In battle, you use the V and B keys to attack, although everything is so weird that I'm not sure what it does, and pressing the tile key gets you to fly, so here, I'm transforming into a helicopter and flying away, I guess. So yeah, it's pretty funny for like 5 minutes, as I said it's just a demo currently, but it's not like you can expect much more than that anyway. And number 15, this is Jawa Dipwa. This mod only exists in the form of a demo released over a year ago, and the modder has said that he stopped working on it to focus on something else, so what you see is what you get. Jawa Dipwa takes place on the Java island in Indonesia in the 1500s, which makes it a pretty niche setting in the Warband community, very similar to Suvarnabhumi Mayahuf, which I'm sure I equally butchered. As such, the weapons and armors are meant to reflect the time and place, but I'm not really familiar with it, so I couldn't tell you which is what and if it's even correct. What I did like in this mod though was the environment. It looks simply beautiful, and although some scenes were bugged, the ones that weren't were very charming. In terms of features, well, the mod was built on top of Hispania 1200 among other mods, so there's lots of new animations and sound effects, and I can imagine the sieges will be pretty cool as well, assuming the town scenes aren't bugged. There's also some unique locations which supposedly hold treasure if you look hard enough, but these scenes are huge, and you can only leave them by getting all the way to the edges, which is a bit annoying. Otherwise, well, the immersion is pretty good, but as it's just an abandoned demo, there's not much to expect from it. And number 15 is one of many enhanced native mods out there, and that's Silver Stag. This mod was last updated in 2015. Among its many features include all the diplomacy options you would expect, there's new sound effects, new items, the lords have all changed names and titles for some reason, and it's got the tournament options I've seen from other mods, which makes it possible to keep fighting into every round by changing the way you bet. So in terms of native enhanced mods, it's pretty generic compared to all the other ones. Unfortunately, in my playthrough, I got spammed with so many script error messages that I could barely see what I was doing, so I didn't stick to it long. Experiences can vary though, so for a full list of the features, you can check out the ModDB page, link in the description. But from my perspective, it was interesting to see this mod, because while the mod hasn't been updated in a while, you can still see some of its features in more recent mods. The sound effects can be found again in Diplomacy 4 Let Them Reloaded, for instance, while the tournament scene from Suno can be seen in Perisno now, so it definitely gives the mod a sense of legacy despite being abandoned. At number 13, on the lighter side of incomplete but still cool, we have Bronze Age, also known as Ancestors 2112 BC. If it's a Rush reference, I totally dig it. This mod takes us to North Africa, the Middle East, and Greece in the Bronze Age. As such, there are no advanced weapons or armors, as most people fight with barely any clothes on and mostly use spears or projectiles. The mod is relatively recent, with its last update being in April of last year, and it has a lot of potential. I myself went for an ancient Egyptian warrior, and it looks pretty cool. The troop trees themselves feel pretty complete. There's also a few some mods like Diplomacy and new animations, so overall it's not bad. However, it's also still largely incomplete, featuring the base game music and lots of scenery is buggy as hell, although that could be for a number of reasons. There's also a lot of bandits stuck in the sea apparently. When completed though, it's a beautiful setting that could easily make it stand out as a great mod, so I'll keep an eye on it for sure. At number 12, we are now moving on to the mods that are largely complete and works fine, starting with Lords of CALRADIA. This is yet another native enhanced mod, taking you back to CALRADIA but with more features. This mod, however, is fairly interesting as it puts most of its emphasis on kingdom management, specifically with population mechanics. Each town and village starts with roughly the same amount of inhabitants, but as they grow or get raided, these populations either go up or down, and being able to recruit troops directly depends on this factor. And according to the mod page, if a lord's village, for example, has too low a reputation, they'll hire mercenaries instead. As for the player, you get lots of new improvements for your villages, with these meant to improve your population and militia, but you can also build a refuge. A refuge is basically a camp from which you can attract settlers that can then be recruited, effectively creating your own supply of manpower. However, this is a bit confusing to use, it's fairly limited compared to just owning a village, and it can be attacked by bandits if not protected enough. Overall, this seems like a fairly interesting mod, but to really delve into it, it would take more time than I can spare for this video. Still, I didn't see any bugs and it looks interesting, so feel free to try it out yourself. At number 11, still in CALRADIA, we have Outsiders of CALRADIA. This mod offers two main features, a new Viking faction to CALRADIA, as well as ships for sea traveling and raiding. If that sounds a lot like the Warsaws expansion for Battlelord, that's because it does sound a lot like it. I'm not joking, this mod from 2020 seems to be doing the exact same thing. So Outsiders of CALRADIA adds the faction of Jumne, I don't know how to pronounce that, which is west of the Kingdom of Vajir, with its own troop tree, as well as new scenery. You can start a game directly with this faction, and you'll have the option to either start with a crew and a ship, or even start out as a lord or king. Buying a ship is pretty straightforward, you just go to the port and talk to the harbor master. From there, you can sell your ship on the open ocean, where pretty much the only thing you'll encounter is merchant ships which aren't tied to any factions, so attacking them yields the same consequences as attacking bandit groups. Sea battles are very simplistic. In fact, I find the well-built bridges connecting the ships to be very funny, but the fight themselves are pretty normal. The main issue right now that I can see is that for one, those merchant ships don't offer loot like caravans do. All you get is the gear from the caravan guards, which makes attacking ships pretty worthless. There also seems to be some kind of glitch where I started the game with multiple thieves, some of which don't seem to appear on the map at all, while all of them don't actually give me any money. Overall, it's a decent effort. The modders seemed to express when he first released the mod nearly 5 years ago that he had plans for future updates which would have likely improved and polished the mod significantly, but sadly that hasn't happened. So as a simple mod to use ships and experience a new Viking faction, outside of the CALRADIA works fine, but as with every mod on this list, there's just not that much going for it. At number 10, this is Fires of War. This mod I actually found quite enjoyable, as when it comes to ancient Greek mods, there aren't many. The only other mod I had played in this period was Sparta, a mod renowned in the Warband community for being both high quality and annoyingly difficult. As such, Fires of War seems to be a decent alternative, since Sparta isn't public anymore, and in terms of immersion, it's pretty good. The items look awesome, the scenery is alright, although it's still largely retextured native scenes. The main issue for me though is it seems a bit buggy. The few fights I tried to start with lords immediately led to crashes in spite of running the game with the script enhancer. Experiences may vary, and given that the mod hasn't been updated in over a decade, I can't really expect much more from it. Still, if you found other mods like Sparta too difficult and you don't mind this awful font, then Fires of War should be a pretty good experience as long as it doesn't crash. Otherwise, keep watching for an even better alternative. At number 9, we have 1468 AD Middle Europe. This mod received its last update in 2016, and for what it intended to do, it's fine. Basically, picture native CALRADIA, but with a couple of some mods like Diplomacy and PBOD, new items in part borrowed from 1257 AD, plus a map that covers Germany, and you've got 1468 AD. It basically feels like Kingdom Come Deliverance, but in Warband, and unfinished. Like I said, it works, but besides the new map and items, don't expect much else. The music and scenery is all still native. The one thing I did really like from this mod though is that while all of the companions are essentially the same as native, most of them come with fairly high-end gear and high skills despite still being fairly cheap. If you click the option at the beginning of the new game to have all of them in the same tavern from the start, it can make for both a very effective warband and a quick way to get some high-end gear from the start. The bandits are also interesting, if not unfortunately sparse considering the size of the map. Basically, even the low-end looters are numerous and have troops of several tiers, which is a welcomed variety for me. But other than that, 1468 AD could basically be a native enhanced mod, if not for the different world map. It's good, but it's not spectacular. At number 8, this is CALRADIA Overhaul plus 3 Kingdoms. As with most mods, the title says it all. We're in CALRADIA with some extra features, ranging from lots of new items, revamped troop trees, new companions, etc. But the main feature, naturally, is the 3 Kingdoms part, which sees the Kurgit faction being expanded and split into 3 factions, each with their own subculture and troop trees. And I have to say, the items look really good. The Shuhan faction specifically has a repeating crossbow unit, and having played very few mods with repeating crossbows, I was pretty excited about that and got an entire party of them. Sounded good in theory, but in this mod the troop deployments are a little off, and troops feel a bit slower to respond to orders, so I rarely got to have my perfect firing line. Overall, this is a pretty decent mod, considering the modder himself has little experience and hasn't updated it since 2018, but essentially, if you want a mod set in CALRADIA but with more Chinese elements, this is a good pick. At number 7, this was a tough ranking. This is Epic of Fire. So as I understand it, this mod was made by a Chinese modder and translated into English and ported to ModDB. So Epic of Fire takes us to a new world with new factions and so on. From what I can gather, the mod is meant to be story-driven. You can in fact choose between an incomplete story and Sandbox, but Sandbox will also feature a series of events that will get the factions to go to war with each other, as well as other things. Overall, playing it, I was charmed. The music, the atmosphere, the new scenery, it's a surprisingly beautiful mod, even though it doesn't steer too far away from native. I mostly focused my campaign on being a solo adventurer, but the mod page advertises a lot of extra features in terms of kingdom management, including developing technologies, new town projects, and a new recruiting system. What really stands out though initially is the new UI, which works for the most part and is easy to grasp. This includes a compass mechanic in battle to see where enemies are, and a new character menu that actually makes it very easy to manage companions as well. In the world, there's lots of new bandits that are all pretty hardcore, including assassins, which kicked my butt, and a group of rogue knights where, I have to say, their armor actually eats up most of the damage, and that made it scary as hell. There's also a fort, which is supposedly hunted at night, but I'm not really sure how it works. I mean, I tried to go at night and nothing happened. Overall, I'm very curious to play this mod some more. Sadly, there were too many for me to cover for this video, and although the mod itself works fairly well and is stable, it's still not finished. And with the latest update being 2 years ago, it's unclear if it's still in development. Still, good effort, you should try this one out as well. And number 6, a lot wackier but somehow more fun because of it, this is To Cuba. A last-minute addition to the video, this mod is similar to Warzone-Acron in that you're in a nuclear post-apocalypse, although this one takes you to the Caribbean. The mod was originally in Spanish but translated and ported to ModDB, and overall it's a lot of fun, especially because the mod doesn't take itself too seriously, something you'll notice immediately when starting a new game and looking at the options. I mean, pick a reason for why people hated you. You're too hot, or you were a Republican or Democrat. Mind you, this is 1500 years after the nuclear war according to the lore. Pick an option for what happened to your family. Coronavirus? Well, actually it turned out to be syphilis. Anyway, once you start the game, the world map stretches from the coast of Florida to Jamaica, with Cuba being the main landmass. The mod itself was built off Gekokujo, which shows in the sword animation and sound effects, although even some of the scenery is just castles from Gekokujo with a retexture using metal sheets, to give the impression that they are shanty towns. It's pretty funny. As for fighting, the mod is pretty hardcore, but I quickly cheated to see what items are available, which included a ridiculously overpowered modern bow. Otherwise, I just rescued female prisoners from looters and went to war with bandit groups, of which there are a lot. Cuba itself is completely crammed up, which is part of the lore from this mod. Apparently everyone fled to Cuba thinking it was a safe haven, but it's just as bad as everywhere else, so there's a lot of fighting going on. Overall, the mod is pretty funny, but it's also easy to see where it's incomplete, so it's fun, but I wouldn't have a full campaign in it. And finally, on the more polished end of things, we have at number 5, 1776 American Revolution. Last updated in 2017, this mod brings you to North America to fight on either side of the revolution. In terms of immersion, it's pretty close, with lots of gorgeous military uniforms, lots of guns, as well as new music and troop trees. There is some new scenery, but some of it is only small adjustments to native scenes, and some of it is buggy. As for battles, the firing line works fairly well. My main issue, as with other gun mods, is the lack of fire at my command option, forcing troops to switch to melee weapons instead of simply holding fire. It's a nitpick though. The main issue as usual is that guns are largely inaccurate, so the pace of battles can slow down, especially if the NPC lord is not on the attack. But overall, pretty good effort. If only it had a bit more polishing, it'd be pretty solid. Which brings us to the few solid mods of this video, starting at number 4 with Knights of the Last Battle. This mod actually feels like a solid total conversion that sadly has gone under the radar. Knights of the Last Battle takes us to Western Europe in the late medieval period. As such, its aesthetics is very much in line with other mods like Deeds of Arms and Chivalry, with gorgeous high-end weapons and armors. What really made this mod stand out though is the fighting animations, which are a bit awkward at first, but actually look awesome, with cool standing poses and different forms of attacks like half swording, which really took me by surprise. The mod was last updated in 2018, with its modder disappearing afterwards. It was ported back to ModDB just last year, and as far as late medieval mods go, this is a solid immersion, with the only thing lacking being the music, which is largely absent. Otherwise, great mod, definitely give it a go. At number 3, this is a return to the classics with Paradigm Chronomancer. This is the latest update from the wackiest mod ever, Paradigm Worlds, which is a mod set in a post-apocalyptic bio-warfare world of sorts, where magic, mutations, and aliens all intertwine. The main change with Paradigm Chronomancer is that it also gets mixed with another mod that was recently updated, Fantasy CALRADIA. So essentially, the main change from Paradigm Worlds is the addition of magic and spells which you can buy and cast. Not that I actually tried any of it, as with every playthrough in the Paradigm mod, everything is so weird and wacky and confusing that I didn't actually get to do much at all. In my latest campaign, I chose one of the nearly endless starting options, which got me started with lots of elite companions, all stranger than the next. I got in a few fights with undead hordes, only to drop dead a few times myself without ever knowing what killed me. Eventually I decided to try and take a bandit town, and it got real confusing, but eventually we conquered it. Honestly, this is a great mod, whether you play it for a short period of time and just have a blast, not having a clue what's going on, or you actually take the time to figure it all out and get to explore all the crazy features. If you enjoy the chaos, definitely give this one a go. At number 2, this is a mod that was actually mentioned in my comments several times, so it's not really niche, just old, and a mod I took way too long to try. This is Peloponnesian War. This here is a mod set in ancient Greece which dates all the way back to 2011. It was always described to me as an excellent mod, especially when it comes to alternatives to the Sparta mod, which was again, way too difficult. And well now, I just feel bad I didn't play it sooner, because indeed, it is the definitive ancient Greece experience for Warband. Lots of new scenery and items, but not too hard to play. Initially I was a bit baffled by the huge warbands and even bigger garrisons, but with a larger battle size and the warband party size itself being significantly higher, it means the battles can be huge, but never too grindy. I also like that in this mod there are effectively two tiers of recruits, the youths and the hoplites, similarly to Gegokujo with the samurai class in Ashigaru. Effectively you can hire elite hoplites in towns at a higher price, or hire peasants in villages that can either turn into weaker versions of the hoplites or peltasts, which are effective skirmishers. Overall, I really enjoyed the mod. The only noticeable drawbacks is the AI for bandits and the invincible shields. For the former, bandits always take a defensive line, while sending a single soldier to fight you. I'm guessing it's meant to be a duel, but it doesn't really work here, and once the bandits form their line, they become largely inactive, which is disappointing. Lords, however, are much smarter, attacking in waves, using skirmishers extensively, before finishing you off with the hoplites in reserve. It was pretty awesome. But then there's also the shields, which by design have so much hit points, they're basically unbreakable. And it's a bit annoying because the peltasts can make some amazing volleys of javelins, but because the shields don't break, they barely have an impact. But truly, besides that, Peloponnesian War is the ancient Greece mod to try. In spite of its last update being in 2011, it still works phenomenally well. And finally, the most pleasant surprise for this video at number 1 was Twilight of the Sun King. Twilight of the Sun King takes us to Europe in the early 1700s, so in terms of scope and theme, think of L'Aigle just 100 years earlier. Despite only one version coming out in 2013, this turned out to be an amazing mod, with cool items, immersive scenery with forts, and surprisingly good reloading animations. Playing it with the script enhancer was very stable, but beyond that, the mod just played very well. Unlike L'Aigle, the AI works perfectly here, either holding a defensive line or carefully approaching your army before charging at the last minute. What I really liked though was the recruiter feature. Basically every town, castle and village has a large pool of recruits that you can get for very cheap at any time, effectively encouraging you to throw yourself into bloody wars, knowing you can always replenish your forces very quickly. So all in all, this feels like the mod that L'Aigle should have been, without the bugs, without the poor AI, and overall just as immersive. Only reason it never got more attention is because only one version came out 12 years ago, so it was likely overshadowed over time. Still, another great mod which ranks highly for me. Today we are primarily looking at niche mods. I made such a video just a few months ago in an attempt to clear out my backlog, only for people to recommend more obscure mods either incomplete, long forgotten, or that simply flew off my radar until now. And so now we've got 11 more mods to discover. As always, going from least good to most good, we start at number 11 with Custom Settlements. This mod used to be for the first Mount & Blade game, hence why it uses the same world map, but it was also ported to Warband a few years ago, hence why someone recommended it to me. And while everywhere there are hints of something interesting, unfortunately my experience playing this mod was as buggy as it was confusing. The gist of it is that with this mod, every settlement basically starts off as a camp, and while they are labeled unclaimed, you can basically show up to any of them and take them for yourself at no cost. From there, peasants will migrate over time, and the goal is to build your own settlement. As peasants move into your settlement, you can either train them as militia for the garrison, or train them for various jobs through which they'll gather resources like wood and food. Presumably, once you meet certain requirements, you can upgrade your settlement from a camp to a village, and then castle and a town. But it takes a lot of resources which seemingly gather very slowly. There seems to be an option to edit the scenes themselves via the camp menu so you can really build the settlement to your liking, but I have no idea how it actually works. As for other settlements on the world map, bandit and peasant factions will gradually take all of them and presumably start developing them as well as fight each other. In my game, the only faction to actually develop past a certain point was the Kingdom of Nords, who had one town of 1,000 people. But like I hinted, the mod is very buggy. Script error messages aside, I only got into 2 fights, and not with groups of bandits, but with singular heroes who don't actually fight but instead slowly walk away from the battlefield. Visiting other settlements, there's seemingly no ways of trading or getting quests from any of them. Some people point out they could use some tools, but that does not translate into quests, and I have yet to find anywhere I can buy some. In the one town that does exist, you can go to the keep or tavern from visiting the town scene, but there's nothing going on in there. I did speak to the horse trader and discovered talking to him could set up caravans for my settlement, but I didn't really see anything happen from that either. You can pretty much find all the companions plus a bunch of new ones, but there's nothing to do with them. Each lead their own small parties of travelers, but there are few dialogue options. If you give a party 1,000 dinars, you can ask them to join your warband, and that's about it. Otherwise, from other factions, you can just attack them with the line, "You're bad and you will die," which is a hilarious dialogue option. In spite of the bugs though, there are some details that make me wish the mod was better finalized. For instance, I did capture some people and transfer them to my settlement's prison, and then by visiting, I could see them in their underwear just running around as if they're doing forced labor or something. It's a nice touch. In the main town that did develop, sentries initially had no gear at all, but as I came back later and the settlement was bigger, they were now in full armor. So again, there's lots of hints here of something interesting, but nothing really happens, whether that's because the mod is incomplete or because it's too buggy. So here's to a mod that could have been really cool, but is sadly dead. Moving on to another old mod that remains unfinished, we have at number 10, New Elgante. Dating back to 2012, this mod takes us to Elgante, a fictional island split between colonizers and native tribes fighting for control and independence, respectively. Essentially, the mod pits colonists versus tribes with technology ranging from the 14th to 16th century. And overall, I'd be compelled to say this can make for a very good mod if it was finished. On the surface, the world map is compelling. Most of the scenery is from native, although the tribes factions have some interesting new towns. However, there are no noticeable extra layers of gameplay, and the combat balance is virtually non-existent. With the slightest sword and armor for a colonist against most tribe units which are essentially naked, it's easy to kill all of them in a single hit even in early game with limited skills. So either you're really overpowered as a colonist, or it's a ridiculously hard game as a native, which in of itself makes the idea that tribes are still strong on the island feel nonsensical. If there's any new gameplay features to be found at all, it would be the fencing animation I like, that's also present in other mods, as well as the addition of guns, I suppose. But from the cheat menu, there are only two, and one of them, the matchlock, is completely invisible, while the second, the hand cannon seen here, is wildly inaccurate. And the only form of ammo I could find is cannonballs with a maximum stack amount of 8. So there's really not much to add here. Because it was never really finished, it never reached its full potential, and given the last update was 14 years ago, what you see is what you get. Only bonus, the new music is pretty cool. Moving on at number 9, this is Age of Heroes. Given the artwork, I was expecting an ancient Greece mod with this one, but I got it all wrong. Age of Heroes is actually a light fantasy mod of sorts, taking you to the world of Murena. That is mostly set in what looks like antiquity, with many cultures varying from ancient Greece, but also China and some Germanic tribes. The mod seemed pretty hard early on though, so I quickly cheated to explore everything, and there's a couple of interesting things. For one, tournaments have some gladiator styles to them, but what I liked about it is each team had a distinctive set of arms and armors, like a team only has two-handed axes, while another team has sword and shield, for instance. I thought it made for an interesting balance. In terms of recruiting, the mod takes a similar approach to Gegokujo, with the possibility of hiring cheap militias from villages and higher-end noble troops from towns. When it comes to the immersion, the mod takes scenery from several other mods, but a lot of it is also just retexture of native scenes. The music is pretty immersive. But by far what I enjoyed the most were the battles, which are fast-paced and hardcore. Most units don't tend to wear armor except for more elite ones, so most units get killed in a single hit, and the AI enemy just sprints at your formation, so it makes for some pretty intense engagements. The tactics are also based off Brytenwalda formations, so there's lots of skirmishing as well, which I also find very satisfying. The main issue though is that currently there just doesn't seem to be a lot to do. There's a lot of variety in new bandits, and of course lots of new factions with new troop trees, but the mod page speaks of a land of demigods, and well, I've looked around either for interesting quests or even new companions, but I could not find anything resembling that anywhere. There are a large group of bandits reminiscent of Perisno, which I can appreciate, and there's some fantasy elements with undead soldiers for instance, and there's even giant bulls you can ride into battle, but they're all pretty underwhelming. The main flaw currently is there doesn't seem to be any loot screen after battle at all. From every fight I've had, I did not see any loot screens, not even once. Which is a huge problem. It means you can only get gear from towns, unlike virtually every other mod, so it's very limiting. So all in all, what the mod page advertises and what you get seem a bit at odds with one another. I get the feeling that the mod is generally not finished and needs more work to be fleshed out. So as a fantasy mod, it's a very light one, and as a total conversion, what it really has going for itself is the antiquity theme, which we don't get to see a lot of in fantasy. Otherwise, it's a 6-7, as the kids would say. And speaking of 6-7, here's another one at number 8 with Eastern Europe 905. You get a lot of mods whose names tell you everything you need to know, so if you wanted to play in Eastern Europe in the year 905, this mod will give you that and little else. The one thing I'll say though is it's not uncommon to see the edges of the world map in a mod, but this modder really made sure to cram towns and castles as close to the edge as possible. Reminds me of those old images that suggested that if you go to the edges of the world you'd fall off. You really get the vibe here. Jokes aside, this is a very straightforward mod extending from Hungary to the Middle East, with parts of Ukraine, Russia, and Greece, which is where you'll find the Eastern Roman Empire. The mod advertises lots of new items and they are pretty cool, but you won't find them in the cheat menu for quick browsing, which is a bit annoying. And while the mod is historical, presumably all rulers are historical at least, you'll still see a lot of villages that still have native names, so it's fair to assume the mod was never finished. Other than the setting though, it really doesn't offer much else. There's a few some mods like diplomacy, but otherwise it's largely native Warband, just in Eastern Europe in the year 905. Within the broader modding community, this one is on the lighter side for sure. At number 7, we have Europe 1200. This is yet another straightforward total conversion taking you to Europe in the Middle Ages. Normally I would say that with mods such as Anno Domini 1257, there's not going to be a lot of competition in terms of size, ambition, and quality, but there is such a thing as a mod that is too big for some, and in that regard, Europe 1200 might just strike a good balance. Apart from adding a lot of items in a style I really like, as well as multiple sub-mods like Diplomacy and Freelancer, the mod doesn't steer too far away from its native roots. We still have the native music and most of the scenery as well. Combat is straightforward, as is building your own warband, and given the sheer size of the world map, campaigns can be pretty intense. Broadly speaking, there's two things that make this mod more appealing to me. The first is just how condensed the world map is. In spite of its size, there are a lot of villages. So much so in fact that you can't even see all of them in the notes tab. But it also makes it extremely easy to hire a lot of troops without traveling substantially, which cuts down a lot on recruiting grind. Something that I appreciate even more so, however, is the relatively small size of garrisons, with most castles, as numerous as they are, only having about 100 men in them, making for relatively quick sieges unlike most mods. For that, while Europe 1200 feels like just one of many medieval mods, it does stand fairly well among them for being well-paced, well-rounded, not seeming to lack from anything, and not being so huge that it gets confusing. If that sounds like the middle-of-the-road experience you're looking for, then it should definitely be. However, if going outside of CALRADIA is already going too far for you, then here's number 6 with native expansion. This is yet another of countless mods by now that aims to expand the gameplay layers of Warband without taking us outside of CALRADIA, and as far as they go, native expansion is generally solid. Primary among its features are a hardcore mode meant to make the game more challenging, and the Dark Knights Invasion, which is a native plus classic. Given that this is the only native plus mod in this video, I felt like exploring it a little more, and similarly to Europe 1200, I approached it the same way. It's not the most fleshed out mod, it's not the most ambitious, but it strikes a good balance and was generally fun to play. The most notable change to me is the different equipment for rulers, with King Ragnar looking especially awesome. Troop trees have been revamped as well, so nothing looks the same. There's also a lot of quest variety, so when I got a village and wanted to raise relations, they had me do lots of different stuff like crashing a wedding, which I remember seeing in Banner Page, but there was also a random quest, typically given by guildmasters in towns, and of course there are several more layers of kingdom management. Overall, it's a decent mod which to my knowledge was never finished, but it is nonetheless well-rounded and I could not find any serious flaws. Moving on to number 5, this is Yavuz Sultan Selim. This mod essentially covers half the planet, from the coast of Europe and Africa, all the way to Japan and Indonesia. If this looks familiar, it's because it's essentially the same world map as the 16th century mod, minus the American continent, which in Yavuz remains empty. Now, while 16th century is undeniably one of the biggest mods I've ever seen in terms of the world map, one of my main criticism was that it was all world building and little else. Sure, you had all the cultures and their items, as well as some interesting locations, but there were very few extra layers of gameplay. And that's what Yavuz aims to change, as per the mod page on the Steam Workshop, which lists mods like Perisno, 1257 AD, Hispania 1200, and even Nova Aedes as mods that were used for additional features. These include new castles and scenery, troop trees that have been revamped even further, as well as additional music, and a lot more. So if you liked the vastness of 16th century, but wish for a more in-depth experience, the new alternative is going to be Yavuz Sultan Selim. At number 4, we have a brand new mod released earlier this year, and this is Whiteling Hand. This mod is based off a dark fantasy universe created by an artist, also going by the name of Whiteling. As per the mod page, the mod tries to create a gothic setting, taking inspiration from numerous places, and as such, the atmosphere of the mod feels very unique. The constant thematic is one of grim dark. The world is desolate, nothing appears to grow, humans are pale as if barely alive, and the world itself is infested by the undead, vampires, goblins, and overall, everything just seems to suck for everyone. In terms of Warband mods, the closest comparison might be something like World of Vastnar, but the mod itself is built on top of Legacy of the Dragon, borrowing several of its elements including wizard guilds and necromancers. So lots of fantasy elements ranging from spells to summoning the dead. I mean, Legacy of the Dragon itself was already a pretty solid fantasy mod. What I personally liked about Whiteling Hand though is the addition of World War I aesthetics for the humans. The human faction in Whiteling Hand really stands out by having more modern army uniforms with gas masks and muskets, really giving this Death Corps of Krieg vibes, and I think it blends in phenomenally well. So if you're looking for something new with fantasy but also very dark undertones, then this new mod, which is still in development, might just scratch that itch. Honestly, I've played so many mods by now, it's very difficult to see something new, but when the atmosphere itself is well done, that's what really makes it stand out. Moving on to number 3, this is the Renaissance 18th Century Sum mod. This mod is based off the Renaissance mod by Zed Paolo, a prominent Warband modder who made a lot of amazing total conversions, but eventually deleted all of them when people began to complain that his mods were too difficult. So Renaissance is one of many highly detailed historical mods that took you to Italy in the 15th century. And this 18th century Sum mod shared as a standalone is quite self-explanatory. It's the same map of Italy, just 300 years later during the Gunpowder era. As such, you essentially have the same level of quality, with the same scenery, sound effects, and music, except the late medieval vibe with high-end weapons and armors are largely replaced with muskets and uniforms. And as far as they go, they work about as well as you'd hope. The firing line mechanics are well implemented, but muskets are wildly inaccurate, which can lead to the pacing of battles slowing down. That being said, battles become very hardcore the moment hand-to-hand combat begins, and the addition of grenade launchers is pretty fun. I honestly don't have much more to say about it. If you like 17th century warfare and would like one specifically set in Italy and their neighboring countries, with a strong emphasis on historical accuracy, then look no further. It works very well, I didn't see any bugs, so it's pretty solid overall. However, with number 1 and 2, we lean more towards the sort of insane, huge, wacky mods that Warband is most remembered for. So at number 2, this is Empire 3. Based on the mod page description, this mod is supposed to be massive. CALRADIA, but with a bunch of extra factions, tons of some mods for extra layers of gameplay, thousands of new items, strong fantasy elements. It's got it all apparently, which made me confused as to why I never played it before, but then I saw the loading screen and I remember it distinctively. Specifically, I remember loading this mod when I was maybe 17 years old on my parents' old potato PC, and I remember the mod freezing and never making it to the menu. So thankfully that's not the case anymore and I finally get to play it. And all I can really say about it is that this video cannot do it justice, precisely because of how huge it is. Between all the new factions and items and layers, there is so much to explore. Just in the starting options, while the mod gives you options seen in other mods, like the ability to start with some unique items or skills, or even as a ruler, for the first time I saw the option to be the child of one of the native kings. So I started as a daughter to King Harlos, and instantly got a castle. I quickly got into my game by cheating to level 62 to browse items in the stores with unlimited money, and saw some classic fantasy mounts like giant spiders, but I also tried a scorpion, and holy hell they are huge. Going to war with the Kurgit, I also discovered the mod lets you build catapults and trebuchets, which automatically deploy in battle. Although the projectiles are struggling to make a landing, but that could also be caused by a number of issues like different game version and using the script enhancer. I mean, a similar feature exists in Age of Swords and Sorcery, and that worked okay. In battle, things are hardcore and fast-paced, just the way I like it. In my battles against the Kurgit, they just ran straight at me, and it made for a very messy fight. In terms of big mods, it's definitely among the best in terms of scale. Of the main issues I've noticed, one of them is that the world map can be especially laggy to navigate. This is not the first time I see this with mods that triple the size of CALRADIA, that just seems to be a limitation of the game.
But the main thing I'm not a fan of is the mod's choice to borrow the atmosphere of Brytenwalda, which by itself was the sorest point of Brytenwalda. The mod largely lacks music, which is instead replaced by windy sounds, and it's just too boring. Give me some epic music, and it would be an easy improvement. That being said, the only way to thoroughly cover this mod would be in an exclusive review, as there's just too much to get into for this video, but the bottom line is, it's a very solid and fun mod, I definitely recommend it. However, making an exclusive review of it would feel silly considering the mod at number 1, which is Empire 4. Yes, Empire 3 got a sequel, and that's exactly what this mod is. Looking on ModDB, Empire 4 was released just one day after the latest version of Empire 3, so why is it considered a sequel and not just a mod update like every other mod? I have no idea. But to be clear, there are many changes which are listed on the mod page. Namely, there's more fantasy races such as dwarves, skeletons, and orcs. The world map is largely the same as Empire 3, but all these fantasy races share a smaller island all the way down to the south. Empire 4 also sports more magic elements, but I didn't get very far with it because my playthrough was spent playing with what is possibly one of the deadliest weapons I've ever seen in a Warband mod. If you start your game in Empire 4 with the religious options, as in you spent your childhood with wizards and trained as an acolyte, you'll start your game with a magical staff at the beginning of the game, which throws projectiles. The projectiles appears to be crossbow bolts, but I took them out of the inventory and it turns out you can just throw invisible projectiles indefinitely at an incredibly fast rate. So I just spent a good hour single-handedly destroying bandit groups with barely any skill level, and it was just ridiculous. Its only drawback is it can't be used to block attacks, but otherwise, it might just be, like I said, one of the most overpowered weapons I've ever tried. So once again, it's a huge mod worth an exclusive review. If anything, it makes more sense to play this mod than Empire 3, but again, I don't understand why it's labeled a sequel and it's not just an update. Imagine if each World of Ice and Fire updates were counted as a sequel, would be at like World of Ice and Fire 30 something by now. So, you know, solid mod, also recommend, but technically this video features 10 mods, not 11. Regardless, that's about it for today. Thanks for watching everyone, and let me know in the comments what Warband mods I don't know of for future videos. Thanks again, and I'll see you next time.